Hello everyone, I'm Krish. Today's story is such an exciting one, and once it starts, you won't be able to look away. Let's dive into the Manhwa story.
After a while, Lloyd, his knight, and the girl came outside. The guy thought that if the exit was not visible, then first he needed to find it. He frowned, thinking that he would start right away with getting the eyes of summer. The brown-haired man turned around. Behind him, with a trick, stood the count and countess. The protagonist looked at them sadly. He thought that he should protect his father and mother. Then he smiled. Then the brown-haired woman looked at him with dismay. The man and woman perked up and bowed. Surprise appeared on their faces. The queen bowed back to them. Grinning, she mentally noted that she would see him again. Misunderstanding appeared on the faces of the husband and wife. After a while, Lloyd and Xavier were sitting on the dragon. Meanwhile, loud arguments of advisors were heard inside the palace. Two of them were doubling on the table. Suddenly, the guy opened the door. With a sly smile on his face, he noted the arrival of the peacemaker. A rainbow sparkled in the sky. The brown-haired man sat on a chair in a cramped room. Suddenly, he was illuminated. The man with the brains loudly noted that an urgent meeting of the House of Lords was about to begin, and that a survey of opinions was about to be taken to determine whether or not to implement the angel's revelation. When a certain man raised his hand, he was allowed to speak. He frowned and noted that the Eye of Summer had been dropped from the title of the meeting. The scribe sat on his chair. He crossed out the entry on his notepad and announced that an urgent meeting of the House of Lords was about the angel's revelation about the Eye of Summer, and that a survey of opinions was about to be taken to determine whether or not to implement it. The man clenched his fist and asked if he was kidding. The man asked him to raise his hand before speaking. When the blonde man raised his hand, he was allowed to speak. He indignantly asked why waste time on something so trivial when they needed to talk about the substance. Frowning, he said that the urgent meeting of the House of Lords needed to have great added to it. The scribe crossed out the inscription again, saying that right now a great urgent meeting of the House of Lords was beginning. He was interrupted, indignantly asking why he had put a word before convene. The man began to say that right now an urgent meeting of the great House of Lords was beginning. Someone pointed to the side and asked if they really did not understand the situation. He exclaimed that the word great urgent should be there. The other ministers turned against him, and one asked if he meant that their meeting was small. When he was told that great meeting sounded wrong, he was told that great urgent sounded even worse. The guy, sitting on a chair, was silent while the ministers argued among themselves. He smiled nervously while the men shouted that the title did not mention the Eye of Summer. He grinned, thinking that they were very easy to appease. The moon rose in the sky. After a while, the scribe with a tired face noted that right now the grand royal meeting regarding the angel's revelation to hand over the nation's sacred relic, the Eye of Summer, to Lloyd Frontera, a young nobleman of the kingdom. The man noted the beginning of discussions and reflections on the topic of implementation or refusal, and the exchange of opinions begins. The brown-haired man on the protagonist's side said that if it is an angel, then his order must be followed unconditionally. He frowned and exclaimed that this is the will of heaven and that they must hand over the relic to Lloyd. The ministers began to express their dissatisfaction. One of them pointed to the brown-haired man, saying that let's say Her Majesty hands him the Eye of Summer, and then asked the protagonist if he is sure that he will not abuse this. Lloyd opened his mouth and said that as a loyal servant of Her Majesty the Queen, he would never do such a thing, but clenching his fists, he trembled, saying that if the surrounding countries looked down on the kingdom of Magentano and had the imprudence to attack it, it would be engulfed in war. The guy exclaimed that he could not accept this. The men began to rise from their seats, saying that he spoke coherently and the conversation was over, which meant it was time to go home. The brown-haired man exclaimed again. He clenched his fists tightly again and said that if misfortune befell the kingdom due to disobeying the angel's revelation, he had no right to refuse. The ministers, looking at him, began to ask him to start speaking frankly. The protagonist grabbed his chest and dramatically exclaimed how difficult it was for him to accept this, but it was also very difficult to refuse. The men around him began to fight. Lloyd pointed his finger, noting that he had come up with something. The ministers looked at him with gloomy expressions. The boy lowered his head and said that they could not predict the future events unless they obeyed the angel's revelation, but the risk of the Eye of Summer disappearing was obvious. He frowned and said that this was a weakening of the country's power, and in that case, the brown-haired man clenched his hand into a fist, saying that if there were any weapons in the kingdom comparable to the Eye of Summer, even if he obtained the relic, the kingdom would not be in danger. The minister grabbed the man's hand and asked what other weapons. The protagonist opened his mouth and told about the Phantom mountain range. Imagining snow-capped mountains, he noted that it was a mountain range that blocked and protected the southwest of Magentano. He was told that it was a huge mountain range like a knife blade and it was impossible to cross. Lloyd spread his arms wide and said that in order to trade with the Western countries, they had to go around it through other countries, which led to huge expenses, and for the sake of safety of the trade routes, they would have to give in to the countries along the route in some way. But what if? He smiled and said that he was speaking purely hypothetically, and then asked what if a trade route appeared that passed right through the Phantom Mountains. Presenting a lot of coins, the guy said that their kingdom would become the center of trade between the West and the East, and the income from the tolls alone was unimaginable. The men started pointing at him, indignantly saying that this was a matter of honor and he had the mindset of a merchant. The brown-haired man said that there was one problem. The minister froze with puzzled expressions when he told them that there was a lot of work to do to manage the routes, and the project and budget associated with it would be enormous. Rubbing his hands, the protagonist grinned and noted that nobles must share. The men's mouths dropped open. The clerk struck his gavel and exclaimed that the vote of the House of Lords was unanimous, and then noted that Lloyd was to open a trade route through the Phantom Mountains, and if his plan succeeded, he could have the Eye of Summer for himself. Lloyd, crossing his arms, laughed, saying that it was very easy. His companion replied that he thought the gentleman was much more knowledgeable about politics than about construction. The guy gave him a sly look and said that politics was not at all difficult, and where he lived it was a common reality. He noted that politicians were always arguing, but if they thought something was profitable, they instantly became the best of friends. Javier, looking at him, replied that, by managing the national budget, great power was in his hands, and this was directly related to money. Shaitan told him that the honor and wealth of the country were good, and money was even better. When he knelt before the queen, she told him that he had formed the opinion of the House of Lords, and then noted that she approved of the construction. The protagonist thanked her, saying that her mercy was boundless. The girl propped her face up with her hand, saying that she was curious about two things. She asked if it was really possible to cross the Phantom Mountains, adding that they had tried everything since ancient times. Because of the harsh weather conditions, it was impossible to build stairs, and the tunnels immediately collapsed. Looking at Lloyd in front of her, the red-haired said that even if they laid a path, in such a place it was not so easy to walk along it. He answered in her that this was the whole point. The guy smiled slyly and said that they would use a train, create a narrow-gauge railway with a ring road and a reverse system. Imagining the train on the mountain, he mentally noted that this was the system used by the British, obsessed with the surefire tea, to find highlands specializing in black tea and climb steep mountain slopes. Imagining the diagram, the brown-haired man noted that the train continued to move at an incline sufficient for movement, and then he noted a change in track in another direction. The queen closed her eyes, saying that he always built with unusual methods, so he should be able to handle this train. She asked if it was possible to safely build even on such a razor-sharp peak. The protagonist looked at her and replied that he believed it would be difficult either way, so he planned to choose the flattest area. Alicia crossed her arms at the table and said that she would ask the second question. She frowned, asking how he planned to deal with the demon lands on top of the mountain range. Lloyd smirked. Frowning, he exclaimed that there was one way. After a while, he was already rushing towards the dragon. Looking at his comrade, he asked what he knew about the lands of demons. Javier replied that he had heard about them from legends, so he knew no more than anyone else. The guy said that this was what he was asking about. When the dragon flew up to the mountains, the knight began to tell that long ago, demons lived. Their lands were surrounded by ice pillars, where no one could pass. The brown-haired man listened with a tired face to his words about how many frightening things are attributed to them, such as, for example, that they eat people. The main character thought that he had found the mountain range itself when he was looking through the books of this world, and it was not even mentioned in the novel Knight of Iron and Blood. The dragon suddenly soared upward. Javier frowned, saying that it seemed to be there. Lloyd replied that he could see it too. There was a huge blue whirlwind ahead. The guy smiled when his friend said that it seemed like it wasn't that easy to get in, and then asked what he meant by the way. The brown-haired guy asked what it could be. He smiled madly, saying that it was, of course, an invasion. The blonde smirked, thinking that he was really a bad person. The protagonist laughed evilly, thinking that if you don't know the enemy, the only way out is to face them, and although there is no right answer, however, no matter what they are the ones who will defeat the demons and face the angels. The dragon shot out of its mouth. A hole appeared in the blue whirlwind. He flew right into it. The beast moved in space. Lloyd frowned, saying that he thought it would be gloomy here because this is the land of demons after all. Looking at the blue sky and golden ears of corn, he said that it was quite beautiful here. Javier knitted his eyebrows, talking about the demons ahead. Below stood two frightened children. The girl, crying loudly, screamed. The guy grimaced terribly and began to ask her not to cry and asked if he really looked like a villain. The girl with the child in her arms ran away from the dragon. The brown-haired man, with a burning red eye, began to ask her to wait, saying that he just wanted to ask. The children continued to cry loudly. The protagonist grinned angrily, asking why they were running away from them. Xavier looked at his strange face. Squinting, he wondered if the young master really didn't understand anything. Suddenly, he noticed something from the side. A demon was rushing towards them with a weapon in his hands. The knight reached for his sword. He parried the attack. Frowning, the lord asked what was going on. The blonde man told him that it was probably an adult demon. Looking at the man standing on the beds, he noted that this blow was at the level of a sword master. The dragon headed towards him. The brown-haired man jumped to the ground and asked the demon to wait, saying that he came here to fight. A moment later, more demons appeared behind them. Xavier instantly parried their blows. A certain man picked up a rake. Opening his lips, he said that they served the demon king and would protect this land. When the other men appeared behind him, he exclaimed that they were the 8 lords of the sky. The protagonist grimaced in confusion. Frowning, he noted that this was too many and asked why there weren't usually 4 of them. He exclaimed that 2 of them were not visible at all. The demon also frowned and said that the more reliable the protection. Lloyd said that this was indeed true, but it was still somehow strange. He asked why they were all using farming tools. The men, frowning, suggested that they stop talking long and told them to get off their lands right now. The guy began to darken, saying that he couldn't think that a creature with horns, openly declaring that he was a demon, would be so rude. Xavier, watching him, mentally thought that the master wanted to say a lot, but he needed to be patient. The brown-haired man put his hand in front of him and said that he didn't come here to fight them, and then noted that he needed to talk and asked for a meeting with their leader. A certain demon hugged 2 children and indignantly asked how someone who came just to talk could make their children shake with fear like that. The main character noted that he hadn't done anything like that. With his eyes wide open, he asked the children to tell him what he had done to them. The girl began to cry even louder. The demons rushed at Lloyd, saying that they would kill him right now. A moment later, the guy began to release dark energy from his mouth. With his mouth wide open, he gave a signal to Xavier. The knight struck the demons with lightning speed. A second later, they were all deciding everything on the ground. The brown-haired man grinned maliciously and said that it was time to talk calmly. The girl ran up to one of the demons and began to ask him to come to his senses. The main character, pursing his lips, listened to her plea. She cried bitterly, asking each of them to get up. Lloyd lowered his gloomy gaze. Throwing her head back, the girl began to roar. The guy covered his mouth with tears in his eyes, saying that the demons looked so good and did not seem like bad guys at all. Xavier noted that he was the bad guy from the very beginning. The girl, looking at them, asked why they were doing this to them, noting that every time they met them, people hated them and beat them, which is why they hide and do not come out of here. The brown-haired man, looking at her, listened to the question, why did they hate them as soon as they appeared here? He touched his chin, thinking that he seemed to be beginning to understand. Imagining a blue swirl on the ridge, the main character mentally noted that the demons were afraid of people and lived here, hiding. Looking at the cabbages in the garden, he thought that they were all dressed in peasant clothes, and apparently provided themselves with food through agriculture. Lloyd wondered if the rumors that they ate people were a lie. He turned his gaze, hearing a voice. The white-haired girl looked at the child's hands and said that they ate people. She, narrowing her eyes, introduced herself as the demon queen Artsnisvi, the head of the descendants of demons. The guy frowned, wondering if she could read minds. Xavier asked him to relax a little. Seeing the red aura behind the queen, he noted that she was a servant of incomprehensible abilities. The girl looked up at her and exclaimed that these people are bad, and they must be punished for beating the 8 lords of heaven. The brown-haired man smiled nervously and began to mumble. The white-haired girl laughed and said that she would not do it. The protagonist perked up. The girl sat down next to the children and told them that they had deliberately made the 8 lords of the sky sleep so that they would not get seriously injured, and that they had not actually come to fight. She smiled, saying that it seemed that they just wanted to cross their lands, and then suggested that they talk in the royal castle. Lloyd's eyes widened. They flew to the dark palace on the dragon. Looking at the Artsnis in front of him, the guy wondered if they really eat people. He thought that if Xavier were not so strong, it would not be difficult for them to conquer the world, and then asked why they were hiding then. The girl looked back and noted that he was interested in many things, and then asked him to look to the left. Seeing the image of a demon on the rock, the guy said that it looked scary and asked what it was. The white-haired girl began to tell them that this was an event that happened 1,000 years ago, and in front of them was a sculpture of Kratos, the Demon King. Looking ahead, she explained that they, the demons, hunted humans, and when food was scarce, they ate their own kind. The queen, looking around her castle, said that the demons lived in a barren land and suffered from hunger, and then they invaded the territory of the humans and tried to use them as food, but King Kratos stopped them, and they began farming. Once inside, she explained that the piglets had been living like that ever since, and the area inside the cold barrier was larger than it actually was, but food production was still difficult. Sitting at the table in front of the guests, the demon said that the trade route they needed so much ran through their territory. She closed her eyes, saying that it was possible if the barrier was removed, but then their home would disappear and she could not allow them to pave the way now. The guy touched his chin, saying that this was strange. He asked if she had said earlier that their production volumes were limited. Brown-haired said that if they annexed more outer territories, they would be able to grow more and the population would increase. He asked if this was a bad scenario. Artsney smiled and asked not to ask leading questions yet. She noted that, as she had said before, their ancestors did eat people and were scary demons, and their appearance was also different. Introducing the frightened men, the girl said that people who met them were afraid and responded to them with violence, and even if they were kind to them, it always ended in a fight. She lowered her head and said that by order of credos, they never attacked people, but they could not do anything about the fear that people felt towards them. Remembering the unconscious men on the field, White-haired said that this was the karma of their past, to accept the sin of betraying people, and until the power of the earth ran out and nothing more would grow. She said that remaining trapped inside an impregnable barter was their fate. The queen began to cry and asked to let the hero from another world go outside. The brown-haired man answered that he was indeed from another world, but he was not a hero, just a greedy man who wanted to open a trade route. He looked at the queen and asked if she could think like that. The protagonist asked if she would remove the barter and give them the land if they, the demons, had a way to stay safe outside. The demon answered positively. Lloyd touched his chin, thinking about the fight that could start when the demons came into contact with humans. He smirked. Artsney looked up when she was asked if she had read his mind yet. The guy with a sly grin said that everything was decided and asked to prepare for the move. The blue sky covered the dark palace. The girl smiled, saying that it was worth trying and finding out if it really worked. The brown-haired man looked at her with puzzled eyes. Looking at her, he began to speak, making a mistake in his name, after which he was immediately corrected. He apologized, to which the white-haired one said that everything was fine because the numbers were not exact. Looking at her, the protagonist asked what the limits of her ability to read minds were. The queen, sitting nearby, said that it was not reading minds, but the ability to see the near future, after which she said that she could see the future of the object she was observing. Introducing the silhouette of a man, she said that with this ability, Credos looked at the sky and read its movement, making a farming plan. Lloyd pursed his lips, thinking that this was the same as a weather forecast, and noted that the skills of the demon lord determine agriculture, and it turns out that you can make forecasts for people in the same way. He frowned. Looking at the demon, the guy asked how far into the future she could see. Artsney apologized and said that it was not as effective as he might have thought. She pointed to her eyes, saying that the longer she looked without blinking, the further into the future she could see. The girl noted that in the case of humans, too, if you look for 5 minutes, the limit of foresight is 24 hours. This is the maximum time that can be known. The brown-haired man suddenly raised and asked what about the years about accidents and whether she can see if a person, for example, dies as a result of some incident. The white-haired girl smiled. Closing her eyes, she said that if he was asking her because of the phenomenon of fate restoration, then she thinks that some small or fragmentary incident can be prevented. Seeing the yellow light, the protagonist thought that this was simply brilliant. He mentally noted that he could at least protect his loved ones from the phenomenon of restoration, and there was a chance to find a fundamental solution. The queen, without opening her eyes, said that, however, this is just a story about how the hero helped liberate their kind. Smiling widely, she said that she would go be authoritarian and just lead everyone outside. The demon noted that if something like this happens, the demons themselves will not be able to cope with their anxiety, so they will choose a representative, and he will prove to him that there is a world beyond the barrier in which demons can live peacefully. The protagonist smiled smugly. There was a blue sky above the golden field. The frightened girl pressed herself against Artsney's. Lloyd sat down next to her and asked if she was very scared, noting that he was in a big hurry then. Smiling scary, he asked if she wanted to look for a good place to move. The child began to cry, screaming that she did not want to. Xavier came up to them and asked the master why he continued to scare this child, adding that he was really bad. The angry guy asked what he did. The knight sat down next to the girl and asked if she would go with them to look at the world outside. The deflated child nodded weakly. The offended brown-haired man frowned. After a while, they all left the territory of the demons. Stroking the sleeping girl's hair, the white-haired one told her that her name was Leela, and even among children, she was the most afraid of people. She looked at the main character and asked if he knew that sometimes demons appeared in the human world. He replied that he thought it was all rumors, because there was no evidence. Looking at the child, the queen said that this was not a lie, because demons can freely pass through the barrier, so sometimes they come out. The brown-haired girl was hiding behind a tree. She looked into the window where the family was visible. While having dinner, they were laughing merrily. Watching them, the girl mentally noted that adults told her not to meet people because they were scary, but she did not understand why, because they looked kind. Two children were playing outside. A stone flew onto the head of one of them. Leela fell to the ground and laughed loudly. After a while, winter came. The family was sitting at an empty table. The brown-haired girl saw her father clutching his head. She ran into the forest. After a while, people looked at her with bewilderment. She had a basket of vegetables in her hands. The girl smiled affably. Suddenly, the woman screamed loudly, saying, "100 years of demons." Layla's face immediately darkened. The frightened mother dragged the children into the house. The man with the axe was behind the brunette. She turned around. A second later, she jumped back from the blow. The child rushed into the forest thicket. After a while, people gathered on the mountain, shouting that they cannot let her escape, because if they let her go now, she will come back again. The man with the torch burned his teeth, asking what she was going to do to his family. The girl, cornered, trembled with fear, while people said that they really should kill her. She bared her teeth. Then Leela took on a demonic form. People opened their eyes in horror. The crying brunette remembered Credo's words that in no situation should you attack people. She jumped on the wall. With quick jumps, the child began to climb up the cliff. Then she again rushed through the forest to the cries of people. The girl cried bitterly. While the dragon flew across the sky, the main character said that he did not miss a single detail. He cried, saying that he had heard the detailed template several times already. The dragon sped up, and Lloyd said that he had tucked the story in and needed to finish it faster. When high-rise buildings began to appear ahead, he said that these were the lands of Frontera. After a while, the four of them walked along the road. Leela, clinging to the queen, thought that it was very scary. The guy waved his hand, asking someone how he was doing. The girl closed her eyes. Harach smiled and said that he and Melika had been doing well lately, so he had gained weight and now needed to dry out. The child's eyes widened in shock. The three orcs went on about their business. The brunette looked at the queen and asked why there were demons in the human village. She said that they were not demons, but orcs, to which Leela chimed in that it made no difference. On the other side, dead men appeared with signs that they were glad to see their master back and loved him very much. The protagonist asked if there had been any problems with the Dragon King. The girl looked at the dead men. Suddenly, a dragon flew over them, talking about the toilet. The brunette looked at Lloyd. Pressing herself against the queen, she asked if that meant that he was also a demon lord, and his face. The guy darkened and asked what was wrong with his face. The commander of the White Knights was happy about the arrival of his master. He came closer to them and asked what the two were carrying, to which the men said that they were preparing for the wedding, and that was apparently why he had returned. While the little girl was hiding behind her fellow man, thinking that he was a man, and the hero shouted that he remembered it. The fair-haired man looked down and thought. The girl with one horn began to hide from him. The green-eyed man frowned and looked ahead. There was a horned woman with a relaxed look. The commander looked at them and asked about the horn and thought that they were demons. The long-eared woman looked at him and said that it was true. The girl began to hide even more actively. The man with the tail was still gloomy. Without moving, he said that he understood everything. And then he turned around and, leaving with his comrade, said that the wart was very similar to a flower, and the dark-haired man said that he did not believe in it. Everyone in the city greeted the young master because the wedding ceremony would soon begin. An old man passed by the red-haired girl and asked her where she was from, and when she said that she was from the Frontera desert, he realized with a smile that she was a demon and said that he was so surprised that he almost fell. A street boy pointed at her and said that he was seeing her for the first time and that they were about the same age. They ran up to her and asked if she knew what football was and told her that Lloyd had taught them. The red-haired girl approached the hero and asked him if they could play with her, but he only told her to ask herself. The guys worried her when they asked if she would play with them, and demanded a quick answer because they did not like to waste time. But the horned one covered her face with her hand and said that the girl covered her face with her hand and said that even her skin color was strange. Then the blue-eyed girl looked at her with a little surprise, and then she made a face like the protagonist and told her not to show off because in their area this is more common than a sty on the eye. The red-eyed one was surprised, but she continued and asked her to stop talking nonsense and asked if she was with them. The little demon asked her mother for permission, and she agreed with a soft smile. She began to slowly unclasp her hands, and a little later she completely let go of her hand. The children ran to play in a crowd with happy faces, and then the aristocrat lowered his head and said that demons are demons, and he is not entirely sure about the idea, to which the mother meaningfully remained silent. But then, while her daughter raised her leg in demonic form to kick, she said that this is not so because she is completely sure. The red-haired one kicked the ball, which flew at great speed towards the tower. And when her tower flew away, the beautiful horned one said that the village created by the hero was free from the prejudices and malice that had haunted them for a long time. The little girl was very scared when she realized what she had done. But then the redhead and the guy calmed her down by showing a thumbs up with a smile and said that she was the ace of their team. The red-eyed girl smiled and immediately thought that it was cool here. But then her mother sat on her knees in front of the hero. She bowed and asked him to lead their clan. And then she surprised the protagonist by calling him the new Demon King. A purple beam flew into the sky from her, and this magic pierced Lloyd. A notification came about a special achievement. To accept the title of Demon King from Artanis V, the hero looked at himself with incomprehension. And the next notification was about the awakening of his Demon King power and not the skills given by the system. The protagonist spread his arms, releasing a shockwave after receiving the power. The notification came out again and simply wrote about the power of the Demon King. Horns grew on the designer's face and wings on his back, and the message said that the Demon King at first sight was received. The hero lowered his head with concern and asked what it was for, and the system said that at first glance it was clear that he was the Demon King, and that seemed to be all. And while the gentleman was silent, Xavier looked at him calmly, and then calmly looked at him and said not to worry, because this was no different from what was usual. The townspeople looked at him and seeing that their beloved savior was now the Demon King, wondered if there were any differences. And when the protagonist asked with frustration how he was seen before, the swordsman asked with surprise if he knew about it before. Lloyd anxiously turned to the person who crowned him and said that he was not worthy of being the Demon King, and even if they attacked 10 of them, they still would not be able to defeat her, and she said that power comes from dignity and not from strength. Then the system said that demons obey the orders of the Demon King, even if the order is difficult to carry out. Then the designer got inspired again and suggested trying. At that moment, Kuga and his girlfriend got married. Even the demons watched his wedding. Xavier turned to his master and said that the horns seemed to grow and disappear, to which he said that it was good luck. The newlyweds were happier than ever, and then the hero remembered that it was definitely at the beginning of the novel, The Night of Iron and Blood, that Count Cremo asked the swordsman about what happened to the servants who worked for the fallen house of Frontera. Lloyd sat with a calm and dissatisfied face. He thought about Emily, a cute child, and then remembered that his guard had difficulty opening his mouth. The newlyweds greeted everyone around. The protagonist remembered that they were all destined to be slaves, and remembered that in the novel it was written that they were all sold as slaves. The aristocrat made his servants stand up by saying that they needed to sort everything out quickly. The guys sat on Yang and flew at great speed. The demons decided to migrate. Having heard the story of Laru and Artanis, they were ready to go immediately. And in the basement of the castle of the Demon King, there was an artifact called Tibohong creating a barrier. The meaning of the name is unknown to anyone. And then the mother demon stuck her finger in his mouth. A huge whirlwind of frosty wind burst out. The whirlwind calmed down, and the general rule of staging is this is clearly the work of dragons. He is even ready to argue. Artanis handed the artifact to the hero and with a smile said that he can create cold air at any time and in any place. The protagonist smiled slyly again and thought that he knew where to use it. A blizzard was wandering on the mountain peaks. The demons and Lloyd came out into our world, and he ordered the demons to listen. Everyone listened to him with a smile, and he said that from now on they were moving to the lands of Frontera. A devilish smile appeared on his face, and he said that they would build the road within a year. Everyone also stood with a gentle smile. And then Artanis thought without moving that he did not use his weather forecasting skills. The hero again looked like a creature of hell and thought about what they say, that demons have adapted to hunger and are active even after a meager meal, and what's more, even the weakest of them has the fighting power of an orc. Lloyd had a wild smile on his face again, and he thought that he could not let such a workforce go to waste. The demon standing next to Artanis asked her with horror about what she said about him being a good person, to which she anxiously said that he was still the king of demons. At that moment, on the icy peaks, the construction of the trade route began with a force of 3,000 demons. Looking at the mountains in the distance, he thought that if he was going to build here for about a year, he needed to decide on something first. He imagined a village on the slope and thought about building a village where thousands of workers could live, sleep, and eat for a year, and since time would stop, food supplies would also need to be delivered inside. The hero came out to the people, now with 2 of his subordinates. He moved his hand to his shoulder with a gloomy look, and then, slightly bowing his head, he ordered a change. The protagonist put his hand to his face. One of his eyes turned red, and then he completely turned into a demon and shouted that he was the king of demons. The guy stood with his hand thrown to the side. The designer looked away with a smile and thought about how he could use this, and he was simply delighted. But then he was forced to turn around, addressed from the side. Xavier looked at him with wild embarrassment and asked him not to do it again, because he was ashamed. But then Lloyd told him that if he didn't like it, then he shouldn't look at it so calmly, to which he said that it wasn't a concern. But he interrupted him and said that if he didn't like his manner of speech, which he hadn't used before. The hero looked at him menacingly and said that he couldn't understand, because the nuance that comes from the word demon or Demon King makes anything cool and authoritative. And then the swordsman, noticing how embarrassed Artanis was, asked to look at her too, to which the girl herself said that she agreed with the sword master. The protagonist stood calmly and thought that there was one thing. He again took a pompous pose and thought that he couldn't cancel the production and ordered the demons to listen to him. But they stood calmly. The designer looked at them with a terrible face and asked why they did not answer, and then asked if they saw these horns and wings, and he called himself the Demon King. But the hellish creatures were waiting for it all to end. The reincarnated looked at the lady and asked if they really always listened so badly, but not noticing the reaction, he asked to at least pretend that she was listening to him, otherwise he would not rule. Artanis lowered her head and said that, frankly speaking, it was difficult to say that they were good listeners, although in the distant past, the strongest demon was able to become the Demon King. She imagined him behind her and said that strength comes from dignity, and this is the most important principle of their people, established after the great credos. The woman looked at all the subjects and said that as long as she recognized him, they would follow the orders of the Demon King, but the unpleasant atmosphere would remain. Lloyd slowly began to remove his wings and horns and thought that he would never achieve active work like that, and he needed to show that his orders were reasonable, although this would take time. Then the hero turned to the horned one and asked if they would start, but she said that unfortunately, by order of the former king, duels between demons were prohibited. But the beautiful blonde opened her eyes and said that it was possible if the duel was approved by the king. The protagonist frowned, and she continued and said that you need an excellent sixth sense, judgment in a split second, and speed similar to light, and vision that allows you to see everything. She imagined hordes of hellish creatures and said that he could win a duel only if he had an advantage in all areas and the name of the duel. The woman with a terrifying look said rock, paper, scissors and added -1. The hero looked at her with a frown. He frowned even more and thought that this was very Korean, and the author of the Knight of Iron and Blood was strange, and then suggested that it was the king himself who was like this. The designer smiled and said that he agreed, and if so, he would be able to convince everyone. The protagonist stood on the slope and turned to them again and said that he had no desire to work with those who did not like him, and he was confident in his ability to convince them that participating in the construction was a good thing. But it would take a lot of time, so first there would be. The reincarnated one looked at them with a murderous look and said about the duel, and then said that if he won, then they would all go to work happily. Lloyd put his hands in his pockets and said that the strongest should come forward. Short steps were heard. A demon with purple hair and a wild smile came out from there, who said that he silently prayed for the power of the Demon King, who was about to fall. There was a self-confident smile on the hero's face again. All the demons began to pound the ground with their spears and shout the name of the game. Their representative walked under loud shouts. Laru pressed herself against some demonic woman and tearfully asked to stop them, because the Demon King is really a good person, to which she said that this is a sacred duel and she cannot interfere. The opponents warmed up their hands with scary faces and called the name of the game. Javier, looking at Artanis, asked what kind of duel is coming up, to which she said that there are several basic concepts that they need to know first of all. She presented 3 hands and said that a stone with all 5 fingers closed is a hammer that shakes the earth, and scissors with 2 fingers open like a guillotine. Cutting the sky, and paper with all 5 fingers open is just wrapping paper. But then the swordsman asked why the latter is treated so insignificantly, to which she said that such is the teaching of credos. The woman began to tell the rules of the children's game and said that the hammer breaks the guillotine cuts the paper, and the paper neutralizes the blow of the hammer. The demon in her head held 2 hands with different signs and said that on the command rock, paper, scissors, both warriors choose 2 of the 3 weapons, 1 for each hand. The second hellish monster also rushed to attack. She continued to imagine their battle and said that after that, on -1, the hand is removed, and the remaining one is put forward. Artanis imagined 2 different signs and said that depending on the weapons remaining at the end, the winner is determined. Javier looked at them in horror and thought that at first glance, the duel looked like fun for neighboring children, but this method definitely allows you to determine who has the advantage in strength. The opponents stood face to face and looked into each other's eyes, then the swordsman thought that those 2 were sword masters. He looked at it with horror and thought that these were subtle muscle movements and that you could predict the enemy's movement just by changing his breathing, and then wondered if Kim had a secret to winning this time. Artanis came up to judge and suggested that the 2 warriors get ready. The hero pulled his hand back and got ready after the word rock and scissors. The purple-haired one did the same and looked menacingly after the word paper. Javier looked at them with alarm and did not understand what kind of distribution of muscle strength this was now. He saw Lloyd's hands with 2 fingers and did not understand how one could show scissors with both hands, because that way you could either take a draw or lose. The blonde watched them with great alarm and thought that he did not understand the rules. But then the protagonist made a scary face again and called out to his opponent. He was scared and put out both hands, closing his eyes and cursing, and then asked what happened to his face. The little children watched them with tears. The demons also lost their power of speech. The purple-haired one stood with great anxiety and straightened arms, and the hero stood with 2 fingers sticking out. He had a devilish face again and asked about what he showed. They stood in front of each other in clouds of smoke. Then the leader of the demons fell to his knees. Javier watched this calmly again. He was extremely unhappy with how dirty this victory was. Artanis put her hand to her chest with tears and said that the legendary one who wins without receiving a single blow was Lloyd, and the swordsman did not understand what was legendary about this. The loser began to stretch out his hands and called out to the demons. And then, when they all fell to their knees, he ordered everyone to fall before the king. The protagonist spread his wings and horns, and then, with a terrible face, he said that by order of the new true demon king, from now on the foot of the ridge will be cut by steps. The knight looked at him with contempt and thought about what he asked him not to do. The dragon flew at great speed across the sky. The hero sat on it with his subordinates and thought about what the queen said. He remembered his visit to her and her words that everything he did was striving for the original state. The new demon king looked ahead and thought that the phenomenon of restoring fate was developing faster than the last final spoiler, and since his actions had changed, there would be changes in the future. The guy imagined Alicia with a sword in her hands and thought that he was also worried about the queen's eclipse, but there were no visible signs yet. Imagining his family, he thought about unexpected failures: Julian, his mother and father, his entire family, and the entire estate. Time freeze cannot be used until the construction resource supply system is completed, and something might happen in the meantime. The hero pursed his lips and thought that it was impossible to save everyone from suffering, but the protagonist smiled and thought that it was possible now. And then the designer turned with a soft smile. Looking at Artanis, he thought that he now had a surveillance camera that could see the future, and it could give a weather forecast. Yang flew up to the palace and began to land. Everyone moved to the estate and the hero introduced his new girlfriend, saying that they had already seen her at the wedding, and introduced her as the former demon queen. Then Arcus said with a smile that he thought the horns were just for beauty, but she turned out to be the demon queen, and Marbella said that she was asking for forgiveness, because it seemed to her that demons were certainly scary, to which she said that she was grateful, because she was even embarrassed that they were people, not surprised and not scared. The protagonist said that, as he had already said, the phenomenon of restoring fate was approaching, and he was looking for a way to solve the issue, but if something happened earlier, everything would be useless. Then he turned his attention to his new girlfriend and said that she would check fate every day. To speed up the work, Julian and his wife were also called to the estate, and the queen would quickly report on the remaining events. The protagonist left the house and sternly shouted that it was time to start work. Many workers looked at him with a smile, and he said that the first thing to do was to hire the best engineers to lead the construction project. Then the protagonist turned to Greg and Corgidus and said that they would help solve the problems associated with the equipment. Then Lloyd imagined the orcs and said that there was a lot of work to do, so they would involve the top orcs. And then Kuga pointed to himself and said that he also wanted to, but the Lord pointed at him and asked this married man where he was going and told him to stay at home and solve problems. The purple-haired demon swung his shovel and screamed very loudly. The hero saw a view of suddenly rising trees in the air, and he thought that he had 8 people of the sword master level, and this was ideal for plowing the land. The demons, under the guidance of engineers, were actively building their homes, and the protagonist thought that thanks to the abundance of monsters of all stripes, houses could be built in an instant. One of the demons looked at his king and said that the entire construction would take less than a month, and that this was probably the power of the great demons, and Javier was very embarrassed and wondered why he was like this. The demon king was flying on his phantom through the air. He was actively scanning the area and thinking that the route design was complete and tomorrow he would freeze time and begin construction. Artanis, sitting in the house, suggested that the count and countess look at their fate today, and she would now look at them for 5 minutes without blinking. The horned one sat with a slight smile. The hero's parents looked at her with slight anxiety and silence. She still sat calmly and meaningfully said nothing, but suddenly she began to shake. She blushed and smiled. The count was very worried. She clenched her teeth and began to cry. Arcus was on guard, and suddenly the demon blushed and screamed in surprise, covering herself with her hands. The married couple suddenly became excited. The white-haired one turned away and said, embarrassed, that their marital harmony was beautiful. They immediately covered their faces with their hands in embarrassment. They immediately ran out of the room, and the horned one invited Julian and his wife to come in. But she looked at them and became embarrassed again. And then the white-haired one covered her face with her hands and said that their marital harmony too. Those two immediately covered their faces with their hands. Lloyd stood on the slope with wings and extended his hand, thanking everyone for their work, and the temporary village in which they would live for a year was built. Looking at the many species, he said that they were all different. It was complete chaos. Greg sat with the red-eyed demon on his shoulders, and their lord continued his speech and said that they all worked together and worked for one goal, to become better. And then he quietly lowered his head and said that he did not mention the elves, since nature would have to be destroyed, but such a possibility also exists, and laughed. The demon king threw his hand out in front of his subjects and said that it was time for them to really start preparing. The reincarnated man began to leave and told his swordsman that he was going to go halfway to check the route one last time and stop time, and he and the bell should do the reinforcement, after which the swordsman asked him if he was going to go alone, to which he replied that he was, because it was not dangerous. And then the gentleman pointed his finger at himself and said that he was not only a sword master, but also a wonderful singer, and then asked if a living monster would compete with him. After he was already on the mountain, Yang flew to him. The dragon stuck out its tongue and there was a letter, for which he thanked it, and told it to join the construction. The hero opened the letter with a smile and read that the Demon King's family was also safe for 24 hours today, to which he said that he was calm. The guy looked closely at the letter and read that they were now teaching the villagers demon farming methods. Everyone was friendly and treated us without prejudice. Everyone played soccer together, and then the letter said that she also heard about the affairs of the 8 lords of heaven from the dragon, and the children who wanted to know the vast world so much are very happy, and everyone is happy thanks to the Demon King. The protagonist calmly looked at this letter and read the last words that she hoped that he was happy too. A notification came out about the discovery of the lineage, and the descendants of the remaining demons who achieved their goal, as well as the accrual of RP. Lloyd smiled standing in the snow and wondered if he was really happy. He raised his finger up and ordered time to stop. A notification came out about the use of freezing, which costs 3000 RP. A huge sphere flew apart, covering the entire space. His heart was immediately covered in ice. The hero immediately clenched his teeth in pain. The mountain range was covered in snow. The protagonist lay holding his head in the snow. He was all frozen and thought that he needed to hurry because everything was much faster than he thought. Winter looked at him pitifully and asked for forgiveness, but he said that he also did not know that everything would end like this. Besides, thanks to him, he can stop time and fight the restoration of fate. The designer smiled and thought that he was really lucky and now everything is fine. He began to try to get up and thought that he was only a little cold and wondered where the blizzard came from because he froze time and it was getting stronger. But then the guy fell again from the pain in his heart and thought that he needed to call Javier if he could release at least a little mana. But then someone caught him and he thought that it was his swordsman. The Demon King's eyes slowly closed and he thought that there was no one here except him. The guy closed his eyes and thought to rest a little. At that moment, Alicia was carrying him somewhere in the snow. She squinted from the cold, but continued to carry it. Snow covered the village. Belle coughed and tensed. She was shaking from the cold and raised her tail. But then the snake relaxed and Javier said meaningfully. He looked at her and asked her to stop because making reinforcement in such weather seemed unrealistic. Then the handsome man turned around. The swordsman looked at the blizzard and thought that immediately after creating a dome that stopped time, his master's mana became unstable, and it must be all because of his frozen heart. He became more serious and thought that he wanted to immediately run and make sure that he was okay, but someone from the side attracted their attention and asked what kind of dome it was. Alicia approached him and asked if she would be able to get out. The sword master bowed and said that the dome stopped time, and she assumed that Lloyd did it, to which he said that it was so. The queen was a little worried and asked what would happen if she decided to go out, but the blonde interrupted her and said that she was trapped. The red-haired girl asked what kind of shameless answer that was, and then asked how long it would be, to which he said until the construction was finished, which would last about a year. Javier closed his eyes and asked not to worry, because time didn't go by outside at all, and this could be thought of as a short vacation. The girl rubbed her forehead and said with a smile that it was just funny and that he had now decided to become the Demon King. There were many demonic creatures behind her. She looked at them. The swordsman, still sitting on his knee, said that if she asked how it happened. But the queen interrupted him and said that this was enough and she would ask personally, and then asked where he was now. Looking at the mountain, the knight said that he had climbed the mountain to check the construction route, to which she said that it looked like the blizzard was getting stronger. The red-haired girl looked at him and said that she would go up and meet him. The sword master looked up and thought that another powerful mana was near the unstable one and that Her Majesty had found Kim. The blonde smiled, realizing this. Somewhere in the mountain cave, a phrase was heard that he should not be disturbed. The reincarnated one opened his eyes and exhaled steam. He was lying under a huge royal cape. The designer looked at the exit and thought that the cave was very conveniently nearby. He looked at his clothes and wondered if they had one like that, and the fur cape was too luxurious. Lloyd turned to the side, going to turn to Javier, but the queen was there without clothes. She was shrinking from the cold, covering herself. Seeing this, the builder was dumbfounded. The snowstorm was getting stronger. The hero tried to cover Alicia very carefully, and then he started running as fast as he could, leaving his clothes behind, thinking that if he ended up in debt to the queen, she would throw him more work, and he needed to quickly call one of his subordinates. But then the protagonist grabbed his heart from the sharp frost and exhaled. He hunched over and thought that this was disgusting, and even if he moved quickly, it was still cold. But then the guy got scared because he heard behind him how the queen told him that it seemed that he was not in the best condition. She sat down and waved her hand, inviting him to come closer. He immediately rested his head on the floor and began flattering speeches, but she said that she did not want to hear this and ordered him to come closer. The hero began to crawl slowly, but he crawled faster when she ordered him to do it quickly. Alicia put her foot on the ground and removed her cape a little. She looked at him and told him to lie down, patting his leg. The protagonist looked at her calmly, and then he turned over and lay down with his feet towards her. Then the red-haired girl asked if he was making fun of her, to which Lloyd said that she told him to lie down. The girl languidly pointed to her legs and told him to lie down here with his head. The hero first looked at her with incomprehension and said nothing, and then his eyes diverged in different directions from the strain. Then the queen grabbed his head with aggression, and then she hit his head with all her might against her thighs. Then the beautiful lady put her hand to his chest. She began to pour her mana into him. The reincarnated calmed down and thought about how Her Majesty's mana was entering him, and to transfer mana like that, you need to have extraordinary cordiality. Alicia calmly closed her eyes and said that she realized this during a sparring match with Javier. And although they use the same mana, the protagonist's mana is much stronger, and the secret is to absorb and use external mana. Lloyd lay silently and thought about how she learned everything herself, and of course, because the queen is no joke. And then he imagined his heart and thought about how even if he absorbed the mana of his knight, there would be rejection, and the other mana was too weak and did not help much. The hand of the most beautiful girl glowed, and she asked him how he felt, to which he said that it was better. She looked at him with a slight smile and said that this was happiness. Lloyd looked at her with great embarrassment, and then he quickly rolled away in the other direction. But she caught him by the face again. Alicia put him on her lap and told him to lie still. She lowered her head and asked if he hadn't told her that sometimes you just need to relax. The hero thought with great embarrassment that it was inconvenient for her. And then he began to ask with anxiety how she got here. The red-haired girl turned away and said what she wanted to see. The protagonist laughed embarrassedly and said that he always carried out his missions and there were no problems with the construction. And the snowstorm was a little strong, that's true. The queen's languid gaze fell on the designer, and she asked if he really didn't understand or was just pretending. Lloyd's turn signals turned on again and a lot of questions. The girl stroked his head with her free hand and said that he was definitely smart and quick-witted and had outstanding abilities, but even if a woman directly proposed to him, he would still not understand anything. The hero fell into an even greater decline of intellect and thought about when he had been offered such a thing. But then he remembered the queen pointing her finger at him and telling him to marry her and become the minister of state. The reincarnated one was incredibly confused and thought that this couldn't be happening. His eyes immediately darted around and he thought that it wasn't to manipulate him into becoming the minister, and then he tried to convince himself that there was no other option. But then the cave suddenly started to collapse. The queen looked up and thought that it might be an earthquake. Lloyd got up from the floor and thought that now that she had done so much, he could feel everything clearly, and even with the increasing snowstorm and the earthquake that had just happened, he could definitely feel the movement of mana. Feeling what was happening outside, the protagonist thought that there was no doubt that someone was intentionally hindering him. The reincarnated one stood up and covered himself in an aura, asking how dare he harm him. The queen looked at him with a smile and thought that he quickly realized that this was someone else's work, and of course it was, because he was the one she recognized. Lloyd made a devilish face again and said that he would repay the lost construction time 10 times over. Then Alicia turned away from him and thought that his face could have been a little better. The wind swirled on the mountain ranges. A cloud of ice was gathering in the sky. The whirlwind swirled and called itself Fantaraza. There appeared a king with a diadem of stones. He called himself the Spirit King of the mountain range. He looked down and thought that the being whose life had been intertwined with the range since time immemorial, in order to protect this place, humans created an unbearably harsh environment. Seeing many demons below, the king thought that this was a thing of the past when a group of demons came to this land and no one paid attention to it. The whirlwind near Tyrannus became much stronger and the spirit thought that the dragon, their guardian god, created a subspace of the ice barrier where they lived out their days peacefully. The old man frowned and thought that there was one but, seeing the hero and his assistant, he thought that they were completely different and he thought that he was bringing demons out of the subspace and bringing friends with him. The protagonist again made a scary face and told the knight that it was too steep here and they needed to cut. Then the swordsman released an explosion in front of him. An explosion formed in the mountain. They both stood with incredibly satisfied faces. The king immediately became angry and thought about what kind of crazy scoundrels they were. Seeing how Lloyd's subordinates were destroying trees, he thought about how they were cutting out the foothills of the mountains and mercilessly cutting down all kinds of trees. Seeing this hellish gathering, the guardian thought that they were bastards and were so cruelly mocking his home. Then Fantaraza watched the meeting of Javier and Alicia. He frowned and saw what these evil creatures were doing and decided to drive them away. The creature spread its arms and used the magic of a cruel blizzard. Greg moved his hand aside and anxiously ordered to finish and hurry because it was impossible to let the snow accumulate endlessly. Then the old man spread his arms and shouted at them that it was useless, and as long as he had a body, the terrible cold could not be defeated. But the hero's subordinates built snowmen and played in the snow. Then the king became very worried and wondered what they were happy about. The orcs showed off their muscles and shouted about how great it was to train in cold weather. The sergeant approached the purple-haired man and asked if demons could stand the cold, to which he said that weak demons always died before. But when he asked if that wasn't sad, the demon said that that was the whole point of the story. Seeing these monsters, the keeper thought that orcs, demons, and even the weakest people have enormous mana. The king watched them from the whirlwind and thought that it would not be easy to drive them out right away. Then the old man frowned and thought that he would bring everything down on their leader. He immediately headed for the cave and wondered if he was hiding there. Blue spread his hands and used magic to say that it was useless. The cave shook, but suddenly Lloyd came out with a dissatisfied face and Alicia. The spirit looked at him and thought that the leader of evil had arrived, and the blades of the wind would tear him apart. Huge ice whirlwinds surrounded them. The queen looked ahead and said that causing a large-scale storm was definitely not the work of a magician. And then the hero added that it was not a dragon either, because if he was going to attack, he would not have done such a stupid thing. The red-haired girl became menacing and said that the weakly hidden energy of mana and control of natural phenomena such as storms and earthquakes. The protagonist smiled, and then made a devilish face and suggested that it was a spirit. The king looked at him and thought that everything was exactly so, but it was impossible to fight him. The old man spread his arms and thought that any physical strength and even the power of mana were no more than an itch for the spirit of the king. And then the protagonist put his hand to his heart and used his untranslatable beautiful vocals. The storm immediately died down and Fantorosa ran away. Alicia covered her ears and was in despair. The sky became perfectly clear and the king began to fall. The red-haired girl looked at him in horror and meaningfully remained silent. The unfinished Simon fell to the floor and covered his head with his hands. Lloyd approached him with a terrible face and asked him if he was the one who interfered with his construction. The king was angry and started crawling, asking what kind of magic it was, because he was mana itself and nothing else could harm him. The reincarnated one looked at him like he was worthless and said that it was not a physical attack or anything like that. He fell because he felt bad mentally, and he immediately thought that he was a nasty guy. The hero slowly approached him with a shovel and asked why he was interfering with his construction and what the problem was, and the spirit immediately asked him about what he was asking because he really didn't know. The guardian grinned and said that people always destroy nature and harm the local mountains. But Lloyd didn't listen to him and hit him on the head with a shovel. But the king immediately ran away and left. He said with a devilish face that it was quite powerful mana, but nothing more, and it felt like he was hit with a cotton bat. But the hero took another deep breath and prepared to attack. The king immediately began to cry and asked him not to do it. But Alicia slapped him on the back of the head and ordered him to stop. She got angry and asked him to think about the people around him, and if she ever heard his magical scream of curse from the depths of hell again, she would not be able to bear it. Lloyd turned around holding his head, and then he made a pitiful crying face. And the queen immediately realized what she had done and apologized, and then said that it seemed like it was so, but also not. At this time, the spirit was going to use a powerful spell and said that time was up. Mana was gathering from all the mountain peaks. The king was collecting it into himself. He opened his mouth and cast a spell. The protagonist and his companion looked up with alarm and he said that the mountains were him, and he was the mountains, and he did not want to kill, but the spirit became simply enormous. He frowned and said that there was no other way out. The hero looked at him frowning and said that there would be trouble. Fantorosa did not understand what he meant at first and stopped, and he made a monkey face and said that those who threatened him got into even bigger troubles. The king felt something dangerous approaching, and a ringing sound was heard behind him. Javier was there, swinging something. He hit the enemy with all his might, causing damage. The spirit began to scream furiously in pain. The protagonist looked at him with his devilish eyes and ordered nature to kneel before people. Alicia looked at him with incomprehension. Her eyes were empty and she thought that she was clearly crazy, because how could such a man? Javier continued to beat the poor guy. The guardian's face was crumpled and he thought that it was painful, but mana cannot harm him. Seeing the wings on the swordsman's back, he realized that he was a supreme swordsman. The blonde raised his blade for another attack, and then he bonked him on the head. The poor king was being beaten and he was crying. Fantorosa covered himself with his hands and asked the swordsman to hit him somewhere else. When the knight had given him a lot of bumps, he began to insult him and apologize at the same time. Then Javier stopped and listened. The spirit became very small and said that all the mana had already been knocked out of him, and he had already become very small. He no longer needed to be beaten. Then the swordsman took out the blade. He pulled the blade back with his finger, and then the blonde released the blade above his head. Then the genius pulled the blade back again. The knight hit him with the blade again. The hero grabbed him by the shoulder and said that everything should be in moderation and asked what he was doing to someone who was not going to fight anyway. Afterwards, he looked at him menacingly and said that violence would not solve anything. Alicia looked at him with anxiety and thought that one strong blow would solve everything. The reincarnated one began to drive him away and told him to stand there, and then asked the Lord of the Spirit if he was okay. Javier ran up to hit the kid again, but Lloyd stopped him and asked why he was so persistent. The Queen looked at them seriously and decided to look inside because it was obvious that they were in cahoots. Fronterasa shrank in the arms of the savior and thanked him for it, and the red-haired girl thought that he was just keeping himself in check. The hero turned around with a terrible smile, and the Queen thought that he was a villain no matter how you look at it. And when the blonde also smiled, she thought about how long he had become like that and how he had fallen under the influence. Alicia looked at them and thought that they were the spitting image of bandits. The protagonist sat on his knees and offered to talk and asked why he was interfering with the construction. The kid said with tears that he was worried about the mountains and he could not just watch as nature was being destroyed. The reincarnated one smiled and said that he understood him and asked if it would be okay if they took better care of nature during construction. Alicia was very surprised. Fronterasa crawled closer and said that then there was no problem, but when people touch nature, it was always worrisome, to which he said that there was such a thing. He smiled softly and said that people were powerful creatures, and while other animals adapt and change to the environment, people change to make changes to the environment, and since they have the power to destroy nature. The hero smiled softly and said that they are responsible for protecting and maintaining it. And while the protagonist was squatting on his ears, the Queen was simply shocked. She began to look at him softer and thought about the fact that although he had already subjugated the spirit, she then wondered if it would work even harder for him. Lloyd looked down, raising his eyebrows, and asked if he could make the mountain climate a little warmer because it would help them a lot. The king said with a smile that he could, on the condition that the changes would not affect the ecosystem. The Queen watched their dialogue and thought softly, smiling, who knows. The sun began to sink below the horizon, and she thought that because she knew nothing at all, it was becoming even more interesting. The first step to breaking through the mountains was to break through and widen the narrow canyon. The demons were carrying stones, and it was necessary to make the path to the railway more direct and durable. The second step was to develop a system of railway tracks, and the project was led by Sergeant Greg and Corgidus, who turned out to be real geniuses in mechanical engineering. The third step was to build trains, and this was not a problem because they build trains even in hell. Immediately I remembered the words of Artanis, who said with a smile that they demons can do any work while they are full, and they believe that earning food is the most sacred occupation. Two demons were shaking the lever on the trolley, and it turns out that demons depend on energy, and best of all, a little food and great strength. The fourth step was to create a beautiful landscape using the advantages of nature and move the plants to the foot of the mountain so that they grow more abundantly. Demons are great at this, so you can trust them with this matter. And then the hero grabbed his heart in pain. Alicia began to worry about her lover and asked if everything was okay with him, because it seemed that the construction was taking longer than expected, and then suggested finding a compromise and hurrying up. To which the protagonist said that this was not so. He grabbed the shovel with a tired look and said that it was imperative to preserve nature. The Queen looked at him with a little surprise and asked if it was necessary to do this at the risk of life, because you can die. To which he said with a smile that he thought he would regret it if he did not do it, so if the seemingly gloomy trade route through the mountain range becomes so beautiful. His face became devilish again, and he said that it would be easy to turn into a tourist destination, and then the profit from just one hotel would be incredible. Alicia returned to her previous state of empty eyes, but then she surprised him by saying that the construction was being carried out with her money, and he decided to make money on it for himself. He immediately fell to his knees and asked her to become a monopolist by occupying the center of trade between the continent, and she owns everything up to tourism, the kingdom to accumulate enormous wealth, and if she would allow him one small building. But she only laughed, putting him in a stupor. The powerful woman looked down at him and said that he could be as greedy as he wanted, because his greed always brought benefits. Lloyd immediately rejoiced and thought about creating a small pension fund, and he spends a lot of money on managing the territory. This will be his pocket money. But then the message intervened and said that a big dream and a small one, to which he said that his dream shines like a star, even if it is small, and she said that the star is surprisingly big. The trains were running the tracks. When the car was approaching, everyone shouted that the train had arrived. The hero pointed his finger at them and said to turn on the reverse lever. The rails clicked. The train slowly went back. The demons rode, enjoying the cool wind. The spirit watched this with pleasure. The protagonist and his beloved, like Javier, were standing on the roof. A notification came out that he had released the imprisoned demons and opened a trade route that would remain in the history of the continent. A new title of drilling expert came and whoosh at any time. After reading this, Lloyd looked skeptically and thought about how he could use them because he was a sword master. CP came for the title per month, and he thought that it was already a lot and he could prepare for the spoiler. The number of saved destinies did not change at all. Looking at the dome, he thought that he had just returned and something that could resist the restoration of fate now. The sphere flew apart again with a stupid sound. Cold and frost sharply flew into the protagonist's heart. At first, he sat calmly, but then the reincarnated one suddenly began to fall. He was caught by the red-haired girl. She told him with a soft smile to calm down because she would protect him. Yang flew up to them. Alicia again lifted her beloved on her back and said that it was time to save state affairs. The sun was slowly rising above the palace. Lloyd opened his eyes with a heavy exhale. The queen's hand was holding his chest and he said nothing meaningfully. She looked at him with narrowed eyes and asked if he was awake. The hero immediately began to get up and said that it was very rude, but she asked him to stop because a sick person should lie in bed. She lowered her head and said that she would like to tell him to lie down longer, but she needed to hurry up and put on formal clothes. Sleepy Lloyd looked at her, and she continued and said that they would hold a ceremony to transfer the Eye of Summer. The next moment they were already standing on the balcony and the queen, taking her hand away, said that right here and now they would learn about the achievements of the count, because he successfully paved the way through the Frontera Mountains, and from now on nothing prevents the expansion of their kingdom across the continent. Alicia was inspired and said that now their kingdom has become the center of trade of the whole world, and without a fight they have received the power of a great nation. The red-haired looked at her beloved with a little anxiety. Lloyd was barely conscious and she thanked him for his achievements and gave him the Eye of Summer. She bit her lip and worried, thinking that if she lingered even for a moment, the condition would quickly worsen, but it was impossible not to carry out the procedure provided by law. The magic safe hung in the air. The hero's heart was covered with ice and emitting steam. The protagonist's eyes were empty. His organ was already at its limit. The message immediately demanded to do something. Winter tried to wake up the heart and beat against it, forcing it to move. Some official began a long and drawn-out speech while he was dying and was going to hold a historical ceremony of transfer. At that moment, the reincarnated was losing the rest of his consciousness. His heart completely stopped. He began to slowly fall. His body moved forward sharply. The system tried to quickly warn about something, but an error occurred. Alicia immediately took out her aura blade, and then she screamed loudly at the top of her lungs. Xavier rushed from the crowd, spreading his wings. The queen raised her blade to attack, throwing off her cloak. The official dragging out the ceremony got scared and turned to the red-haired girl. The safe was cut into 2 parts. The whole crowd was shocked by what was happening. The Eye of Summer emitted incredible heat. People began to run away from it in horror. The sphere flared up more and more. The swordsman immediately flew up to him, raising his blade, and then he covered it with his aura wings. The knight's face was burning from the heat. Alicia ran as fast as she could and thought that it was simply impossible to commit such a dangerous act for the sake of saving one person, but she believed. She grabbed Lloyd by the shoulder and started shaking him, thinking that everything could be solved and asking him to wake up as always. She put her hands on his heart and screamed for him to take all her mana. Suddenly, the protagonist woke up and opened his eyes. The message displayed a notification about fast charging. The hero moved his hand to the side using absorption. Xavier at that moment tried to hold the eye. A huge fire projectile flew past him. This flash flew out of the palace making a loop. The designer put his hand out to absorb this fire flash. A loud bang occurred near him. The alarm dissipated and particles flew in different directions. Aristocrats and spectators sat on the ground worried. The higher ranks also stood with their mouths open. The swordsman was lying on the ground unconscious. Lloyd was also lying on the ground, and next to him was a beautiful and sweet lady. A notification about absorbing the Eye of Summer appeared, and then Winter saw a bright light. The flash illuminated his empty space, and suddenly a female specimen appeared from the fire, who immediately showed sympathy. Blue also fell in love with her. They immediately held hands and began to dance. The artifacts created a huge whirlwind of 2 elements. The rotation was so strong that it turned into a sphere. The heart warmed up again and began to work normally. After that, a notification appeared that the heart of Winter and the Eye of Summer merged and settled in the heart. Finally, the hero opened his eyes. The sacrifice and faith in others that he had shown so far returned to him. The mutual trust that appeared thanks to him demonstrated a miraculous power. All his steps united to create the skill of authority. The skill of the baptism of the Demon King appeared, and it can only be given to 1 person per day. For those who receive the baptism, the effect lasts 24 hours. The protagonist, lying on the floor, asked about what effect this had, to which he received the answer that one of the unique skills of those who received the baptism is enhanced by true efficiency. He opened his eyes and thought that this, for example, can be given the baptism of the ability of the Supreme Master of the Sword. Looking at his unconscious knight, a notification appeared that Xavier was currently an entry-level Supreme Master, and if he received the baptism, he would awaken as a Supreme Master, who was said to be able to slay a god. The hero lay there with a little surprise at first, and then he smiled slyly. He raised his hands behind his head to stand up. At this moment, Alicia had just come to her senses. The protagonist stood up. He stood on the edge of the balcony, addressing the people of the kingdom, and said that this was a magnificent performance prepared by Her Majesty. Lloyd spread his arms even wider and shouted that everyone, even the whole world, knew that with the opening of the trade route, this kingdom would become the richest country in the world. The builder spoke with wild enthusiasm about how even if they were attacked by dragon-level forces, they would hold them back. And then he spread his arms with pleasure, listening to the applause. The red-haired girl looked at him with a soft smile and put away the blade. The hero turned around, and then he smiled with all his might.
After watching the prophecy of the ending, Lloyd wasted no time. He immediately mounted his ice dragon and headed straight for the Arctic. Javier, who was sitting beside him, looked puzzled and asked in a surprised tone where Lloyd was rushing off to so suddenly, wondering aloud if he had some business in the Mermaid Kingdom. But Lloyd, gazing into the distance, simply told him that he would understand when they arrived. Before that, however, he insisted on one thing. No matter what happened, Javier must not draw his sword under any circumstances. At that very moment, they had already reached a massive vortex swirling in the middle of the sea. This was the same gateway to hell they had encountered before. Without hesitation, they dived into it, their eyes filled with unwavering determination and a cold, sharp resolve. Upon entering, they immediately made their way toward the residence of the Lord of the Underworld. The moment they reached his office, a voice echoed out to them, as if it had been waiting. The voice welcomed them and remarked that it had expected them to arrive around this time. As their eyes met, the atmosphere grew inexplicably tense. Then the Lord of the Underworld spoke again, asking if he could pose a question first. He pointed out that Lloyd already knew he wanted him dead, and in that case, he was curious about what kind of courage had compelled Lloyd to come and face him directly. Hearing this, Javier's eyes widened in shock. He was startled by the mention of death and couldn't help but wonder what on earth was happening to Kim Suho. Lloyd responded calmly, stating that he wasn't someone particularly brave. He admitted that for someone like the Lord of the Underworld, killing him here would be effortless, and luring him into this place wasn't a difficult task either. Then he went on to explain with conviction that both the underworld and the human world were governed by strict laws. If he were to die in hell, then the Lord of the Underworld wouldn't be able to use his soul in the form he desired. Lloyd was certain that there existed a law like that, perhaps something about the soul completely vanishing upon death. Javier began sweating nervously as he listened. He remained highly focused, trying to comprehend the situation. The thought crossed his mind that the Lord of the Underworld might be intending to use Lloyd's soul and was trying to kill him for that purpose. The Lord of the Underworld then gave a soft chuckle and clapped, expressing that he was impressed by Lloyd's reasoning and his unwavering belief in it. With a cold glint in his eyes, he added that this was exactly why he wanted Lloyd to belong to him. Lloyd's expression darkened as he replied bluntly that he wasn't interested in men. He even noted that the Lord of the Underworld was old enough to be the ancestor of his ancestors. In response, the Underworld King laughed, saying that it was Lloyd's boldness that had made him so appealing. He then said it was time to answer Lloyd's original question. He acknowledged that he was human and that naturally one day he would die. But Lloyd asked why the Lord of the Underworld would go to the trouble of descending into the human realm just to kill him, when waiting for his natural death should be no issue at all. The king admitted that waiting for Lloyd to die would, of course, be easier. However, he explained that there was a problem with the laws of the world. He had hoped Lloyd would commit horrific acts and use them to construct Alteroa, but every trace Lloyd left behind was unexpectedly positive. Nearly everyone who had come into contact with him ended up finding better lives and happiness. Because of this, Lloyd was accumulating too much virtue, and inevitably, when someone gathered a sufficient amount of merit, their soul would go directly to heaven upon death. That, the Lord of the Underworld said, was something he could not allow. Lloyd frowned and asked if the king intended to kill him before he accumulated any more virtue. The king confirmed that he did. Lloyd then stated that he knew the Underworld King couldn't just enter the human world so easily and asked how he planned to do it. The king replied that this was the limit of his kindness. He apologized, saying that as Lloyd likely knew, he never considered himself a good person to begin with. Irritated, Lloyd told him there was no need to apologize, that he would find the answer himself. The Lord of the Underworld sighed, saying that both Lloyd and Javier were overflowing with the will to live. Then, in a darker tone, he declared that Lloyd had no choice but to keep fighting against the restoration of fate until the day he died. He He revealed that he had already set his sights on Lloyd's soul. The peaceful retirement Lloyd had always dreamed of was gone now, irretrievably so. His voice turned grave as he asked why Lloyd was still struggling so hard to live a life like that. Upon hearing those words, Lloyd's expression darkened for a moment, before he responded with strained determination that fighting until his last breath, or in other words, stealing like a capitalist dog, was the true meaning of his life. Hearing this, the King of Hell let out a soft chuckle and said he would assist him. The scene shifted back to the kingdom of Atanis. She was using the blood vision skill to observe the conditions of her people, from the centaur tribes to the merfolk, both races living peacefully. Her gaze then moved to other places. A construction tunnel, the bridges spanning across the river. And just then, her eyes lit up. Her vision locked onto the queen's palace. There she saw a stream of blood darting rapidly across the rooftop. When it reached a certain point, it suddenly sank and slipped through the ceiling. As soon as it descended, the intruder transformed into human form, an assassin. This was the queen's sleeping quarters. Just as the assassin let out a smug laugh, believing he had succeeded, his pupils shrank in shock. For the queen had already risen, sword in hand, poised to strike. Her voice rang out, cold and sharp, as she said that if she had stopped training, even for just a second, she would have died. She then swiftly struck, slicing the assassin clean in two. But it didn't end there. The assassin's body began to morph into blood and flesh, startling the queen. It was a clone. Moments later, the flesh exploded and turned into a poisonous fog. The queen immediately covered her mouth with a cloth, thinking that the poison was similar to the one from before, but much stronger. The toxin quickly took effect, pulling her mind into a nightmarish illusion, one of suffering and despair. The recovery of fate. Bewildered, she wondered why she was experiencing this again. She was certain she had already overcome this curse. Then within the illusion, a calm voice told her not to worry, that someone was coming for her. Right at that moment, Lloyd appeared through the window. He caught the queen and quickly examined her condition. They laid her on the bed and assessed the extent of the curse. It was evident she was in extreme pain, struggling to resist the magic's grip. Lloyd fell deep into thought. He had arrived in time, but how could he break this curse? The queen was a key figure in the future he envisioned, a future where he could retire and live in peace. For that future to exist, she had to create a strong and stable nation. Seeing the queen writhing in pain caused Lloyd's expression to harden. He turned to Atanis and asked if there was any way to track down the assassin. She apologized, explaining that since the man had merged into blood, it would be extremely difficult to trace him. However, she did know something about the magic he had used. It was black magic created by an ancient demon named Maleficarum. The curse affecting the queen was one of those spells, and its power lay in amplifying the weaknesses within people, driving them to fear and madness. Atanis added that she also knew how to break it. That revelation caused Lloyd's eyes to light up. She explained that the essence of the curse was still just mana, and now it had spread throughout the queen's entire body. To purify it, a source of pure mana was required. Lloyd asked whether using his or Javier's mana could cleanse it. Atanis replied that Javier's mana wouldn't work. The cursed mana had already seeped into the queen's heart. If someone tried to forcefully inject foreign mana, it would only terrify her and scatter the curse further. What was needed was someone whom the queen trusted, someone who could make her feel completely safe. Only then would they be able to approach and purify the cursed mana. For example, she said, it could be the queen's lover. Lloyd froze for a moment at those words. His expression twisted in disbelief as he silently cursed. Was he supposed to wait until she recovered, then set up a romantic date and make her fall in love with him? That wasn't going to be easy, especially since she was unconscious. Both Javier and Atanis were dumbfounded by the implication. Atanis raised her hand, as if to say, Demon King, but that's the queen we're talking about. Yet before she could finish, Javier interrupted and admitted that it wouldn't be easy, but it wasn't impossible either. The queen clearly trusted Lloyd, so they might as well give it a try. Atanis, now sweating nervously, stammered and tried to object. Wait, Javier, the queen clearly sees him as... But again, Javier cut her off, saying that, yes, the queen trusted Lloyd, and that's what mattered. It would work. Lloyd agreed to try. Behind them, Atanis whispered to Javier, saying that clearly he knew how the queen really felt about Lloyd. He wasn't that dense, Javier responded, clearly irritated, that when it came to that subject, he became the dumbest man alive. Then he urged everyone to move on. Lloyd turned to Atanis and ordered her to continue monitoring the recovery of fate effect. He instructed Javier and the others in the territory to be ready within 5 minutes, to intervene if needed. They had to catch the assassin. But first, the queen. He gently took her hand and carefully began transferring his mana to purify the curse, breaking apart the corrupted mana bit by bit. He reminded himself to stay calm and steady, handling it little by little. The first corrupted node, he targeted it. With a surge of pure mana, he shattered it. But the result made him frown. For every cursed unit he destroyed, 1 unit of his own mana was consumed. Damn it. Who knew how long this would take? Suddenly, the queen winced in pain in her unconscious state. Lloyd was alarmed, but moments later, she began to calm down again. He realized she was resisting the curse, even without outside help. He silently vowed to break the curse for her, no matter what. Then he unleashed a series of mana waves to aid her further. Within her mind, the queen was running, fleeing from vines that chased her relentlessly. Soon, they caught up and bound her tightly. Tears welled in her eyes as she cried out in fear, begging for help. Lloyd's voice echoed into her mind, steady and comforting. He told her not to be afraid, that he was there with her. Upon hearing his voice, the queen picked up her sword and fought back. She slashed away the vines coiling around her, but more and more came at her. They wrapped around her body, engulfing her. She continued resisting, sweeping them away again and again, but each wave was stronger than the last, and soon she could no longer fend them off. The vines wrapped around her consciousness like a cocoon, her struggles growing weaker, and just when it seemed like there was no way out, Lloyd's hand reached into the darkness. He spoke with an assertive tone, and the queen, seemingly understanding his intent, continued the countdown with 2. The moment she counted 3, both of them simultaneously broke free from the cocoon that had been restraining her. They exchanged cheerful glances, and then the queen's consciousness instinctively embraced Lloyd's mana. The scene then shifted back to reality. The queen had awakened, while Lloyd had apparently dozed off beside her from exhaustion, still holding her hand. Her eyes, now calm and understanding, quietly observed Lloyd's sleeping face. Elsewhere, Javier was carrying out noise orders when he sensed the change and thought to himself that the queen's mana had grown significantly more stable. He let out a faint smile and wondered inwardly if this was what people called a partner in the language of romance. The next morning, a few female attendants approached the queen's chamber door and politely requested permission to enter, addressing her formally. But no response came. After waiting for a while, one of the girls called out again, asking if the queen was inside. A guard, now alert, remarked that it was strange. He clearly remembered the queen had gone to bed early the night before. He and the others instinctively reached for their sword hilts, feeling something was off. If there was no answer after 2 calls, they would have to break down the door. After all, they hadn't heard a single suspicious noise throughout the night. If there truly had been an intruder, the enemy must have been incredibly skilled to suppress all sound. They began calling out to the queen again, twice, but there was still no response. One of the guards finally shouted that they had to break down the door for her safety. Without further delay, they forcefully burst into the room, and what they saw caused the 2 of them to freeze in shock. There, on the bed, the queen and Lloyd were asleep in each other's arms. One of the guards shouted angrily, calling Lloyd a scoundrel. Their raised voices roused Lloyd from sleep. Still groggy and not yet fully conscious, he was startled when a strong hand grabbed him by the collar. In moments, he found himself tied up and dragged before a panel of judges. Before he could even open his mouth to explain, they had already declared him guilty and hauled him up to the execution stage with the intent to burn him alive. Lloyd, who hadn't even had a chance to brush his teeth or wash his face, was wide-eyed in panic and screamed out in confusion, demanding to know what the hell was going on and begging them to at least let him say something. But the angry crowd, looking at his bewildered expression, only hurled more curses at him. They said his repulsive face was evidence enough. He tried to ask them to wait, begged them to call the queen, but was immediately silenced as they snapped that she was still sleeping and that he, a filthy pervert who had dared sneak into a noblewoman's bed in the dead of night, deserved to be thrown into the 19th layer of hell. Desperate, he pleaded that it was all a misunderstanding, but someone mocked the very idea, claiming that just by the look on his face, it was obvious he'd enjoyed himself. Another even accused him of stealing a puppy from their house the night before and insisted he must have been the culprit. That was when Lloyd suddenly noticed something. Javier had arrived. He had been hoping Javier would come to his rescue, but to his horror, the man was only standing there laughing at him. Lloyd cursed internally, realizing Javier had no intention of helping him. He looked up toward the sky and silently called out to Atanas, hoping she could see his plight and come to his aid. But up in the heavens, Atanas was clutching her stomach, doubled over in laughter, showing not a hint of concern for him. Now both frightened and furious, Lloyd shouted in frustration, asking why no one cared when he was in danger. The system's voice chimed in mockingly, reminding him that he was an existence imbued with the power of a high-level swordmaster, a demon lord, and the commander of the world's mightiest army. So who would bother to worry about him? Lloyd continued to protest, yelling that there should at least be a little sympathy. Just then, a voice called out in the distance, asking what was going on. As soon as he heard it, Lloyd immediately recognized it. It was the Queen's voice. She stormed forward and demanded to know where Duke Lloyd was. Hearing that, Lloyd frantically cried out that he was right there, his expression full of panic. But when she finally laid eyes on him, strung up on the execution frame, she couldn't help but be startled, and then burst out laughing. Her reaction crushed what little spirit Lloyd had left. Tears welled up in his eyes, not from fear, but from sheer humiliation. Eventually, he was freed from the frame and escorted back to the palace. The Queen's voice was the first to speak. She began by apologizing, saying that she should have explained everything to everyone much earlier. However, even if everyone's actions had been justifiable, the Queen stated that acting without her permission was still considered disrespectful. Upon hearing that, Lloyd grew disinterested and didn't bother replying, instead thinking to himself that she clearly seemed pleased about being strung up by that group. At that moment, the Queen's tone turned more serious as she explained that her health was currently not in good condition. As she raised her hand, veins bulging and darkened by the curse, the gathered officials couldn't help but stir with concern. They whispered among themselves, saying they had never seen the Queen in such a state before. Lloyd, too, looked on in surprise. The Queen went on to say that the previous night, as her condition had worsened, she had summoned Lord Lloyd to assist her. She mentioned that he knew some methods to dispel the curse and had exhausted himself helping her through the entire night. The process, she said, had required an enormous amount of mana, and both of them had fallen asleep without realizing it. Right after saying that, she used her mana to activate the curse on her arm again, causing visible fear among the officials. She added that if the treatment was not continued, the curse would only worsen over time. Lloyd silently thought to himself that being direct about the only solution was indeed the best approach, and he chuckled inwardly, thinking that this was just like the Queen. The Queen then formally addressed him, calling out, "Lloyd Frontera," and asked how long the treatment would take to complete. He replied that it would take about a month and assured her that he would ensure the curse would be completely eliminated within that period. When she asked what the method entailed, he answered that he would use his own mana, as he possessed the ability to eradicate the cursed mana from her body at its source. Just then, the cursed veins began spreading to the Queen's face, causing her visible pain. The officials panicked and cried out, asking if she was all right. The Queen called Lloyd to come closer, and when he approached, she extended her cursed arm to him, telling him to heal it. He took her hand gently and began transferring his mana into her. Her condition quickly improved. The veins gradually disappeared before everyone's eyes, leaving the ministers astonished. After the healing was done, the Queen explained to everyone present that as they had just seen, the treatment required Lloyd's unique mana. Therefore, she declared that for the next month, Lloyd Frontera would remain by her side at all times, 24 hours a day, to continue the purification process. Hearing that, Lloyd smiled and thought to himself that he hadn't even figured out how to convince the officials, but thanks to her, things had progressed smoothly. At that moment, an official stepped forward and respectfully said that while they deeply cared for the Queen's well-being, there were still the laws of the kingdom to consider. The Queen calmly responded that she would, of course, follow the kingdom's laws. Her words shocked those present, who could hardly believe what they were hearing. Meanwhile, Lloyd, who still hadn't fully understood what law they were referring to, was left confused. Then the Queen stood up and told everyone to disperse. Afterward, she turned toward Lloyd, extended her hand to him, and said it must have been hard on him. Lloyd replied that it was nothing, Your Majesty, though in his mind he was still wondering what law they had been referring to. Suddenly, the Queen gripped his hand tightly, startling him, and softly said, "Caught you." Her expression made Lloyd's face flush red, though he still had no idea what was really going on. Before long, the entire kingdom erupted with gossip. People whispered, asking if others had heard the rumor, that it was indeed Count Lloyd, and that he would be staying by the Queen's side every day for an entire month. That would mean he'd also be entering the royal chambers. Some speculated that according to royal law, anyone who shared the king or queen's chamber, regardless of the reason, must marry the monarch. No exceptions. The scene shifted to some time later. At that moment, the Queen was working as usual, but she held a pen in one hand and Lloyd's hand in the other. The potato boy sat beside her, fully focused on eliminating the curse. Evidently, a group of enemies had been hiding in the area, but now all of them had been surrounded by the queen alone. Immediately, a series of mana rays shot out, shattering countless cursed mana streams. When one of the enemies tried to escape, Lloyd, whose expression turned wild, gritted his teeth and internally warned that he wouldn't let the foe get away. His mana, like a hound, chased down the cursed energy and sank its fangs into it. His face contorted with effort, matching the intensity of the moment. Watching all this, the queen, who sat right beside him, felt a mix of exasperation and revulsion, clearly wanting to distance herself. At the same time, Lloyd's face gleamed with a predatory eagerness, as though he just found something delicious. His mana surged forward and his mouth opened wide, as if ready to chomp down on the cursed stream. But at that exact moment, someone entered the room with a document. Lloyd immediately changed his expression to one of seriousness, but that slight distraction gave the enemy a brief opportunity, though the threat was quickly neutralized again. Then, suddenly and without warning, the queen let go of his hand. Lloyd looked stunned and called out, asking why she had done so, saying that without holding hands, the healing process would. Before he could finish, the queen remained silent for a brief moment. Then she smiled faintly and looked at him teasingly, as though to suggest that he seemed to enjoy holding her hand quite a bit. That reaction made the potato boy freeze in place. He stammered in response, insisting it was purely for treatment purposes and nothing more. Hearing that, the queen's voice took on a more serious tone. She asked him if that meant he didn't enjoy holding her hand at all. Lloyd stumbled over his words again, unable to clearly say whether he did or didn't. The queen, amused, thought to herself that teasing this potato head was actually rather entertaining. At that moment, the system interface appeared, displaying that his intelligence seemed to drop only in situations like this. She found herself wondering what kind of strange condition that might be. In response, Lloyd could only make a few incoherent sounds, unable to form a proper sentence. Seeing his mind starting to overload, the queen finally spoke up with a voice of mock understanding. She said she got what he was trying to say, that if she let go of his hand again, the treatment would slow down. With that, she rolled up her sleeve and handed her arm to Lloyd, allowing him to take hold once more. Then, she picked up a strip of cloth and tied their hands together. In a calm tone, she instructed him to hold one end of the string and to pull it tight when she reached the count of 13. She began to count 1, 2, 3, 4, and as soon as the last number fell from her lips, they both pulled, fastening the knot. She then remarked that from this point on, they wouldn't be able to separate, no matter how hard they tried. Her actions made Lloyd blush deeply, leaving him momentarily speechless. His thoughts drifted back to the time when she had once proposed to him and to what had happened in the frozen cavern. But he quickly shook his head, trying to regain his focus and dismissing such ideas as foolish. He reminded himself that the queen must surely see him as nothing more than a loyal retainer, valuable only because of his competence. He believed she simply wanted someone capable by her side. Telling himself it was impossible to think otherwise, he vowed to finish the task at hand and escape from that place once and for all. The system appeared once again, but then it raised a hypothetical. What if she truly had feelings for him? Upon hearing that, Lloyd immediately made a mocking face, prompting the system to sigh in exasperation. It was clearly tired of his antics but could do nothing else. It merely advised him to stay focused, urging him to concentrate and carefully monitor every trace of dark mana. At that moment, a voice called out from outside, announcing that it was time for the queen's training. She sprang up so suddenly that Lloyd was startled. She declared her arrival, and not long after, the two of them were already in the midst of the people, right in the training ground, where arrows came flying from every direction. Naturally, Lloyd had now become little more than a tool in the queen's hands, thrown around like a rag, tossed this way and that without mercy. At one point, an arrow whizzed right between his legs, causing his blood pressure to drop dramatically. As soon as the training session ended, someone approached to inform the queen that it was time to attend a royal assembly. She simply replied that she would be there. Once the meeting concluded, another attendant arrived to announce that it was time to review official reports. She acknowledged it again. After completing those duties, someone else reported that it was time for training once more. And thus the cycle repeated. Lloyd, poor thing, was once again flung about like a wet mop in a storm of arrows. This endless loop of the queen's work showed no signs of stopping or even slowing. There was absolutely no rest. After a while, Lloyd resembled a shriveled potato, completely worn out. That evening, exhausted, he addressed the queen. She asked what he wanted. He told her that she needed to reduce her workload, that her recovery was being delayed. She acknowledged his concern and admitted she wished she could, but insisted that it wasn't possible. When he asked why, especially given how many capable subordinates she had, she explained that if she delegated everything, problems might arise in some unnoticed corner. Those issues could be delayed in detection and end up harming the country. Lloyd, tired but persistent, argued that even if things were delayed a little, her treatment was still more important. He begged her to rest at least a little, but the Queen countered that if she rested, the people would suffer. She said that if she could endure hardship, then others could rest easier. Lloyd tried again to persuade her, but she abruptly cut him off, saying that it was enough. She simply could not rest. She shouted that she would be releasing his hand for a moment, needing to change clothes. Lloyd let out a sigh, feeling dejected. He thought to himself that she truly was the obsessive type when it came to work, someone almost impossible to reason with once she set her mind to something. He also realized she wasn't someone who could be deceived by tricks or manipulation. He wondered what he should do. And then, a glint returned to Lloyd's eyes. It seemed like he had come up with a new scheme. That evening, he raised his voice again and addressed her. She responded that she had already told him she couldn't take a break, but he claimed that wasn't what the gods wanted. When she asked what he meant, he calmly stated that he believed he could do better. Better at what? She inquired. He answered, at fulfilling the role of a monarch. His words clearly startled her. After a moment of silence, she turned to him and asked what he had just said. Lloyd smiled and replied that if he were king, he believed he could handle everything more efficiently. The Queen asked if he truly meant to suggest he could be more effective than her. Did he really believe he could rule? Lloyd smiled again and confirmed that he did, adding that having observed her work today, he was confident he could do better. The Queen fell silent for a brief moment, seemingly deep in thought, but then her expression darkened as she snapped at him. She accused him of being all bark and no bite, and reminded him that even after following her around for just one day, he was already reduced to a lifeless husk, yet still had the audacity to spout nonsense. In response, Lloyd sarcastically retorted that if the driver was bad at steering, of course the passengers would get motion sickness. That comment only infuriated her further. She reminded him that he hadn't even seen 1/10 of her duties. But Lloyd, now full of snark, twisted his lips and arrogantly remarked that, from what he'd seen, there seemed to be many different tasks, but they all looked surprisingly easy. Before he could even finish that sentence, the Queen punched him straight in the mouth without hesitation, and she didn't stop there. She unleashed a flurry of blows like a furious goddess of war, while Lloyd could do nothing but cry out in pain, completely overwhelmed. Eventually, she grew tired and halted her onslaught. Lloyd, now battered and broken, weakly gasped that he, her lowly servant, had no means of resisting her overwhelming power. He retracted everything he had said. He admitted that, being weak and incompetent, there was no way he could ever perform better than the Queen. Lloyd hastily apologized, saying he was deeply sorry. At that moment, the Queen was about to strike him again, but hearing his apology only made her more furious. Through gritted teeth, she declared that if he insisted on speaking like that, then he should stay by her side for a week and try handling the duties of the royal family himself. In response, Lloyd quickly raised his hand and pleaded not for a week, but just for 3 minutes. From that moment on, he asked to be treated like a king for exactly 3 minutes, promising that during that time he would show her something incredible. Though clearly irritated, the Queen reluctantly agreed. She stood up and dragged Lloyd's battered body across the floor, set a timer, and told him that for the next 3 minutes he would be king. She challenged him to see how far his grand boasts would actually get him. But before she could finish, Lloyd interrupted her with a grave voice, pointing out her knees. A dark aura began to radiate from his body, and he widened his eyes menacingly at her. In a low, commanding tone, he demanded to know why she wasn't kneeling before the king of the kingdom and ordered her to bow her head immediately. The Queen immediately lunged forward, shouting angrily, questioning how he dared speak to her in such a manner. But Lloyd barked back just as fiercely, accusing her of trying to beat him into submission again. He told her to reflect on herself and questioned whether she was willing to admit that she was nothing more than a king who ruled with her fists. Though her face was still twisted in fury, Lloyd continued, saying that if she wanted proof of his words, she had better start showing proper respect. Despite his arrogant speech, Lloyd was actually terrified, sweating profusely as he silently prayed for his life and for divine protection. The Queen, seething with anger, found herself unable to argue back. Gritting her teeth, she slowly lowered her fist. Seeing this, Lloyd was stunned. He was still alive. Grateful and relieved, he internally thanked the heavens and the ancestors. thinking he was about to die for sure. Then, regaining his composure, he crossed one leg over the other and casually ordered the queen to kneel, taunting her for her earlier anger. When she snapped back at him, questioning how he dared speak like that to a king, he simply raised his voice again, demanding why she wasn't performing the proper royal salute. Even though she was trembling with rage, the queen tried to force herself to comply with the ceremonial bow, clearly intending to see what this self-proclaimed dog thief was planning next. Lloyd pressed on, instructing everyone to listen to the words of this great king. He proclaimed that Alicia Termina Magentano would immediately delegate all duties to her subordinates and focus solely on recovery, just as she had previously stated. Hearing this, the queen shouted that she had already said such a topic was out of the question, but Lloyd, grinning and waving his hand dismissively, cut her off with exaggerated sounds, mockingly lamenting that the words of the king had been interrupted. The sight of his smug expression startled her, and despite her rage, she finally gave in and allowed him to continue. Lloyd continued by saying that, as she had mentioned before, no matter whom the queen entrusted with a task, she would never be fully satisfied, because the best results always came when she handled things herself. That experience had made her unable to stop working, and Lloyd admitted he understood that deeply. He knew it all stemmed from her deep concern for the nation. He emphasized that she was incredibly important, perhaps not the greatest monarch in the kingdom's history, but certainly one who carried immense weight. However, he questioned what would happen if the curse continued to worsen. If she lost the ability to act, the kingdom would fall. He stressed that sacrificing one's body wasn't the only form of devotion. Even if there were immediate issues to deal with, he urged her to look further ahead, to care for herself and focus on the future. In doing so, she could actually do better. He pleaded with her to stop everything and focus on healing. Any problems that arose during her absence could always be addressed one by one later on. At that moment, the queen fell silent in contemplation. Eventually, she lowered her gaze and solemnly replied that she would follow His Majesty's command. Lloyd, meanwhile, was sweating nervously, inwardly grateful that she wasn't so much of a workaholic that she couldn't step away. He figured she would likely accept that his words mirrored the approach of previous monarchs. Then, with some awkwardness, he suggested that Magentano continue the discussion. He began by proposing to allocate a bit more of the royal budget to the Frontera district. However, the queen quickly interrupted him. When she started to speak again, the king interjected, asking in disbelief if she was interrupting him once more. She protested that she wasn't, but stated with icy calm that exactly 3 minutes had passed. At that, Lloyd Frontera's face turned pale. An oppressive silence descended over the room. The queen slowly stood up, and in the next moment, launched into a flurry of merciless, lightning-fast kicks, stomping Lloyd's head into the floor. She furiously exclaimed that this was for talking nonsense, and for daring to make her bow. Despite Lloyd repeatedly begging for forgiveness, calling himself her loyal subject, she continued stomping him relentlessly. Eventually, when she grew tired of kicking, she suddenly remembered something and demanded to know. Hadn't he claimed that he would prove himself more capable in the role of king? What exactly had he managed to prove? With his face still pressed to the ground, Lloyd murmured that there was no way a mere servant like him could take on the role of queen. He admitted that what he had said earlier was simply a lie. Upon hearing that, the queen once again flew into a rage and resumed her barrage of stomps, cursing as she went. But amidst her fury, a thought began to form in her mind. She realized what Lloyd had truly been trying to express. He must have come up with something to help broaden her narrow perspective. That night, as she reflected on it, she smiled gently and remarked that she liked him more and more. And as she said this, she continued pressing her foot down on the poor potato still lying on the ground. The scene shifted to a month later. At that time, both of them had unwrapped the bandages around their wrists and slowly released each other's hands. The queen stood in quiet reflection, sensing her body anew. Meanwhile, Lloyd knelt before her and congratulated her on a full recovery. The system issued a notification, congratulating Lloyd on receiving a new title. Husband of the Queen. Lloyd cursed inwardly, expressing his intense dislike for the title. He thought to himself that if he ever married someone so obsessed with work, he would inevitably become her #1 slave. The system further explained the effect of the title, stating that if he were ever in danger, Queen Magentano would instinctively sense it and immediately rush to his side. Lloyd privately admitted that the effect wasn't so bad after all. If only he could rename the title, everything would be fine. However, the system denied that possibility, flatly stating that such a change would not happen, as it rather liked the current title. After the queen completed her treatment, Lloyd returned to Frontera. He needed to clean up all the minor issues that had piled up over the past 2 months, which was his way of softening the blow of Fate's recovery. But before handling those tasks, he had to face a more immediate threat: the invasion of the King of Hell. He reminded himself that the King of Hell could not freely enter this world, which meant that, like the Hell Knight, he too would need to undergo some sort of ritual. Lloyd believed that if they could completely seal that ritual, they might be able to stop him. And to find out how to do that, he soon made his way to the Machine of Truth. He thought that all he had to do was ask the Gem of Truth. However, after a long moment without any response, he began to worry. He wondered what was going on and feared the worst. He immediately moved and soon made a shocking discovery. There was a visible crack. He was stunned. He had run countless simulations before, confirming that the gem would remain stable for thousands of years. And yet now, the Gem of Truth was being damaged. Everything he had worked for in this world, everything, was possibly falling apart. At that exact moment, a voice called out in urgency. The Demon King Atlantis, filled with concern, reported that all the facilities Lloyd had built around the world had been destroyed simultaneously. Every single one of them, everywhere. The news left Lloyd shaken. Without wasting a moment, he mounted his dragon and flew to the nearest location, the territory of the Centaurs. There, he immediately summoned Babylon, who responded swiftly by enlarging itself and using Earth to fill the emerging fissure. Meanwhile, from below, Atlantis reported again to the Demon King that a crack had formed at the Laha Bridge. Lloyd quickly instructed them to contact the Queen and request that she halt all travel activities. He added that once the area was sealed, he would head directly to that location. The scene shifted to the port city of Cremo, where a horde of monsters was already surging toward the shore. Alarm sirens echoed across the area, urging citizens to evacuate immediately. It didn't take long before the monsters climbed onto land and began wreaking havoc. Sensing the threat, the merfolk tribe appeared and quickly launched a counterattack using their spears. Javier reported that they had managed to repel the Giga Titan's assault, thanks to the assistance of the Mermaid Kingdom. Lloyd acknowledged the report and asked about the ice prison. Javier informed him that Lord Byron was currently overseeing the repairs. Lloyd then issued orders, instructing that Julian must never leave Princess Sarazat's side, and that the number of demon guards at the Count's residence be increased. Seeing the anxiety on Lloyd's face, Javier couldn't help but feel concerned as well. Back in the Frontera territory, someone was shouting at Team B, urging them to stop lagging behind. Once they finished the insulation layer, they were to move to road repair duty. There was a shortage of workers in the mining area, and a support team needed to be dispatched immediately. Meanwhile, pests had started appearing on the restored grasslands, adding to the growing list of problems. Amidst the rush and chaos among the citizens, several unfamiliar figures began to appear. One of them remarked that everyone seemed very busy. Another, dressed in red robes, responded that human lives were short, so it was only natural for them to live busily. She then gazed into the distance and commented that their sleepy-headed boy seemed to be over there. Very quickly, the three of them entered through the gate of the Count's mansion. Upon seeing this, a group of demonic guards immediately demanded that they stop, declaring that the area was restricted. However, in response, the girl in the red dress merely flicked her hand lightly. Instantly, the ground erupted, sending the entire group flying in chaotic disarray. The girl beside her, visibly worried, expressed her concern that those people might actually be good individuals, but the one in red simply waved it off, saying that such a detail didn't matter all that much. It was faster this way than wasting time trying to explain everything. At that very moment, another group quickly approached the trio. It was Javier and Atanis, and they immediately assumed combat-ready stances. Seeing this, the girl in red clicked her tongue in annoyance and muttered that these little pests were truly irritating. Fortunately, the girl beside her hastily urged her to calm down. And just then, a voice from behind caught everyone's attention. It was the Dragon King, who called out joyfully. The girl known as Kiddo also waved back at him in greeting. Without delay, they proceeded inside the mansion. The Dragon King, speaking in a gentle tone, mentioned that she had been contacting him every day since that day. The girl in red responded by stating that their mother had already forgiven her, and that they had come to take her back home. Upon hearing this, the Dragon King remarked in mock realization that it must have been the cruel dragon mother who had been blocking his calls. Someone nearby scolded him, telling him he shouldn't say such things, and warned that they had definitely heard every word. Another voice even threatened to burn him if he kept talking like that. Someone else added that their world tour had come to an end, and now it was finally time to return home. Upon hearing that, the Dragon King went silent for a brief moment, before stating that there was still someone she needed to meet first, The scene then shifted to where Lloyd was working with the villagers to repair a structure. The Dragon King's voice reached him, drawing his attention. The Dragon King remarked that Lloyd still seemed to be working hard. Lloyd replied hesitantly, saying that he was managing to hang on. The Dragon King asked whether the Stone of Truth hadn't told him how to stop the restoration of fate. Lloyd didn't respond, remaining silent. The Dragon King continued, suggesting that perhaps Lloyd didn't like the proposed method. He pointed out that Lloyd must have known things could get worse and questioned what would happen if those events continued to unfold, one after another, without end. He asked whether Lloyd truly intended to keep doing this for the rest of his life. Lloyd's short reply was that he could. Surprised? The Dragon King commented on how quick and unhesitant his answer was. Then, standing up, he sighed theatrically and asked if there was anything he could do to help. Since he had developed a good impression of Lloyd, smiling faintly, responded that he had never done anything good for the Dragon King, and therefore couldn't ask for anything in return. The Dragon King fell silent for a moment after hearing that. Then he remarked that, if there ever was something he could help with, he imagined Lloyd would probably find a way to blackmail him into doing it anyway. He then added that he would return to his own home now, admitting that the time spent here wasn't so bad after all, and wished for Lloyd to become someone better. With that, the Dragon King's figure vanished. Lloyd, lost in thought, pondered silently to himself. The powers of hellish and heavenly dragons, if pitted against one another, would create destruction far worse than any war among species. If he could end the invasion of the King of Hell by his own hands, he might be able to minimize the damage. He questioned how he could possibly defeat the King of Hell, or better yet, stop his manifestation entirely. To learn the answer, he knew he had to fix the Stone of Truth first. At that moment, Javier approached and reported that the Vikings had been right. At this pace, they wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. He added that they were unprepared for the King of Hell's invasion and that they needed to resolve at least one of the two major issues. He pleaded with Lloyd to tell him what the Stone of Truth had said, how they could stop fate from restoring itself. The question made Lloyd fall silent for a brief moment. Then, with a smile, he replied that he had already told Javier. It had said it didn't know, that it was completely useless. But before he could continue, Javier interrupted with a firm gaze and once again asked him to please share what he knew. Slightly surprised by Javier's persistence, Lloyd repeated that he had already said it. The stone claimed it didn't know. Javier questioned him, insisting that what he heard couldn't possibly be true. At that moment, Lloyd grew visibly irritated and told him he should stop. But Javier remained firm and demanded the answer. Lloyd repeated, more sternly this time, that he needed to stop. Javier, however, raised his voice, asking why Lloyd was intentionally hiding the truth. He told him not to try to face everything alone and reminded him that they were supposed to confront it together. He then asked, almost pleadingly, whether they weren't friends. Lloyd, cold and distant now, shouted back, asking who Javier thought was his friend, calling him a country bumpkin. His words startled everyone around them. Hearing those cruel remarks, Javier fell silent for a moment before quietly apologizing, admitting that perhaps he had overstepped his bounds. Without saying another word, Lloyd turned and walked away. Inwardly, he thought to himself that he was sorry. He wondered how he could ever tell Javier the truth, that one of them would have to die to save everyone else. Not long after, Lloyd stood before the pyramid-shaped crystal of truth, a vital cornerstone he had once designed. However, a large crack had formed on it. With a pensive hum, he acknowledged that the material was irreplaceable and couldn't be repaired through ordinary means. He placed his hand on the surface, prompting a digital interface to appear. He considered the idea of compressing it and switched to simulation mode. But as the test simulation began, where mana was compressed from both sides, the entire structure collapsed instantly. He cursed, realizing it had completely shattered. Determined not to give up, he told himself to try another idea. This time, he attempted to slowly inject mana and let the crystal heal itself. To his surprise, this method, though slow, proved effective. He expressed a sense of triumph. It would take time, but the damage could be repaired. Just then, a system alert appeared. It warned that due to slight structural alterations in the crystal of truth, some functions might experience errors. Frowning with resolve, Lloyd muttered to himself that there was still much to uncover. But regardless of the challenges, he had to fix it. As he continued to analyze, he noted that only he and Javier were capable of handling this task. Just then, his mind drifted back to the harsh words he had said earlier. Regret washed over him, and he slammed his head against the wall. He cursed his own stupidity for not just staying silent as he usually did. He accused himself of behaving like a foolish main character. After a few more head slams, he rolled over in pain, groaning that it still hurt just as much, even with the title of Swordmaster. Then he remembered Javier's words, telling him not to carry everything alone, urging that they face everything together. Lloyd began to reflect, wondering if he had been wrong all this time. He told himself that Javier was the true protagonist, the real hero, the one meant to solve the problem and save everyone. He thought that if he could just stop this damned resurrection phenomenon, then he could focus on accumulating merit before being taken by the King of Hell. And that would be enough to solve everything. A spark of determination returned to his eyes, and he felt that perhaps the outcome of their story could still be changed. Just then, a system prompt appeared, asking whether he wanted to see the ending in advance, and before he could respond, he was pulled into a vision of the future. There, he stood silently by a balcony, his expression heavy and contemplative, gazing over a dark and gloomy landscape. Frontera, at least, was still safe, and with that, he began to think that maybe telling the truth to Javier was the right thing after all. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Javier announced himself, saying he had something to say. Lloyd invited him in. Javier entered calmly and walked over to him. He hesitantly asked whether Lloyd was still angry. Surprised by the sudden question, Lloyd began speaking in a gentle tone. He admitted that, the day before, he had said some very hurtful things that he shouldn't have. Javier was startled, exclaiming that it had only been one day. So did that mean the end would come tomorrow? Lloyd continued, explaining that he assumed those words must have weighed on Javier's mind. He also added that he understood now what Javier had truly meant. Lloyd remained silent for a moment, adjusted his posture, and then began speaking with a more serious tone. He said that regarding Javier's question from the day before, he would now explain the method that the gem, truth, had proposed to stop the phenomenon of restoration. He decided to begin from the root of the matter. According to him, Javier was actually the true protagonist of this world. That statement caught Javier completely off guard. He seemed shocked and asked, almost incredulously, if Lloyd was really referring to him. Lloyd, observing him quietly, realized with some alarm that he might never have shared this information with Javier before. Then Lloyd from the future resumed his explanation. He claimed that he himself was also a protagonist, but from a different world. He asked rhetorically what it meant when two protagonists existed in the same timeline, then answered his own question. The world would collapse. For the restoration phenomenon to end, one of them had to die. Lloyd from the past tried to keep a calm expression. He continued watching Javier and thinking to himself with frustration that there was no way he would do something that foolish. He was certain that once Javier heard the truth, the boy would find a solution. But that assumption proved wrong. Javier, after hearing everything, began unsheathing his sword. That action stunned both Lloyd from the past and Lloyd from the future. Javier, however, remained calm, as he said that if the phenomenon of restoration couldn't be stopped, then the best thing to do was to accumulate as much virtue as possible. Before Lloyd could even fully register what was happening, Javier had already thrust the sword straight into his own chest. The act left Lloyd from the past in utter shock, his pupils contracting in disbelief. Lloyd from the future also responded in panic, rushing forward and shouting for him to stop. He screamed, asking Javier what the hell he was doing and calling him insane, demanding that he pull the sword out immediately. In those final moments, Javier summoned his power to envelop the sword, and with a gentle smile, he asked Lloyd to protect the world well. He called him Young Master. One last time, right in front of Lloyd, who was frozen in horror, a blue light began to wrap around Javier. It was the light of a swordmaster's aura, a divine radiance that chose what to leave behind, an empty space and a boundless pain. After Javier willingly sacrificed himself, the sword fell to the cold ground with a metallic clang. Lloyd from the future hadn't even managed to do anything. His eyes gradually lost their light as he dropped to his knees in the room still glowing red from magical aftershock. His entire body trembled. His soul felt like it was shattering. And then came only pain. Pain so deep it couldn't even be voiced. He could do nothing but cry out in despair, tears flowing in two burning streams down his cheeks. The scene shifted back to the present. At the same time, Javier slowly approached him again, calling out in a familiar voice, "Young Master!" He reappeared as if he had never left. Calm and composed, Lloyd thought silently that Javier had always been like that, and that was precisely the problem. That very trait of his made Lloyd bite his lip in frustration. After a brief pause, he finally spoke Javier's name aloud, but within himself, he vowed that no matter what happened, he would never let Javier die again. Lloyd's expression suddenly changed. He put on his signature crooked smile, raised his hand, and turned to face Javier with a teasing remark. He asked if Javier was still mad about him losing his temper yesterday. People tended to say nonsense when they were tired, didn't they? He reminded himself. He concluded that everything would have to be solved one step at a time. Upon seeing Lloyd's face, Javier could only respond with a tired look, not even bothering to argue. He muttered that Lloyd had been the loudest one screaming anyway. Lloyd immediately mimicked his tone in mockery, reminding Javier smugly that he was the boss around here and that Javier shouldn't forget that. Javier ignored the teasing and instead gave a report. More importantly, Lady Atonist had just detected an anomaly in Namaran. Signs of dark magic had recently appeared in the area. Lloyd furrowed his brows, speculating that it might be another attempt to summon a Hell Knight. He considered launching an attack to stop them in time. Even if they succeeded in summoning Heogai, he figured the situation wouldn't be too dangerous. But suddenly, something clicked in his mind. He heard the echoing laughter from the 19th layer of hell. It was Lloyd's voice, laughing like a mischievous dog thief. He. Wait a minute, Lloyd thought. This might actually be an unexpected opportunity. Javier, hearing this thought, asked what exactly Lloyd meant. Lloyd's face lit up in a dangerously enthusiastic way. He said it was time to begin. Their plan to kidnap Heoknai was now officially in motion. The scene cut to hell itself. There, a massive figure clad in black armor stood imposingly. He held a glowing red sword and introduced himself as George Eximus, the head of security for the Hell King's office. He recalled that, in the past, there had been a brutal duo from Hell who had left a lasting mark on his soul. He shouted at the intruders to stop, cursed at them, and demanded to know if they realized where they were. He declared that he had a personal grudge against their kind. He remembered back to when he was a rookie, shy, awkward, and full of mistakes. The scene flashed comically to that memory. George was fumbling around the kitchen, frustrated and muttering to himself about where the hell the coffee had gone. He worried that if he slacked off, the senior officers would scold him again. A teammate had called out to him at the time, saying that he was only slow because of his nerves. He just needed to stay calm and enjoy the process. That senior officer had been a beloved mentor, kind-hearted and always encouraging. George believed that without that support, he could never have become a true Hell Knight. Someone nearby asked if he had seen the newly arrived souls. They laughed, commenting on how ridiculous their expressions were. George laughed back, agreeing. Then suddenly, he sensed something. He was being summoned into the human world. He accepted it with a grin, acknowledged it respectfully, and said he would be careful. And with a final laugh, he said goodbye. For now, in a moment charged with emotion, his senior was split in half right before his eyes. The shock of the event overwhelmed him, and all he could do was cry out through tears of despair, calling out to his mentor in helplessness. Later, he heard rumors that his mentor had been devoured alive by the Hell Poet. Now, standing face to face with his enemy, George Eximus roared with fury. He declared that he was George Eximus, captain of the Boar Division, and challenged the intruder for causing chaos at his workplace. He proclaimed that those who knew how to enjoy life were the strongest, just like his mentor had once said. He insisted he had never forgotten his mentor's teachings and vowed to take revenge. With tremendous power, he charged forward, claiming he would avenge his mentor with all his heart. But before he could even reach his target, Javier appeared suddenly and struck him down with a devastating blow. Joker Eximus collapsed in defeat, admitting bitterly that he had lost miserably and was crying with all his heart. Still, he shouted that he wouldn't give up. He explained that he had trained with all his might in hell, savoring every moment of the pain in order to grow stronger. He hadn't been allowed to act last time, but this time, he declared, he had been summoned to the human world. At that very moment, Hell Knight, a dark warrior brimming with fury, stepped onto the battlefield. In his heart burned the intense hatred caused by the death of his close comrade. He swore he would take revenge for his senior no matter what happened. Yet he warned the Hell Poet to beware. He would no longer allow him to act freely. Meanwhile, on the other side, the two protagonists had managed to assess the situation just in time. Even without any summoning rituals, dark magic had already spread throughout the area. They realized it was the phenomenon of restoration at play, something that forced fate to regenerate, even if it defied natural law. They noted that summoning a Hell Knight required absorbing life force, which meant that even if all of Nemarian were evacuated, the spell would still seek out living beings to drain. Lloyd responded that Count Nemarian had mentioned a recent surge of unusually aggressive rats in the area, which could be a result of their life energy being siphoned away. At that point, Lloyd wore a sinister expression as he declared that he would turn this chaos to their advantage. A massive explosion suddenly erupted. From the smoke and blazing magical light, Hell Knight charged forward, It was time for revenge. However, he was caught off guard to find two individuals already waiting. They claimed it was just a coincidence. But Lloyd, wearing a scornful expression, retorted that if it was merely a coincidence, then he would take the opportunity to end Hell Knight's life right there. Hearing this, Hell Knight became enraged and rushed forward with a furious scream, shouting that he would avenge his fallen comrade. On the other side, however, Lloyd maintained his usual devious smirk and suggested they finish this quickly. Without warning, a powerful blow crashed down on Hell Knight's head. Then Javier began relentlessly striking him with his sword without a shred of mercy. Eximus could only clutch his head in pain, tears streaming down his face, lips trembling. He couldn't understand it. He had trained every day, endured the brutal effects of hellish training, and yet this was the outcome. In the moment of defeat, he muttered that now he understood. They enjoyed every aspect of life more than he ever had. Eventually, his body collapsed onto the shattered stone floor. Lloyd approached calmly and gently remarked that he was sorry. Since the man had barged in uninvited, his bodyguards had attacked on instinct. Then he turned to Javier and angrily scolded him for not controlling his emotions. In contrast, Javier simply growled with a dark expression. Lloyd snapped at him again, calling him a cruel, sadistic deviant. But the next moment, he switched to a gentle, motherly expression and assured everyone that leaving Hell Knight alone would be dangerous. He might end up killing their dear knight. However, he promised that as long as he was present, the vicious one wouldn't dare do anything. Still, the Hell Knight was far from calm. He shouted that Lloyd should shut his mouth, that he was the enemy of Senior Choexius, and swore he would kill him. Before he could finish his sentence, Javier had already charged at him, beating him down like a dog. Lloyd, once again pretending to be the good guy, tried to stop Javier, telling him to calm down and that it was enough. After Javier had vented enough violence, Lloyd resumed speaking with mock sincerity. He apologized and said he didn't know what else to offer. Then, with a glowing smile and a gentle demeanor, he presented a contract and softly asked the Hell Knight if he would be interested in a good job. Furious, the Hell Knight shouted that he was a warrior of hell and had no need for other employment. Lloyd, puzzled, asked whether hell didn't allow for side jobs. He then demanded to see the Hell Knight's employment contract. When the knight asked what a contract was, Lloyd was stunned. He couldn't believe they were working without contracts. It was simply absurd. This reaction sparked the knight's curiosity. Lloyd went on to ask how much the knight was paid for his work. The knight responded by asking what pay meant. Growing increasingly concerned, Lloyd inquired about working hours, asking if he worked 24 hours a day, without rest, without insurance, and what that even meant to him. By this point, Lloyd could no longer contain himself. He cried out in disbelief, wondering how there could be a place even more capitalistically exploitative than his own workplace. Tears streamed down his face as he clutched his head in despair. He sobbed that the king of hell must be a heartless tyrant, exploiting his subordinates down to their very bones. The Hell Knight fell silent, his gaze distant as memories of the past surfaced in his mind. He sometimes wondered if life was meant to be this way, where one worked themselves to the brink of exhaustion only to die without gaining anything in return. He questioned whether such a life was truly one of labor or merely one of being used. But back then, his senior had merely given him a light, playful slap and told him to forget he ever said such things. Returning to the present, the Hell Knight now stared intently at Lloyd. He told her that he had once fought another Hell Knight, someone who had likely been her comrade. He revealed that he had won that battle and absorbed the knight's soul. Yet he felt no regret. On the contrary, he respected the man, for he had fulfilled his duty as a Hell Knight. As for himself, he had fought to protect his own city, and he firmly believed that the fallen knight would have accepted the outcome of their battle. However, he continued, there was another way to look at it. He asked her to imagine a life where that knight had been exploited his entire existence, summoned as a slave by the Demon King, used until the end, and finally killed in a battle he might never have wished to fight. Though that knight was dead, the Hell Knight claimed, he still lived on, within his heart. Overcome with emotion, Lloyd clutched her chest, tears streaming down as she declared passionately that she and Georgios, who lived on in her heart, would bring an end to such exploitation. Upon hearing what could only be described as manipulative rhetoric from Lloyd, the Hell Knight said nothing. Tears began to pour from his eyes like rain, mixing with the storm of emotions rising within him. Finally, with a strained voice, he asked to see their employment contract. Just that, Lloyd, their sneaky recruiter, allowed herself a satisfied smile, knowing she had roped in another unwilling worker. Soon after, the three of them flew off on an ice dragon to some distant destination. While reviewing the contract, the Hell Knight was stunned. It promised a salary of 10 million gold per month, only 4 working days a week, and just 2 patrols per day. He questioned whether it could be real. They assured him it was. They told him to read the contract thoroughly. It was all accurate. The final clause simply stated that good communication with teammates was required. They emphasized that part. Hearing that, the Hell Knight mused to himself, good communication with teammates. He figured that if he failed in that regard, Lloyd Frontera would get moody and stop speaking to him. While not a particularly terrible consequence, he began to wonder if this was truly the right decision. The Demon King would soon descend upon the human world. If the king discovered his whereabouts, everything would be over. He pondered whether he should escape before that happened. Then, he said he had a question. When asked what it was, he hesitated a bit before asking when exactly the Demon King would descend upon the human realm. He turned his head slightly to the side and admitted that he didn't know. Lloyd laughed at the answer, but then narrowed his eyes, his capitalist instincts flaring. He told the knight he obviously knew the answer, and questioned why he wouldn't share it. He accused him of having signed the contract only because he knew when the descent would happen, so he could escape just in time before the Demon King arrived. The accusation struck a nerve. The Hell Knight flinched, visibly shaken, and asked Lloyd to just tell him when and how the Demon King would descend. He swore he truly didn't know. At the same time, he thought to himself that if he leaked any of that information, the Demon King would undoubtedly hunt him to the very edges of hell itself. Lloyd said nothing in response, but raised his nose and let out a weary sigh, as if the entire conversation had drained him. Meanwhile, Javier began to push himself up from the ground with his hands, and when Hector turned around, sweat was already pouring down his face. Because Javier's silhouette looked more like a demon closing in than a man, seeing that Javier was about to strike, the man quickly raised his hand, panicking. He urgently asked what Javier was trying to do, claiming he had done nothing wrong and begging the boss to stop this lunatic. He kept stammering, F, in fear. However, Lloyd remained completely indifferent, neither hearing nor reacting. It was only then that Hector Nye finally realized the true meaning behind the contract clause. That if it was violated, Lloyd Frontera would sulk and stop communicating altogether. In a rush, he confessed that during that particular eclipse, someone would have to be sacrificed. Upon hearing this, Lloyd immediately spun around like a dog snapping at a fly. With a grin, he asked excitedly if Hector had just mentioned a sacrifice and inquired about the victims, expressing exaggerated curiosity. The Help Knight, visibly terrified, turned to Javier and explained further. He said that if someone managed to harvest 10 large-scale instances of fear from the death of someone who sought revenge, the King of Hell would manifest in this world. Hearing this, Lo laughed with smug satisfaction, thinking to himself that he had now obtained the hints he needed. Then, the two saints exchanged mischievous smiles and playfully said that it was time to resume communication. The second Help Knight, meanwhile, seemed to realize with horror that he had unknowingly made a pact with a demon. Lo internally noted that the Help Knight had just provided very valuable information. That the fear being spread was under the King of Hell's command, and the source of it was likely the same person who had previously tried to eliminate the Queen. He thought about Alicia, and noted that he had asked Hector Knight further, but Hector admitted he didn't know exactly how the fears would be gathered. Loey then recalled the terrifying creatures he had seen in the spoiler ending, suspecting they might be fragments of an ancient god of darkness. Recently, the King of Hell had been absorbing many souls who were supposed to be reincarnated. If those souls were injected into bodies containing the essence of the ancient god of darkness, which had been buried in hell, they would transform into monsters known as fragments of the dark god. He understood that the power of hell could not match that of Frontera, which was why she was preparing to become far stronger. Lo then frowned and asked how many of them would be coming. Hector replied that he didn't know. The King of Hell never reported anything to him. Lo glanced over at Javier again, prompting Hector Knight to quickly blurt out that he knew their weaknesses. Afterward, Lo began planning. With all the information they now had, it was time to start preparing for the battle. At the same time, there was another critical task: the restoration of the Gem of Truth. He believed that if they could prevent the King of Hell's appearance from the very beginning, it would be much better. He reminded himself that rushing things could ruin everything. They needed to move slowly and carefully, making progress bit by bit each day. After some time spent repairing, Lloyd finally exhaled and declared that it was enough for today. Javier then stepped forward, admitting that something had been bothering him. When Lloyd asked what it was, whether it had to do with Job Eximus, Javier pointed out that in the end, Lloyd had simply beaten the guy up and forced him to reveal the information. So why had he bothered making a contract in the first place? Lloyd looked completely blank and acted as if he didn't know what Javier was talking about. He claimed it had just been a friendly conversation. Seeing this, Javier was too fed up to say anything further. As he watched Lloyd walk away, he silently wondered whether the contract had been an act of conscience, or just a clever way to avoid guilt. He couldn't understand Lloyd at all. Lloyd continued walking and casually mentioned that the important thing now was to collect holy water. Back at the Count's mansion, an awkward encounter was taking place. On one side stood Raphael, an angel from heaven. On the other was Jock Eximus, a knight of hell. The atmosphere was heavy with silence, neither speaking at first. After a while they began to communicate hesitantly. Raphael introduced himself politely as an angel. George Eximus apologized and returned the greeting, saying he was happy to meet him. Raphael then asked if George was the one who had replied to his message. 300 years ago. George admitted that it was indeed him, and apologized again for what had happened back then. He tried to explain why he had become a demon of hell, suggesting that he might have said something rude at the time, but hadn't meant it seriously. Raphael waved it off, saying it was all right. He reminded George that he too had once said George was a cursed demon, but only because their circumstances were different. He asked if they could try to understand each other. He acknowledged that it might be difficult for George, who had been born into a world of ignorance and forced to work like a demon with pitiful pay. George chuckled and told Raphael that he too had initially thought Raphael was overly strict at work. But it turned out Raphael had also been kicked out of heaven, which, to him, was quite amusing. The two pitiful individuals looked at each other with shared empathy. Two victims of the system had somehow found each other even in hell, back in the mortal realm. Lloyd arrived and commented on how quickly the two had become friends. Raphael responded lightheartedly, explaining that heaven and hell were merely fulfilling their duties, and they weren't truly enemies as people believed. He said he understood that, and that the real problem at hand wasn't some mission from hell, but rather the personal ambition of the king of hell, which now posed a major threat that had to be dealt with. Raphael questioned what the other man meant. After a brief exchange, he seemed to understand and concluded that the king of hell was likely orchestrating something truly horrific. He stated his intention to report the matter to headquarters immediately, as the situation clearly constituted a rebellious and invasive act. He assumed that Lord Wynn would likely issue a strict warning in response. Lloyd then asked how effective such a warning would actually be. Hearing that, Raphael simply turned away in silence, offering no reply. Lloyd let out a sigh, remarking that the warning clearly wouldn't have much effect. Raphael then said he would do his best regardless of what might happen, adding that he genuinely liked this world and thus wanted to help Lloyd as much as he could. Lloyd smiled at that and proposed an idea. He would ensure Raphael had the chance to help, and in return he asked for some angel tears, saying he needed them in order to defeat a dark entity called the Fragment. Raphael froze for a moment upon hearing that, then admitted that indeed, exposure to angel tears would weaken such entities. However, he apologized and said that angels did not cry easily. In fact, he himself had never seen an angel shed tears in all his thousands of years. Lloyd then curiously asked if he could make an angel cry. Surprised, Raphael asked how that would be possible. Without warning, Lloyd suddenly hurled a handful of chili powder directly into Raphael's face, catching him completely off guard. Tears began streaming down Raphael's face as he screamed in pain. Between cries, Raphael shouted that that was how one could force angels to cry, through surprise chili powder attacks. He added, while still in agony, that he was happy to help. Lloyd quickly collected the tears and told Raphael not to move, cautioning that any drops lost would be wasted. Raphael complied and apologized for his carelessness. George Eximus, having watched the entire chaotic scene unfold, couldn't help but break into a nervous sweat. He wondered why Raphael seemed so cheerful despite being blatantly mistreated, and whether he himself would end up the same way in the future. At that moment, George realized with dawning horror that his new boss might be even more devilish than the King of Hell himself. Sometime later, Raphael contacted the Celestial Realm to make a report. The manager on the other end acknowledged the situation, saying they had also received some information. Technically speaking, the manager explained, the King of Hell's actions were not considered an invasion. Raphael, clearly alarmed, questioned that claim. He insisted that the moment the king entered the human world, countless people would surely die. The manager calmly elaborated that the King of Hell was not a pleasant being, but the act itself mirrored what angels did when answering the prayers of humans, descending in response to calls from earth. If the one who had first called upon the king was someone named Lone, then the King of Hell was merely answering a request. Therefore, the act didn't violate any global laws. However, should the Celestial Realm choose to launch a war against him, they would be providing him with the very justification he needed to interfere in heavenly affairs. The manager asked whether Raphael could imagine the chaos that might follow. At that moment, Raphael was sitting in a cattle barn, deep in thought. After a long silence, he sighed helplessly, having already suspected that things would turn out exactly as the manager had said. He knew he had to report all of this to Lloyd immediately. Just as he turned around to leave, Lloyd once again ambushed him with a fresh burst of chili powder to the face. However, this time Lloyd furrowed his brows in irritation and scolded Raphael, asking why he had closed his eyes. He demanded to know whether Raphael truly intended to help them or not. Startled, Raphael quickly apologized, explaining that it was simply an angelic reflex. He promised he wouldn't fall for the same trick a second time. Javier suddenly appeared, approached Raphael, and squeezed the angel's cheeks to keep his mouth open. Javier tried to calm everyone down and asked for some understanding toward Raphael. But then, without warning, he reached out as if to poke Raphael directly in the eyes, clearly attempting to force more tears. Raphael broke into a cold sweat. Terrified, Lloyd immediately stepped in, raising his voice and demanding to know what Javier was doing to the angel. He asked if Javier truly believed he could do anything he pleased just to achieve his goals. He added that if Javier continued like this, he would be no different from the very king of hell they were trying to resist. Javier froze at those words, a sweat breaking out on his forehead as he stood in silence, questioning when exactly he had become this kind of person. Meanwhile, Lloyd gently picked up Raphael's glasses and asked if he was okay, noting that things had gotten dangerously close just moments ago. Trembling, Raphael thanked him. Lloyd then carefully put the glasses back on Raphael and theatrically exclaimed that Javier really had gone too far. He warned that if that finger poke had landed, Raphael could have been blinded. In his heart, Javier began to blame himself. Reflecting more deeply on Lloyd Frontera, he realized he had done many things that were truly immoral, so much so that even the young master was shocked by what he had become. He knew he needed to reevaluate himself. At that very moment, instead of putting on his glasses, Lloyd jabbed the frame directly into Raphael's eye and exclaimed that he had done it by accident. Seeing this, Javier's face darkened as he cursed inwardly, thinking that the way Lloyd poked Raphael was no different from using one's finger. Meanwhile, Raphael rolled on the ground in pain, clutching his eye and screaming in agony. Lloyd, speaking in an innocent tone, apologized half-heartedly, casually remarking that it must hurt a lot, and told Raphael to go ahead and cry as much as he needed. However, Raphael could only mutter bitterly that he had grown too used to pain, so much so that he couldn't even cry anymore. Lloyd sighed, remarking with exasperation how troublesome angels could be. The two then sat down to brainstorm ways to collect more angel tears. Lloyd recalled having once heard that angels could only cry genuine tears through laughter and happiness. But, he reflected, given how they were constantly hounded by superiors with work deadlines, their emotions had become numb over time. He then fell into contemplation, wondering if it would take something truly hilarious to make them cry. For him, as a scientist, humor was not exactly a strong suit. Just then, the system issued a notification, questioning why Lloyd kept referring to himself as a scientist. Lloyd responded seriously that it wasn't a joke, it was simply the truth. He even asked if anyone had ever met a science major with a good sense of humor. At that moment, Lloyd seemed to remember something. He began to wonder to himself whether that particular thing might work. All he could recall were two ridiculous jokes from one of his university lecturers. Then Lloyd slowly asked a question. What had a round head, a slender body, was hard when in the mouth, and soft once taken out? Raphael was taken aback by the sudden and random nature of the question. Lloyd raised his voice and repeated the riddle. Raphael began to sweat nervously, immediately thinking it couldn't possibly be that part of a man's body as he suspected. He hesitated and muttered to himself, unsure of the answer. Eventually, Lloyd calmly revealed that it was ice cream, a popsicle. Hearing this, the system could only sigh, while Raphael stood frozen in disbelief, and even Javier was stunned silent. Lloyd mumbled an explanation, stating that a popsicle had a long shape, was hard at first, then softened and melted later. Right then, Raphael clapped his thigh with a loud slap and burst into laughter, repeatedly slapping his leg while exclaiming how funny it was. Both Lloyd and Javier were surprised at his sudden outburst, their faces frozen with shock. And finally, from Raphael's shining eyes, the long-awaited holy tears began to flow. Lloyd swiftly caught them with practiced precision. Without wasting time, Lloyd launched into another question. What dies if not beaten, but lives if beaten? He immediately answered himself. It was the heart. Raphael laughed even harder, rolling around and once again shedding tears. He told Lloyd that he really did have a knack for humor. Inwardly, Lloyd began calculating. He realized that these highly concentrated angelic tears could be gathered in large quantities. He had already discovered a pattern through multiple fate resets. He silently resolved to dispatch rapid response teams to every hot zone. After that, Lloyd and Javier dove into the lake and made their way to the truth gem. While working, Lloyd reminded himself that he needed to limit the places he had to visit personally. He recalled what Raphael had said about spiritual merit, but lamented that for now, all he was doing was cleaning up the mess he had made. It wasn't exactly virtuous at this point. He looked into the truth gem and considered asking it how to prevent the king of hell from descending, or how to face and defeat him. Not long afterward, once they had collected enough tears, Raphael was left utterly exhausted, his cheeks sunken as he lay resting on a bed. Still, Lloyd wasn't ready to stop joking. He asked another riddle. What creature walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 at noon, and 3 in the evening? Then he answered. It was mankind. Raphael, though limp on the bed, let out a faint laugh. Light twisted across his face, and eventually he burst out laughing once more, his breathing ragged from overexertion. But no more tears came. Shortly after, he fell asleep from laughing too hard. Seeing this, Lloyd let out a disappointed click of the tongue. He looked at the now full 3-liter container of angel tears in his hand, and his expression fell slightly. Was this really all they could gather? Javier furrowed his brow. With such a small amount, he wondered aloud whether it would be enough to stop the fragment of the elder god, but before anyone else could answer, he shook his head and told himself. It clearly would not be. Lloyd wore a cunning smile, though it was just a sliver of progress. He believed he had discovered a way to turn the tide in his favor. As night fell and the moon illuminated the mountains, a soft notification echoed, reminding him that only 30 days remained until the solar eclipse. Standing high above, Lloyd looked toward the distant city, recalling what George Eximus had once revealed to him. The scene transitioned into a memory. George Eximus, a Hell Knight, had explained that if pure angelic tears were dropped onto the fragment, it could be destroyed. However, gathering the required amount of those tears was impossible. Nevertheless, there was another way. If the tears were diluted, then even a single drop could purify an entire lake. That lake water, in turn, could be used to weaken the fragment of the elder god, returning to the present. Lloyd confirmed that their region was strong enough to defeat their enemies. He added that once they succeeded, they would launch a full-scale assault to eliminate the King of Hell. Since the demon would descend into the world by possessing a human vessel, there was still a chance to stop him. At that moment, a prompt appeared before Lloyd, offering him the choice to view a revelation of the ending. He accepted without hesitation. Lloyd thought to himself that such revelations were only displayed on nights of the full moon. This would be the final spoiler before the eclipse arrived, and this time, the ending would be entirely different from before. Without delay, he pressed, "Yes." In an instant, he found himself standing before the scene that foretold the ending. Confused, he wondered aloud what was going on. The King of Hell's voice echoed coldly, stating that Lloyd had done nothing wrong. The words left Lloyd stunned. It was exactly like the previous time. Just then, the future version of Lloyd appeared to be looking directly at him and said something that startled him. The King of Hell could see everything. This statement left the present. Lloyd, deeply surprised, immediately after, the vision ended, along with the future Lloyd's brief appearance. As the illusion faded, Lloyd fell into silent reflection, wondering what message his future self had tried to convey. He was convinced it had been a clue, one that pointed to how to undo everything. It meant the King of Hell was watching and knew his every move. Then Lloyd smiled. If that was the case, then perhaps all he needed to do was ensure he wasn't being watched, or at least find a way to slip past that surveillance. At the same moment, the King of Hell was indeed watching Lloyd through a computer screen. Noticing the confident smile on Lloyd's face, he silently questioned what that smug expression could mean. Was it possible that the boy had uncovered something he himself wasn't aware of? Lloyd walked forward with determined steps, while the King of Hell continued to observe him in silence. Meanwhile, in the celestial realm, a lower-ranking angel came rushing in with urgent news. The angel, visibly shaken, informed Gabriel that a new petition had just arrived, one so powerful that he had been unable to resist its force. Gabriel let out a sigh, guessing that it must have been Lloyd again. He reminded the messenger that he had already said there was nothing he could do for that boy, but the subordinate angel remained troubled. He acknowledged the warning but added that this time there was a particularly puzzling line in the petition. The scene shifted to hell. The King of Hell stared at Lloyd on the screen and wondered aloud what exactly the boy was doing. Suddenly, the phone rang, its shrill tone cutting through the silence. He picked it up, asking what it was. On the other end, Gabriel's voice came through. He addressed the King of Hell by his name, Helkaros. and remarked that he had heard whispers suggesting Helkaros was scheming something. Helkaros replied calmly, claiming he had no idea what Gabriel was referring to. Then, with composure, he offered an explanation. There was simply a desperate human in the mortal world, and he had merely extended a small helping hand, but Gabriel's voice turned stern. He pressed further, asking what Helkaros intended to do if Lord Frontera truly submitted a petition to borrow heavenly forces. Helkaros let out a dry chuckle, reflecting on the Great War, and how he had been imprisoned in hell for so many years, drained to such a degree that he no longer feared anything. After a brief silence, he burst into laughter again, assuring that there was no need to worry. He insisted that Lloyd would never do such a thing. He would not destroy the world over a personal matter. Gabriel, clearly irritated, muttered that it was easy for Helkaros to say so. He told him to wait while he uploaded something to the computer and urged him to take a closer look. A moment later, a message was sent directly to the Lord of Hell. When he opened it, he was met with a video of a cat singing a children's song. Meow, 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 washing a cat's face. So ugly, even its mom doesn't love it. Helkaros's face darkened immediately, but the song continued to echo in the room. No towel, so it just keeps licking. Now its eyes hurt and it cries. Meow, meow. He frowned and asked in a baffled tone what on earth he was looking at. Gabriel quickly told him to look again, insisting that it wasn't a joke. At the same time, he gestured discreetly to one of his subordinates, who immediately ran off. Meanwhile, down in the mortal realm, Lloyd's face lit up with a smug smile upon receiving the message. Your request has been processed, Lord. Hell will not be able to monitor you for the next 5 minutes. Lloyd thought to himself that he had told them he feared Hell's surveillance, and that's why he submitted a request to temporarily block it. This way, he had both reassured Heaven and freed himself from Hell's eyes. Benefiting both sides, he quickly handed an object to Javier and told him to take it. Javier, surprised, asked what it was, but Lloyd shouted, instructing him to pour it into Lake Kabu. They were going to produce a great amount of divine water. Then, without delay, Lloyd directed him to go see his parents. At that moment, he imagined Javier rushing toward the Count and Countess, urgently delivering the message. That he had important news, back in Hell. The music continued playing. The next song featured a duck spreading its wings, 2 young lizards biting each other playfully, and a baby bird chirping from a high branch. A cute cat on the screen let out a cheerful meow. The screen displayed typical video options, like subscribe, exit. Helkaros, with a deadpan expression, chose exit. After a heavy silence, he finally spoke up, asking what the hell that old angel had just sent him. Gabriel, keeping a straight face, asked whether it wasn't great. He remarked how catchy the songs were, saying they were freaking amazing. Then proudly announced that it was from his newly created YouTube channel. He told Helkaros to subscribe and like the video if he enjoyed it. However, before the video could finish, Helkaros, now seething with fury, smashed his phone and ended the call. He then turned back to the screen with renewed determination in his eyes. Meanwhile, Lloyd remained bowing his head as before, until suddenly he looked up with a triumphant smile. It seemed as though he had just realized something crucial. At that moment, the Lord of Hell's face twisted in rage, veins bulging with blood. Up in heaven, Gabriel let out a weary sigh. He muttered an apology, saying that this was all he could do for Lloyd, but he promised that one day he would repay the favor properly. The scene shifted. Not long after, the two of them had already finished their work. Lloyd had completed the restoration of the truth gem. He sat quietly, deep in thought, reflecting that the gem was now restored and that it was time to reactivate it quickly. Javier then asked what question Lloyd planned to ask the truth gem. In response, Lloyd murmured that he wasn't sure yet. He continued to contemplate, wondering whether he should ask how to defeat the King of Hell. But he reminded himself that if the answer had been so simple, the ending would surely have revealed it already. He then considered whether he should instead ask how he could survive. Yet again, he doubted it. If it were that easy, the answer would have appeared in the conclusion as well. As he submerged deeper into the water, Lloyd stared at the truth gem. A troubling thought crossed his mind. Even if he managed to uncover an answer, the King of Hell would be watching his every move and would counter each step he took. If he asked the gem right now, there was a chance it could be destroyed forever. He came to a decision. Perhaps the true path forward lay not in the question, but in the battle itself, one that would rely entirely on what he had managed to prepare in the brief span of 5 minutes when the King of Hell wasn't watching. Lloyd stood still in contemplation for a long while. Then, slowly, his hand dropped onto the bank. From a distance, Javier watched as Lloyd emerged from the water and swam back to shore. When he arrived, Javier asked what question he had ended up choosing. Lloyd replied that he would think a little more before asking anything. He mentioned that he had already prepared quite a lot, so there was no need to rely too heavily on the gem. Javier listened silently, thoughtful, offering no reply. Elsewhere, the King of Hell was coldly watching the screen. He admitted, with a hint of concern, that he was a little anxious about whatever Lloyd had prepared. Lloyd was no fool. He wasn't someone who could be easily underestimated, but unfortunately for him, the king believed this battle had already been rigged in his favor, for it was the will of the world itself that Lloyd should die. Later, Lloyd lay curled up on his bed, overcome by anxiety and fear. Images of being mercilessly struck down by the King of Hell haunted him, and his body trembled uncontrollably. In the end, he was still just a human. No one wanted their soul to be traded away to the King of Hell. He told himself that he didn't want to die. He didn't want to be separated from anyone. Meanwhile, Javier stood alone beneath the moonlight, gazing at the lake. He thought quietly to himself that, upon reflection, Lloyd had come too close to death far too many times. It had changed him, made him no longer normal. And now, the King of Hell was after his life again. Javier wondered. If the true soul of Lloyd Frontera had originally been destined to die and descend into hell, and if Lloyd had escaped that fate by taking over his body, then what if this ongoing fate restoration phenomenon was always trying to correct that mistake by killing people? He speculated further. What if the King of Hell's invasion was actually part of this phenomenon? If he could somehow stop the restoration of fate, then maybe all of these nightmares would finally come to an end. Without hesitation, he reached toward the massive gemstone and shouted silently in his heart, demanding that the truth gem tell him how to stop the phenomenon of fate restoration. The truth gem began to glow fiercely. Javier suspected that this was the very thing Lloyd had been trying to keep hidden all along. Suddenly, a strange melody rang out from the truth gem. The gem began to sing in a bizarre tone. A duck spreads its wings, two little lizards play and bite each other off, a young bird on a high branch, chirping joyfully, chirping joyfully. Javier froze in place, stunned by the strange sound emanating from the gem, and watched as glowing musical notes danced through the deep blue water. He stared intently at the truth gem, wondering what these strange sounds meant. Then, the gem spoke again, reminding him that nothing came for free. It demanded that he reveal another secret in exchange. At that moment, Javier recalled what the people of the region had once said. They had all spoken joyfully of Lloyd, saying that thanks to him, they now lived in peace and abundance. They remembered that he had once been nothing more than a troublemaker. But now, because of him, their lives were secure. One villager had affirmed that everyone in the land felt grateful to General Lloyd. The general always paid attention to those in need and offered them strength to become self-reliant. To them, he was both a benefactor and a savior. Another villager remarked that Lloyd must care deeply for the people of the region. A young man had even laughed brightly, joking that if what was said were true, then the general must have wings like an angel. The burly man continued speaking, expressing his disbelief in notions of angels. He said that while the general might care for them, there was no reason for someone of his status to truly love them. In the end, they were merely common folk helping him earn money. The villagers joined in, adding that if they were happy and motivated, it would ultimately benefit him as well. That was why he had created a good living environment for them. They emphasized that this didn't mean they weren't grateful. On the contrary, they appreciated that he wasn't like the typical nobles who only cared about their wealth. They said they were genuinely thankful and held him in high regard. One of them firmly stated their belief that everyone in the land likely felt the same way. Another person concluded that a noble as intelligent as the general surely couldn't truly love them. He pointed out that nobles and commoners were fundamentally different. Javier fell silent upon hearing their words, then told himself inwardly that he knew the truth. Young Master Lloyd truly loved and cherished every single person in this land. At that moment, the truth stone suddenly began to glow brilliantly. Its radiant light spread out like shimmering meteor trails across the sky, prompting everyone to lift their heads in awe of the breathtaking sight. Then glowing letters formed in the night sky as the truth stone delivered its message. Lord Lloyd Frontera truly loves and cherishes every single one of his people. Everyone in the territory smiled as they saw the message illuminating the heavens. Lloyd looked up. The truth stone had activated. That message could only be manifested by someone who could channel magical power through the deepest depths of emotion. His eyes widened, filled with shock and astonishment. In that instant, Javier's plea echoed in Lloyd's mind, the same words he had said earlier, asking him to reveal how to stop the phenomenon of fated restoration and begging him to protect the world. A sudden flash passed through Lloyd's memory. He saw himself standing across from Javier, who was slowly fading away. But even then, Javier hadn't forgotten to smile and say his parting words, urging Lloyd to live well, like a true hero. Without hesitation, Lloyd leapt out the window and shouted for his little bird. In response, the loyal white bird flew out from inside his shirt and swallowed the seed, instantly growing larger. It swiftly flew toward him and caught him mid-air, letting out a loud cry as it flapped its powerful wings and took off. Meanwhile, from beneath the water, Javier heard the voice of the Truth Stone resounding around him, telling him that it was now his turn to ask what he wished to know. At the same time, Lloyd gritted his teeth and accelerated, desperately trying to reach Javier in time to stop him. Javier looked upward, his gaze unwavering, and declared internally that this was the phenomenon of fated restoration. As Lloyd neared the lake, he immediately jumped down, holding the staff tightly and aiming straight for the water's surface. He grasped the staff with all his strength and unleashed his full power, shouting with everything he had. But at that exact moment, a violent whirlpool surged up and engulfed his entire body. Water spiraled into the sky and burst into massive waves. This was the result of the Truth Stone's full activation. Javier soon found himself standing before the Truth Stone, which then drew him into a pitch-black space. Back on the outside, Lloyd used a bolt launcher to propel himself through the raging vortex. The mechanism absorbed water and fired him downward, shaking the ground with such intensity that even Javier struggled to remain standing. Soon after, the whirlpool began to fade, and everything returned to silence. Deep beneath the surface, in the still, dark water, the pale blue glow of the Truth Stone continued to shimmer softly. Javier quickly discovered a creature created by Lloyd hiding at the bottom. "From behind!" Lloyd shouted urgently, warning Javier not to move, or he would destroy the object, the Truth Stone. Javier looked back at him with a cold gaze, and with a puzzled expression, asked why Lloyd would destroy it so hastily, especially since it was already beyond repair. Lloyd, startled by Javier's reaction, hesitantly asked what question he had asked the stone. Javier calmly replied that he had asked about how to delay the phenomenon of fate restoration. Lloyd furrowed his brows, confused by the term delay, prompting Javier to explain that even if they couldn't stop it, they could at least slow it down or temporarily halt it. Hearing that, Lloyd's tense expression eased slightly as he asked if such a method truly existed. Javier nodded and confirmed that there was a way among all the fates Lloyd had altered in this world, if they could restore one with the most significant impact to its original state. Just one, such as... Javier's eyes grew sharper as he looked down at the shattered pieces of the Truth Stone, which he had just destroyed with his own hands. He explained that doing so would buy them approximately 1 month, a window of time during which Lloyd could rest assured. Lloyd let out a relieved sigh, realizing that he had asked the right question all along. He had been so tense that he hadn't noticed anything else. Feeling a wave of relief wash over him, he smiled and turned away, saying they could now focus and prepare for the coming battle. He silently thanked fate that no one had questioned why he had rushed to destroy the stone, murmuring to himself. He thought that remaining silent when not being asked was often for the best. At that moment, Javier called out to him, addressing him formally. Lloyd turned back and asked what was the matter. Javier, with resolute eyes, requested that when everything was over, Lloyd should tell him the truth that Lloyd had desperately wanted to hide, the one so dangerous that he had chosen to destroy the Truth Stone just to conceal it. Lloyd remained silent for a while before gently replying that he promised. The other man gave a firm smile and declared that they would win. In the calm waters, Javier's eyes shimmered with a quiet sorrow that could not be put into words. As the sunset bathed the sky in crimson, its hue lent a melancholic tint to the room where Countess Marabella sat silently by the window, staring into the distance. In that stillness, Akos entered, his eyes full of concern. He approached gently and called her name. Marabella lifted her head, her voice trembling as she responded to him. Akos took her hand, gripping it firmly as if to pass on some warmth, and asked if she was afraid. She nodded softly, tears glittering in her eyes, and admitted that she was, though not for herself, but for the young man who had been like a son to them. Akos sat down in front of her, his eyes filled with sorrow. He confessed that he too was afraid because the Demon King was coming to attack them. His thoughts drifted to not long ago, when Lloyd had arrived, speaking in urgent tones, addressing both the Count and the Countess. He had breathlessly reported that the Demon King was about to launch an assault on their land. Startled, Marabella had asked him to repeat what he had just said. Lloyd, wasting no time, had said that there was no room for lengthy explanations and requested permission to carry out several preparations. Speaking with firm determination, he had pointed to a map and declared that the first step would be to destroy a portion of the Kabua Lake Dam in order to flood the region. The Count had broken into a cold sweat, asking if Lloyd truly intended to destroy everything they had built. Lloyd had replied that they had no other choice. The Demon King's army was too powerful. That was why, he had explained, he had turned the waters of Kabua Lake into holy water. At that moment, a vision had appeared. Javier, following Lloyd's instructions, had poured the tears of an angel into the lake, and the surface of the water had immediately begun to shine with divine light. Lloyd continued explaining that if they were to blow up the lake and drown the enemy army, their power would be significantly weakened. Marabella was stunned and interrupted, voicing her concern that she was still fighting against the phenomenon of fate restoration. And now, with the appearance of the Demon King, she wondered whether all of this was somehow connected to that same phenomenon. Lloyd nodded gently, saying there was a high possibility. The Count, clearly worried, asked why the Demon King would attack and what was so special about this land to warrant such an action. Lloyd didn't respond immediately, but after a pause, he quietly said that the time would come when he would reveal everything. In the end, the Count gave a firm nod and said they should place their trust in Lloyd. He believed that Lloyd would not fail. Back in the present, the Count was trying to comfort his wife. She was visibly distressed, her eyes welling up with tears. She confessed that her fear wasn't for herself, but for Lloyd, to her. He was like their own child. The Count reassured her that he understood how she felt, but insisted that they needed to have faith in the boy. He would be safe. Eventually, meanwhile, in a different corner of the blacksmith's workshop, Solitas sat with a weary sigh after all the effort he had poured into the preparations. He looked at the divine creation he had just completed, an entity that sparkled as if it had been born from pure light, and quietly hoped that it would be enough. At that moment, Lloyd and Loy arrived and immediately applauded loudly upon seeing Solitas's latest creation, marveling at it and asking whether it was truly his masterpiece. Solitas cast them a sideways glance and replied that, if not him, then who else could it be? Loy, still visibly impressed, admitted that he had thought Solitas's abilities had already peaked. Solitas raised an eyebrow at the remark and accused him, half playfully, of finally admitting that he had been deceived in the past. He then began to recount how, for months on end, he had repeated the same tasks every single day. Initially, he had seen little progress, but over time, the results had improved greatly. A soft smile played on his lips as he expressed his gratitude. Loy scratched his head and told him not to be overly polite. It was, after all, a win-win agreement they had made. He then produced a new contract, saying he had prepared it in advance for their mutual benefit. Solitas narrowed his eyes suspiciously and asked what kind of trick this was now. A short-term rental agreement, perhaps. Loy's friend chuckled, though his tone carried a hint of seriousness as he revealed that the Demon King would be arriving soon. They needed to evacuate the people, and he wanted to borrow one of Solitas's ancient relics. Solitas glanced at the contract and let out a sigh, remarking that it all seemed a bit much. The other man gave an awkward smile, noting that frowning wouldn't help anything. He added that thanks to Solitas, his own skills had improved, and he now felt confident enough to start a family. Then he asked Solitas to state his terms. Solitas tilted his chin and asked what he would be paid in return. Loy flashed a cunning grin and declared that he would arrange a date for Solitas, with a beautiful dragoness. Solitas immediately nodded and agreed to the deal. Loy remarked that he had accepted far too quickly, joking that it didn't make much sense for someone planning to borrow a dragon relic to go on a date like that. The other person gave a sly wink, remarking that pride wouldn't get Lloyd a date. Moreover, they pointed out that if the Demon King were to attack, wouldn't it make more sense for Lloyd to ask for their help in battle? After all, they were much stronger now than when they had first met. Lloyd let out a laugh, replying that they both knew dragons couldn't intervene directly in the human world. Solitas nodded thoughtfully, admitting that it was true. The Dragon King himself had once said the same, never to interfere directly with this world. Curious, Lloyd asked whether Solitas had actually met the Dragon King. Solitas gave a slight nod and explained that it had happened once. During the duel between Lloyd and the Angel, the Dragon King had seemed somewhat fond of Lloyd for reasons Solitas couldn't quite understand. Solitas recalled the words the Dragon King had spoken back then. "Win, I would be saddened if you died." Lloyd fell silent for a moment, lips pressed tightly, before replying with quiet confidence that he would, of course, win. Javier said nothing in response. Though once they had stepped outside, he finally asked whether Lloyd had truly been dating a female dragon. The other person merely brushed the question aside, stating that the evacuation of the civilians had been completed and now it was time to prepare for war. Javier continued, Wondering aloud if his young master had deceived Solitas once again, Lloyd simply smiled and replied that all they needed to do now was focus their minds on the coming war. Javier asked if the young master truly intended to fight and win. Lloyd laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming as he exclaimed that of course he did. Winning was his favorite thing. Javier fell silent at that, while Lloyd, stroking his chin, added that in order to evacuate the people and prepare for battle, they would need to come up with a convincing explanation, something clever enough to prevent panic, yet vague enough to obscure the truth. Just as they were wrestling with this dilemma, a voice rang out. Lloyd turned to see that it was Bayan. He greeted the man, saying he had been planning to speak with him anyway. Bayan quickly delivered his report, saying that townspeople had already begun preparations for evacuation. However, they needed further guidance to dissuade those who wished to stay and fight. Lloyd was momentarily stunned. Inwardly, he questioned how the people had found out and how many of them now knew the truth. Bayan went on to explain that it had been the Countess and Sir Raphael who had informed them. After all, if the Demon King truly targeted their land, then sacrifices would be inevitable. At that moment, Bayan pointed off into the distance. The strongest warriors had gathered, every one of them loyal to the land and to Lloyd. Bayan urged him to give the order. Before Lloyd stood warriors of all races, ready and waiting. His heart grew heavy with guilt, as he realized the truth. The Demon King wasn't targeting the land, he was targeting him. There was no reason for these people to sacrifice themselves. Determination flashed in Lloyd's eyes as he told himself that he had to fight this battle alone. But before he could speak further, Javier's voice rang out, filled with unshakable courage. Javier declared to everyone that the Demon King's true target was Lord Lloyd Frontera. But they all knew how powerful their leader was. The Demon King wanted to drag Lloyd down into hell and turn him into an eternal slave. He raised his sword high, light radiating from its blade, and cried out that if anyone wished to protect their leader, then they should rise and lift their weapons alongside him. A thunderous roar erupted across the battlefield. Cries to protect Lord Frontera echoed from every direction. That, they declared, was their mission. Thousands of spears and swords were lifted skyward, glinting with a resolve that could not be shaken. Lloyd looked around, his mind a storm of emotions. His eyes reflected unease as he witnessed the fiery determination of those gathered, and far away, somewhere beyond the battle lines, a hidden enemy observed the scene with a sneer. With a voice steeped in disdain, they muttered how foolish these people were. The scene shifted not long afterward. Lloyd and his comrades stood atop a high vantage point, quietly observing the unfolding events below. Elsewhere, their enemy sat alone in a cold, dimly lit room, gripping a pen tightly as if he were signing a death sentence for the entire land. Meanwhile, the evacuation of the population was nearing completion. Bayan reported that the process was almost done. Addressing Lloyd with urgency, Lloyd gave a slight nod and acknowledged the report, suggesting that Bayan should leave as well. However, Bayan firmly refused. He declared himself a senior knight of Frontera and insisted on staying to fight. Lloyd, maintaining his composure, calmly explained that in such critical moments, one needed to think carefully. He reminded Bayan that no one knew the land better than he did, and if they were to fail, only Bayan could lead the people in rebuilding. Lloyd urged him to go. Though clearly hesitant, Bayan eventually nodded in agreement. He entrusted the responsibility of defending the land to Javier, officially passing on the title. From that moment on, Javier was to serve as the senior knight of Frontera, tasked with protecting the land and their young master at all costs. At the teleportation gate, civilians continued to flee in haste. Solitas, nearly exhausted, gasped for breath as she urged everyone to hurry, saying there were only 30 people left and she had little strength remaining. In the crowd, a young girl clung to her younger brother, sobbing. She asked her brother why he looked so sad and expressed fear that he and Sakuga would remain behind to fight. She worried about what would happen if something went wrong. The young man, however, smiled gently to reassure her. He asked her to imagine whether someone like their young master could possibly lose, and insisted that he himself could not afford to lose either. To him, this was just a short break. He promised they would win, instilling in her a fragile but growing sense of hope. In that moment, the somber atmosphere gave way to one filled with renewed belief. Hope and determination burned brightly in their hearts. They were ready to fight to the end to protect their homeland and the people they loved. The evacuation pressed on urgently. Magical teleportation spells activated one after another, enveloping the evacuees in blazing red light as they disappeared, one by one from the battlefield. Only the warriors remained, bracing themselves for a do-or-die battle. It was then that the true emotions of one soldier began to surface. His hands trembled slightly, and his eyes betrayed his deep anxiety as he looked toward those who stayed behind. Far above, in the realm of heaven, a voice spoke. Someone asked whether the other wanted to fight alongside Lloyd Frontera. The reply was calm and somewhat teasing, assuring that Hell wouldn't be able to capture him. After all, he was currently a banned angel and therefore beyond Hell's reach. He casually referred to the other speaker as Father. Gabriel clarified that that wasn't his point. He warned that the king of the underworld possessed ancient and immense power, and that stepping into the battlefield might be dangerous. But Raphael, holding his sacred ring and angelic hammer, responded with confidence. He believed he could serve as a significant source of strength for their side. Gabriel, startled, pointed out that those two weapons were still under a sacred seal. He asked how Raphael planned to use them. Despite the restriction, Raphael responded nonchalantly, stating that the two artifacts would simply be stolen by a forbidden angel. Hearing this, Gabriel appeared so disinterested that he couldn't even be bothered to respond. As the scene shifted, Atalis, wearing a worried expression, flew urgently to Lloyd and reported that they had discovered a pile of wild animal corpses far to the east. All of the bodies, she added, had been completely drained of blood. Lloyd, upon hearing the news, grew anxious and immediately suspected the blood man from earlier. Delord pondered aloud how the enemy would collect 10 units of fear. Could it be from wild animals? Then quickly dismissed the thought as impossible. He recalled that George Eximus had once explained in detail the method for summoning the King of Hell. It had to be during a solar eclipse. Fear generated precisely at that time was the key to summoning the Dark Ruler. But how would the enemy collect 10 units of fear like that? Their warriors, he insisted, were resolute and not easily shaken. Lloyd, with a grim tone, muttered that he knew the reason. All of them had chosen to fight willingly, driven by unwavering determination. When he thought about it, this war, this burden, should have been someone else's. Yet they were risking their lives, without fear, just for him. He told himself that such heroic stories didn't exist. Back in the present, Javier asked whether Lloyd believed that everyone was fighting for the people and places they cherished. Lloyd shook his head and replied that the true target of the King of Hell was himself. Javier sighed and remarked that Lloyd probably still cared too much about others and trivial matters. That was why, he added with a teasing tone, Lloyd remained single. Girls hated that kind of man. Lloyd admitted that under normal circumstances, he would have shaved Javier's head. But at this moment, he chose to listen instead, Javier continued, saying that everyone in this region had benefited greatly from their young master. Clean roads, warm beds, good labor health, protection from illness, accessible jobs, and a life free from hunger. That, he said, was what they were striving to preserve, and it could only continue as long as their master remained. He asserted that they were fighting not for Lloyd, but for themselves. Meanwhile, the front lines had already been fortified. Every single person was fully prepared for the coming battle. The eclipse had begun to take shape in the sky, slowly dimming the light. Behind Lloyd, his spirit beasts had grown into their larger forms, ready and looming in silence. Gradually, the eclipse began to veil the heavens. Deep within the underworld, the King of Hell paused his work. Rising from his seat, he straightened his robes with solemnity. At the same time, Lloyd rose too, a look of unwavering resolve in his eyes. The eclipse neared completion. On the tower's summit, Raphael posed a quiet question. If the King of Hell truly appeared, would Jock Eximus have to face him? George Simpson responded, reflecting that Frontera's treatment of the people might, after all, have been more justifiable. He had no intention of giving up such a lucrative position. As the solar eclipse fully swallowed the sky, the sound of war drums echoed across the land, signaling the beginning of a battle of life and death. From above, the Bloodman appeared, riding a crimson vulture, accompanied by a horde of blood beasts under his command. Lloyd looked on with steady eyes, thinking to himself that even though his people knew the King of Hell's army was approaching, they still stood tall and fought. There was no fear in them. He wondered silently how the enemy intended to harvest the 10 fears now. Suddenly, from the blood-red sky, a massive winged creature dove down. The Bloodman's voice rang out with venomous hatred as he screamed his intent to destroy Lloyd Frontera. In response, Lloyd merely smirked with contempt. He mocked the man, suggesting that he must be mentally unstable to get so furious over a minor defeat, and that someone as foolish as him could do nothing but scream out of jealousy. The man in the cloak fell silent for a moment, his face twisted with rage before he finally roared that he hadn't come to exchange words. He had come to destroy everything. He gave the order to his army, and thousands of crimson demons surged downward like a plague from hell. Each step they took shook the earth like a quake. Below, the warrior alliance, beastkin, elves, and humans, stood ready. Lloyd remained composed, calculating his next move. He reasoned that preventing the King of Hell's arrival was their best chance. On the surface, it didn't seem too difficult. If they could defeat the Blood Man, it might be enough to end this. Yet, as Lloyd observed the battlefield, the enemy let out a thunderous roar, his body radiating a terrifying killing intent. The sight of the red horde storming the land caused the ground to tremble. Still, Lloyd didn't waver. No matter how many came, he believed Javier alone would be enough to handle them. He gave the command for one of his AI troops to fall back, but a sudden flicker of doubt crossed Lloyd's mind. What exactly was the enemy planning? At that very moment, Atanas appeared behind the Blood Man, her eyes glowing with red energy. She unleashed her secret technique, Black Eye, and instantly read the enemy's entire strategy. The cloaked man was stunned and demanded to know how she could possibly have known. She coldly declared that she had seen through every piece of his plan. He had walked right into their trap. Lloyd shouted in agreement just as the warriors prepared to open fire on the monsters. But then, the girl abruptly halted them. She told them not to attack, explaining that the beasts also had feelings. The enemy, she said, was harvesting their fear, but it was already too late. The Blood Man had already gathered enough fearful energy from the beasts. It coalesced into a glowing orb of purple magical power in his hand. With a scream of hatred, he launched it, shouting for them all to die. Atanas launched a counterattack, casting a stream of dark magic that wrapped around the enemy and flung him violently into the distance. The Bloodman screamed in agony, his voice echoing through the battlefield. In that very instant, realization struck Lloyd. He had nearly fallen into a trap. Without hesitation, he shouted a command, ordering Javier to dig into the ground immediately. Javier appeared without delay, like a guardian angel descending from the heavens. His radiant wings unfurled behind him as he gripped his sword tightly. With a brilliant flash of light, he landed with immense force, roaring as he channeled all his strength into the earth. The ground trembled violently. Massive rocks were hurled upward as a colossal pit opened beneath them, as if the earth itself were devouring everything above. From within the depths of this gaping hole, blood-red beasts, creatures summoned from hell, began to tumble downward. They shrieked and thrashed, but could not resist the pull drawing them into the abyss. Lloyd issued another command, ordering his allies to surround and neutralize the monsters. At once, adorable, tiny creatures, his faithful companions, leapt forward and formed a circle around the hellspawn. One of them, the sweet-faced mouse named Budong, tried to reassure the panicked beasts, squeaking comfortingly that they had nothing to fear and would not be harmed. While the monsters reeled in confusion, Atanas struck from afar, lashing the red-robed Bloodman and slamming him into the ground. A brutal blow landed straight across his face. Lloyd slowly approached, a staff in his hand, placing his foot firmly on the enemy's chest. With cold resolve, he demanded to know how defeat tasted. The Bloodman, wild-eyed and frothing with rage, screamed that Lloyd should stop pretending. He shouted that Lloyd had stolen everything from him, that he would never forgive him, and that he wanted all of them dead. His voice rose in madness, trembling with fury, his entire body convulsing as he thrashed like a madman. Lloyd observed the scene with a hint of disbelief. He found it difficult to comprehend that someone could descend into such insanity. Nowhere he had ever been, no world he had visited, had shown him a creature as deranged as this one. With a furrowed brow and a cold stare, he considered that perhaps if he ended the man's life now, everything would be over. But as he stood there deep in thought, a flood of questions surged through his mind. Why, he wondered, did fate continue to insist that one of the two of them had to die? At that very moment, the system displayed a message. Fate point restored. Fish boys. Meanwhile, in the depths of hell, the king of the underworld raised his head toward the blood-red sky, where a giant swirling portal had begun to open. A grim omen, Lloyd issued another command, instructing Lady Atanas to continue observing with the blood eye. She nodded, her glowing red eyes brimming with caution. On the other side, the king of the underworld remained calm, still waiting to be summoned. Lloyd pressed forward, determination burning in his gaze. He told his enemy that it was over, that he had lost completely, and now it was time to pay the price. The Bloodman hissed back with eyes full of hatred. His expression startled even Atanas. With bloodshot crimson eyes, he let out a maniacal laugh and declared that even if he died, he would still destroy Lloyd. His body convulsed violently, blood spilling from his mouth in heavy bursts. Atanas tried to hold him down, panicking as she realized there was no way to stop what was coming. The Bloodman's body began to transform, radiating a deadly black and red aura. Lloyd sensed something was terribly wrong and shouted for them to wait. But it was too late. A violent explosion of crimson-black energy erupted from the Bloodman's body as he screamed to the Underworld King, pleading for his final prayer to be answered. He offered himself as a loyal sacrifice. In an instant, his body dissolved into a mist of blood and detonated. Lloyd stumbled back in shock. He muttered to himself that the man had just committed suicide to offer a sacrifice. A chill ran down his spine, somewhere far away, as if sensing the event. The King of the Underworld's expression shifted. A faint smile formed on his lips. As the Bloodman died, every hellish beast he had summoned screamed in pain. One by one, they exploded, their souls torn apart and sucked toward the swirling portal in the sky. A massive vortex of purple light coiled upward, rising like a pillar of energy. Lloyd quickly understood what had happened. With the mage's death, the monsters had perished as well. Their fear and anguish were now being harvested. Just as the mage had planned, he realized with horror that death and fear were being used as fuel to summon something even more terrifying. Streams of fearful energy from the fallen beasts were now flowing upward, gathering into a massive whirlpool in the sky. From it, a grotesque skull, glowing with magical light, began to take shape. At that moment, Javier too understood what was happening. So this was the mage's true goal. He was harvesting fear. Javier summoned his sword of light and launched himself into the sky, slashing at the stream of energy. With a fierce battle cry, he struck the vortex with all his strength, but no matter how hard he tried, the summoning gate did not waver. Watching this, Javier could only grit his teeth in frustration. Then, from the skull above, a voice echoed, deep and unshakable. It declared that once the summoning ritual had begun, it could not be stopped. No matter what they did, it would continue, just like gravity, like time itself, flowing ever forward. On the ground below, Lloyd tightened his grip on his staff, his gaze filled with unwavering resolve. The King of the Underworld, from within the skull, flesh began to form. It stared directly at Lloyd with glowing red eyes and a twisted, horrifying grin. It spoke, declaring that it had come for him, Lloyd Frontera. The ground quaked violently. A suffocating pressure descended like a deathly mist, wrapping tightly around every living being. Lloyd and his guards stood tall in the heart of the battlefield, their eyes filled with unwavering vigilance. Despite the howling storm of magical energy swirling around them, they remained composed, unmoved. Just ahead, at the center of a blood-red vortex, a furious magical spiral erupted. From within that churning void, a vague figure hovered midair, its entire body glowing with a dark purple aura of power. Then came the trembling voice of the King of the Underworld. Not out of fear, but due to the sheer horror of the power being unleashed, he was heard commanding the fragments of an ancient god to rise and march forth at his will. The moment his words faded, a spatial rift tore open amidst the eclipsed sky. It stretched from the city into the heavens above and pierced downward into the very depths of hell. Lloyd froze. That was hell. He could feel the tortured screams, the seething resentment rising from its abyssal core. And then, boom! A colossal clawed limb burst through the gateway, breaching the boundary between worlds. Immediately afterward, hordes of grotesque, malformed creatures with razor-sharp teeth and glowing red eyes began swarming out like an army of ants. The fabric of space twisted. The sky looked as though it were being ripped apart. Warriors from the allied forces, humans, beastfolk, and mages, lifted their gazes to the sky with resolute expressions. A monstrous entity, towering like a mountain, slowly emerged. Its eyes burned red like twin suns of blood, and its mouth was filled with countless razor-like teeth, each sharp as a blade. It opened its mouth and let out a roar that shredded the eardrums of those nearby, and from the rift behind it, more creatures poured forth, one after another. Lloyd clenched his fists tightly. The twisted creatures, some resembling mutated insects, others like skeletal trees, rose relentlessly from the depths of the abyss, screaming as if hell itself had invaded the mortal realm. In the midst of that chaotic wind, Lloyd muttered quietly that the moment had finally arrived. The battle had begun. He had seen it many times before, a terrifying defeat repeating over and over in his mind like a curse. Countless warriors were flung into the air, their bodies spinning amidst a storm of ice and slaughter, like torn leaves shredded by a howling gale. Corpses shattered against blood-soaked stone, and he could do nothing but gasp in despair. This was the ending he had seen, revealed in a final glimpse of the future. He had wondered whether they could truly win. But no. It wouldn't be easy. Not when facing the thing that had emerged from that infernal gate. A massive hole had opened in the sky, and hundreds of chaotic entities were pouring out, claws, fangs, bones, twisted limbs. They bore no consistent form, only raw, living terror. And yet that was not the worst of it, because trailing behind them was a being far more terrifying. A thick aura of death swirled around his body, his glowing red eyes radiated lethal intent, and his exposed ribs resembled the cage of a reaper. He was the one whose mere presence could strike fear into even the most powerful masters of the arcane, the King of Hell himself. They had once believed that destroying the monsters with their current strategy would bring an end to it all. But they were wrong. This was only the beginning. Despite fighting with all their might, even the strongest attacks from the high-ranking mages proved utterly useless against him. Not even the most powerful among them could stand against his might. In the blink of an eye, the battlefront collapsed. They were all driven back, physically and in spirit. But then, just as Javier was about to speak, Lloyd's action stopped him. The young lord had fallen to his knees, eyes averted from everyone's expectations. Through clenched teeth and pain, he declared that he was giving up. In front of Javier stretched the ever-widening gateway to hell, from which the monsters surged like a flood, consuming even the sky. Lloyd then raised his head and shouted to the king of the underworld, pleading for the assault on this land to end and offering himself in exchange for everyone else. Javier, stunned and furious, cried out, demanding to know what Lloyd had just said, reminding him of what he meant to them, but Lloyd only shook his head and insisted that they think rationally. Even if he were to vanish, the others might still survive. The King of Hell laughed coldly, a sound as sharp as a blade sliding across a throat. Slowly approaching, his gaze pierced through them. He said that he had come to fulfill Redlot's final wish, and that this wish went far beyond the death of a single man. What Redlot desired, he explained, was for all of them to understand. The king paused, clenching his fist, that this pain, this horror, and the death awaiting them all had a single origin. Lloyd Frontera. His voice then dripped with murderous intent as he declared that he wanted Lloyd to die, screaming in hatred, cursed by all those present, and after that, he vowed to kill every last one of them. Lloyd could no longer hold back. He gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with fury. If that was how it would be, he growled like a beast and rose to his feet, his rage igniting him like fire. He demanded to know whether the king truly believed he could defeat them all. Then, without hesitation, he ordered the Frontera army to immediately initiate victory protocol. His powerful command shattered the stillness of the battlefield like a thunderclap. It wasn't just a command. It was the lighting of a flame, the spark of hope. He charged forward without a moment's doubt. A powerful surge of energy swept over everyone, soldiers, mages, beastfolk, and all their allies, spurring them forward into a desperate, united assault. The strength of Frontera lay not only in their weapons, but in their indomitable fighting spirit. The command to launch a full-scale assault had been issued. Grotesque monsters poured forth as if from the depths of hell, increasing in number and shrieking madly. Yet the warriors of Frontera did not falter. They charged into the blood and fire, their courage blazing like torches in the dark. All forces advanced rapidly toward the plaza, their shared destination. The central square was not only the battlefield that would decide everything, but also the place where Frontera's secret weapon was hidden. Amid the chaos, someone had shouted for Lord Raphael and Lady Atanas to retreat immediately, but while the others were heading for the center, Raphael, his wings pure white, and Atanas, wielding dark magic, flew in the opposite direction. The underworld king narrowed his eyes at the sight. He wondered if the distraction hadn't worked yet, and questioned how they planned to use the holy water once they reached the square. He remained unaware that the true plan had yet to unfold. Meanwhile, the tide of demonic beasts kept surging forward, destroying everything in their path. Amid the advancing chaos, Lloyd and Javier were also on the move. Javier warned that things were progressing faster than expected and assured that reinforcements would arrive soon. Lloyd responded while moving that it was time for them to act. Clutching the weapon haul, which had accompanied him through countless battlefields, he yelled for everyone to keep running and to regroup with the army at the square. The warriors launched themselves like arrows, converging on a single point. Above them, winged monsters drifted like burning cinders in the night sky. High above, Raphael wielded a massive holy weapon that illuminated the air with radiant light. Atanas unleashed tendrils of darkness to entangle the enemies, her crimson eyes sharp and cold. Her movements were graceful, yet brimming with deadly intent. She commanded the forces to push the monsters back, and the attacks began to intensify. Flames of magic lit the air, blood and clashing metal filled the battlefield, forming a chaotic symphony of war. Javier charged forward, his entire body glowing with arcane power. Even the underworld king, observing from a distance, was taken aback. He marveled at Javier's brilliance. How, despite having no time to prepare or issue detailed orders, everyone moved as if following his instincts, adhering to a plan he had never spoken aloud. Grinding his teeth, the Underworld King muttered to himself, acknowledging the extraordinary strength of Lloyd Frontera, or rather, of Kim Suho. He admitted that while Suho was incredibly strong in an uncanny way, it was unfortunate that his enemy was even stronger. At that moment, a colossal monster appeared at the center of the battlefield, a single yellow eye glaring menacingly. It faced off against Javier's blade strikes, its twisted mouth curling into a sinister grin full of jagged teeth like iron spikes. It lunged forward, signaling the beginning of one of the most brutal clashes. Another massive creature blocked Raphael's holy hammer with its bare hands, while a third, worm-like in form, engaged in battle against Atanis's shadowy whips. On another front, the Underworld King hovered mid-air, unaffected by a fiery attack launched his way. A barrier of some kind had completely nullified the assault. That attack had come from Loi, who had now entered his second-level Demon King form. With curved horns and a billowing cloak, he roared, declaring that he was bestowing the Demon King's blessing upon Javier. A crimson light enveloped Javier, reinforcing his hidden strength and elevating him to an entirely new level. From a distance, the Underworld King watched with sharp, intrigued eyes. He found himself increasingly curious. Just how powerful was this man, really? His gaze grew serious as he focused on the figure who had once been the main character of this story. Now standing in the midst of utter chaos, Javier, with silvery blue hair and unwavering eyes, was surrounded by a fierce red magical aura. He stood firm, unshaken. Just behind him was Loi, now fully transformed into his Demon King form. His eyes gleamed with the will to fight. Right after empowering Javier, he shouted for him to advance and hold back the monstrous swarm as long as possible. Javier surged ahead without hesitation. Alone, he hovered amidst the leading monsters, clutching his sword tightly as the full force of his swordmaster strength began to ignite. Clenching his teeth, Javier unleashed a devastating wave of sword energy toward the approaching horde. The monsters had no time to react. Many of them were cleaved in two with clean precision. Watching this unfold, Loi shouted his approval, saying Javier truly lived up to being their protagonist. Then, turning swiftly, he ordered Jack to prepare those items. Jack, sweating and running at the same time, asked in disbelief if Loi truly meant those items. On the battlefield, however, the monsters were proving no easy foe. Though cut down, many began to regenerate rapidly. One shark-like beast let out a thunderous roar that echoed across the field, then launched tentacles from its maw to assault Javier. Dodging swiftly, Javier slashed the approaching tendrils apart with his sword. But as he was distracted, a winged larva-like monster with saw-blade teeth darted toward him from behind. It rammed into his back, causing Javier to cry out in pain. Yet, without delay, he grabbed the monster's head and spun around, slicing it in half. He had no time to rest. Another massive humanoid beast lunged at him with a powerful punch. Javier raised his sword to block the attack, but the force still drove him backward. He responded by plunging his sword into the creature's arm and channeling a massive amount of Swordmaster aura through the blade. Even so, the monster's punch remained relentless. In that instant, Javier sensed danger behind him. He looked around and saw that he had become completely surrounded by a horde of monsters. The colossal creature was charging forward. One of Javier's legs and an arm were still entangled by thick tentacles, greatly limiting his mobility. Seeing this, Loi shouted out in alarm, telling Javier to fall back and quickly move in the direction he indicated. Understanding immediately, Javier summoned all his strength to break free from the restraints and dashed in the direction Loi had pointed. The monsters, however, were relentless. They began to pursue him with renewed vigor. Javier quickly flew toward Loi, who was waiting for him. Behind him, a horde of monsters had formed into a tiger-like formation, advancing not only on him but also on Frontera's army, which had already formed their battle lines. With cold determination in his eyes, Loi gave the order to open fire. Behind him, Greg and a heavy artillery team, armed with weapons resembling anti-aircraft guns, were already in position. At once, all the missiles were launched, releasing shrieking roars that echoed across the square. But contrary to what everyone expected, the missiles flew past the monster horde, leaving even the beasts confused. Even the Underworld King furrowed his brows and wondered whether the shots had simply missed their mark. Yet in the next instant, his expression changed as if he had realized something. The missiles were not aimed at the monsters. They were headed straight for a nearby mountain, he murmured to himself, remarking that he hadn't thought Lloyd Frontera would plan this far ahead. A thunderous explosion followed, obliterating the entire mountain in a tremendous blast. Rocks and debris were flung in all directions, and a shockwave swept violently across the area. Before the dust could even settle, a massive surge of water came flooding through, the waters of the hydroelectric lake where their little otter Bebong once lived, and into which Javier had once poured 3 liters of divine tears. Lloyd had once mused to himself that, thanks to heaven buying them time, he had managed to turn the Kabua lake into holy water. Thus, after luring the strongest monsters of the ancient dark god into one place, they had destroyed the mountain to submerge the creatures in sacred water. It was perfect, if everything worked as planned. As the massive wave approached, Lloyd watched in silence. Then he shouted a command. Atanas, as if waiting for that exact moment, leapt into action. She plunged her hand into the ground, releasing streams of power downward. Gradually, a wall began to rise. The tidal wave came crashing down, but Frontera's forces were now encased within a protective cocoon. Inside, Lloyd listened intently to the roar echoing from outside. His mind drifted to all he had built here, the achievements, the happiness of the people, and now it was all being destroyed by this battle. The cobblestone roads once walked by so many were gone. The tunnels where people worked were now being drowned. The fertile fields would soon become a lake bed. Javier, too, could only stare somberly at the ground, but the sacrifices were necessary to drown the monsters in holy water. As soon as the monsters made contact with the sacred flood, they let out agonized screams that echoed across the battlefield. Their bodies began to dissolve. Soon after, the floodwaters began to subside. The cocoon protecting the people of Frontera remained intact and was slowly lifted. Inside, Lloyd raised his staff into a combat stance. A surge of power burst from him as he shouted for the flames to ignite. A fireball blasted toward a nearby monster that had barely survived the flood. The heat of the attack instantly incinerated its head, causing the entire body to stagger and collapse. Unlike before, the monster could no longer regenerate. It had been utterly destroyed. Seeing this, Lloyd didn't hesitate. He immediately shouted an order for all frontline soldiers, declaring that it was time to teach the creatures a lesson. As soon as the ancient monsters were weakened by the holy tsunami, Lloyd commanded the elven unit to attack. From drawn bows, a volley of arrows was launched toward the enemy. The rain of arrows inflicted heavy damage and drove back one of the largest monsters at the front, causing it to roar in pain, its cries echoing through the battlefield. Meanwhile, the cavalry unit was locked in battle with a beast that had the body of an elephant, the head of an insect, and a single enormous eye. The creature lifted one massive leg, preparing to crush them. In response, the cavalry captain bellowed for his troops to advance. He urged them to show the enemy the might of the White Spear cavalry, the survivors who had built and defended the capitalist lands. He declared that their strength would never submit to any enemy. Following his command, the entire cavalry unit released a wave of protective energy. Their shields resonated together, forming a large protective barrier that covered their entire formation. When the monster's foot came crashing down, the barrier held firm, stopping the attack completely, and they did not stop there. Under the lead of their captain, the cavalry surged forward into the fray. Another group simultaneously charged forward from behind the shield. With a powerful coordinated strike, they pierced the monster, causing it such excruciating pain that its eyes nearly popped out. Elsewhere, the goblin army was fiercely battling ghost-like creatures. They leapt and darted across the bodies of the monsters, each swing of their axes decapitating one enemy after another. But the monsters were no less aggressive. A swarm of bear-like insects rushed forward, firing beams of energy at the Frontera forces. In response, the frontline troops immediately received the order to retreat. They were told that the B-52 aircraft were about to engage in aerial combat. At the same time, the icebone dragon swooped in with a roar. It opened its mouth wide, gathering energy into a massive blazing lotus-shaped sphere. In the next instant, a barrage of energy blasts swept through and obliterated the enemy's insect army. In another corner of the battlefield, the Hell Knight, mounted on his black steed, fought with remarkable valor. The demon forces showed no signs of weakness. Armed with sharp sickles and bolstered by their racial power, they sliced through the monsters as effortlessly as cutting cake. The battlefield was engulfed in flames and chaos, yet no one seemed to notice the cherry blossom petals drifting gently through the air. Even Loi's small pets were holding their own in the battle. The mouse Budong unleashed devastating punches, while the little worm Bagun continually shot searing hot steel from its rear. The otter Bebong and the sea pig Hamang were also fiercely engaged in combat. At that moment, the entire Frontera square was engulfed in the smoke and fire of war, and behind the enemy forces stood the King of Hell himself. He had fully regenerated his body, which was now formed from swirling petals of energy resembling cherry blossoms. He took a moment to feel his body and silently estimated that he was at about 30% of full strength. But to him, 30% was more than enough. His gaze swept across the battlefield until it landed on Lloyd. He muttered to himself, calling Lloyd a truly exceptional individual, someone capable of gaining the upper hand against monsters whose strength had been amplified by ancient gods, beings powerful enough to destroy the human world with ease. Yet, he observed, someone like Lloyd always used his power to protect others and the land around him. This, he surmised, must mean that Lloyd cherished this place deeply. Then, with a sharper tone, he remarked that it seemed they were giving him quite a ceremonious welcome. At that moment, the three strongest warriors, Javier, Atanas, and Raphael, appeared before him. Javier spoke in a cold tone, questioning whether, in the eyes of the King of Hell, everything they had built amounted to nothing but nonsense. The King of Hell laughed in response, sarcastically praising Javier for asking a question he already knew the answer to. He added that no matter what he said, they would still do everything in their power to resist him. Without hesitation, Javier swung his sword straight at him. The King of Hell merely leaned back slightly, dodging the attack with ease. Atanas immediately followed up by launching energy threads toward him, attacking from multiple angles, but the old king's eyes easily caught the movement. In an instant, he slipped through the attacks like a shadow, evading the coordinated assault. But as though anticipating this, Raphael was already in position. His hammer came crashing down like thunder, striking the King of Hell square in the face. Yet even that tremendous blow inflicted barely any damage. Seizing the opportunity, Atanas swiftly released silk-like bindings and hurled them forward, wrapping them tightly around the King of Hell. At that very moment, Javier charged forward with all his power concentrated into his first sword, yet unexpectedly, the enemy casually raised a hand, effortlessly breaking the restraints wrapped around his body and simultaneously grabbing Javier's arm. The old man even dodged Javier's initial strike with nothing more than a slight tilt of his head. The force behind Javier's thrust was so immense it blasted apart an entire mountain in the background, resembling a blow from Saitama himself. However, the Yama King merely gave a mocking smile, remarking with contempt that such pitiful strength wouldn't offer them any chance of victory. Before the enemy could finish speaking, Javier responded with a brutal headbutt, slamming his forehead directly into the old man's. At the same time, Raphael came in from the other side, bringing down his hammer, and Atanas transformed her silk threads into a blade and charged as well. The old man attempted to raise his hand to block her, but just as her sword neared him, it unraveled into countless strands of silk, aiming to entangle him. The unexpected change clearly caught him off guard. The moment his vision was obscured by the silken veil, Javier drew upon the full strength of a swordmaster, compressing that power into a dense ball of energy at the tip of his sword, and launched it toward the enemy. As the Yama King tore through the veil, the energy thrust was already soaring toward him, blazing like a falling star from the heavens, streaking straight at him with tremendous speed. By then, it was too late for the enemy to dodge. The energy sphere was already upon him, striking his abdomen directly. And it didn't stop there. The impact forcefully drove him backward and downward. From a distance, Lloyd was observing the battle of the strongest warriors with intense focus. He couldn't help but note to himself that this battle was turning out very differently from the ending spoiler he had seen in the system. Frontera had mobilized all its elite forces for this confrontation. Even the Yama King, previously unfazed, couldn't hide his change in expression as the energy blast sent shockwaves through his body. The impact continued to hurl him toward the ground, causing a violent tremor that shook the entire battlefield. When the dust finally settled, the silhouette of the Yama King could be seen lying at the bottom of a deep crater. But Javier, Atanas, and Raphael gave him no time to recover. The three of them charged again, shouting defiantly that no matter who he was, even the Yama King, they would bring him down. From deep within the pit, the enemy's calm voice echoed softly, uttering just one word: 40%. Immediately, Javier sensed a shift, because the Yama King's form had vanished before their very eyes. Before any of them could react, the enemy reappeared behind them in an instant. In one swift motion, he seized Atanas and Raphael by their throats, completely subduing them. By the time Javier turned around, it was already too late. The old man had already lifted them both and, with incredible speed, hurled them down with devastating force, soaring past Javier and smashing the two into the ground, tearing up the battlefield. And he didn't stop there. With a cold expression, he tightened his fists and unleashed a relentless barrage of brutal punches and savage kicks upon the two fallen warriors. Seeing this, Lloyd shouted in fear for Atanas and Raphael. But within seconds, the Yama King stopped. He casually brushed the dust from his clothes and gave a cold grunt. Atanas and Raphael now lay completely motionless. Watching from behind, Javier was deeply alarmed and landed swiftly on the ground. Yet the expression on the Llama King's face only grew colder. He turned to face Javier once again and declared just one phrase. 50%. Javier's face turned grave. He could feel it clearly. The enemy's power had risen to a completely different level. The battle with the King of Hell was still raging, its intensity showing no sign of waning. The battlefield remained engulfed in chaos as the King of Hell confronted Javi head-on. Calm and composed, the King of Hell told him not to panic. He remarked that Javi had already gained the true power of a Grandmaster. It was just that he hadn't yet unleashed his full potential. Javi, however, began to feel a creeping unease. After launching a series of fierce attacks that had failed to leave even a scratch on his opponent, doubt was starting to seep in. With his hands clasped behind his back, the King of Hell casually said that Javi should demonstrate his full strength before he himself decided to go all out. Wasting no time with words, Javi immediately focused his mana. Determination flashed in his eyes as he slashed forward with a chilling, razor-sharp sword strike. To his surprise, the King of Hell actually stepped back to dodge the attack. The moment he avoided the blow, he launched himself forward and delivered a punch straight to Javi's face. A hit so loud and sharp it rang out clearly across the battlefield. The force of the strike was so great that the shockwave blew away the earth and rock behind them, even causing an entire mountain to crumble. The punch landed squarely on Javi's face, filling him with searing pain. He clenched his teeth until they creaked, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. With a furious roar, he lunged and drove his sword toward the enemy. But the King of Hell merely leaned aside with ease to dodge once more. Immediately after, he retaliated with another punch, this one slamming into Javi's face again, leaving it swollen and bruised. Then, without pause, he followed up with a swift kick to Javi's shin, shattering his footing. Javi lost balance and staggered backward. As his body pitched forward, the King of Hell grabbed the collar of his shirt and yanked him back violently. His expression remained ice-cold, devoid of emotion. Holding Javi by the neck as if lifting a feather-light rag doll, the King of Hell then slammed his head into the ground with such force that the earth split beneath the impact. A deafening rumble echoed across the area. He then calmly stood, adjusted the hem of his garment, and brushed the dust off himself. Javi lay still on the ground, showing no signs of movement. The King of Hell, in a voice void of warmth, commented on how remarkable it was. He acknowledged that even though the enemy had used holy water to repel the shattered evil god, no army like theirs had ever existed. Raising a hand, he snapped his fingers with a crisp click and added that if he could recruit such a force, it would be truly extraordinary. As soon as the sound of the snap echoed, countless tiny black specks began to gather at the barrier gate, forming into distinct shapes. Witnessing this, the warriors began to grow anxious. Sweat rolled down their faces in dread. From the gateway, a horde of bizarre creatures poured forth, varied in form, size, and color, each more grotesque than the last. Their horrifying appearance caused the fighters' faces to pale. Their eyes widened with terror. The sky once again filled with these monstrous entities, while the ground had already become densely packed with them. Seeing this, Javi thought to himself in despair, how could they possibly defeat such monsters? Just then, the system interface suddenly appeared before him. It offered him encouragement, urging him not to lose heart, and teasingly asked why he looked like he was about to lick the screen. The system reminded him that he still possessed the most powerful weapon of all. As the creatures continued their relentless advance, a silhouette appeared behind the front lines, a figure standing tall with their back facing the oncoming threat. The system then announced a special skill, the King's life partner. When Lloyd turned to look, the system revealed further information. This was no ordinary skill. She was the unofficial wife of the boss. She had finally arrived. The queen herself had descended, flanked by hundreds of thousands of fully armed cavalry soldiers, emerging onto the battlefield like a divine force. The system continued to speak, explaining that this was a special bond the two had created. Alicia stepped beside him and mentioned that she had just heard from the allied forces in the rear that the water on the ground was now holy water. She wondered aloud if soaking the monsters in it would weaken their strength. However, Big Brother Lloyd was visibly panicked at the sight of her, likely due to his concern for his future wife. He stammered, trying to urge her to retreat, warning her that the battlefield was far too dangerous, but, as usual, the roof of the house paid little attention to his words. Without hesitation, Alicia raised her voice and gave a direct command for the Royal Mage unit to drench the monsters with holy water. At her order, the mages immediately took formation along the mountainsides. They began casting spells, unleashing water and summoning storms. Complex magical circles appeared in their hands and gradually expanded outward. Streams of water gathered and surged like tsunamis, crashing forward with immense force. When the holy water splashed onto the monsters, they started screeching and howling in agony. Following the command, hundreds of thousands of water orbs were fired simultaneously. Striking the airborne monsters, light exploded like fireworks, illuminating the entire sky. Then, a single sharp arrow descended, followed by hundreds and thousands more, raining down densely like a storm, piercing the monsters on the ground until they resembled porcupines. But that wasn't the end. Reinforcements from the merfolk army had also arrived. They were robust and radiated overwhelming energy. The merfolk king made a thunderous landing, so fierce that Lloyd, who stood behind, turned pale. With confidence, the queen of the merfolk revealed her toned shoulders, glared sharply, and expressed her disappointment. She scolded Lloyd, asking how he could fail to notify her about such an incident. She said that if she hadn't received a message from the Queen of the Cloudy Vale, things could have gone terribly wrong. Lloyd, clearly flustered, had no idea how to respond, and took a moment to stammer a few words, awkwardly asking how they even managed to come up here since this was the surface. The mermaid replied cheerfully, saying that they simply leapt up in one go. Like magic. Lloyd's face darkened, and he silently wondered how something like that was even possible. At that moment, the sound of rapid movement echoed from the distance. He turned and saw that the centaur army had arrived. Their shouts, screams, and pounding hooves filled the air. They roared for battle, shouting strange catchphrases like, "Beep, beep, run now," and "Baang, baang, get ready for 100 years in the hospital." On the mountainside, villagers also arrived, singing labor chants and striking dramatic poses. Another tribal group came as well, ready to offer support. The queen, now brimming with battle spirit, drew her sword and shouted the signal for war. The PH army and the allied races moved as one, charging forward upon her command. Everyone surged into the battlefield at once. The merfolk warriors leapt and glided across the land in a somewhat comical yet valiant display. Seeing this, Big Brother Lloyd regained his spirit. He furrowed his brows and thought to himself that everything had changed. They would no longer need to sacrifice their lives to protect others. As this thought ended, Lloyd cried out loudly, calling for Ku Min. The moment he did, Ku Min flew toward him in a flash. Lloyd began moving as well, quietly saying that he was coming for GV. Just as they had always fought side by side, he leapt onto Ku Min's back and shouted that the two of them would end this together. Then the pair dashed across the battlefield at breakneck speed. Elsewhere, Long Long was still fighting, making a dazzling impression. It gathered energy, forming a powerful orb ready to be unleashed. The resulting blast shot forth in a radiant streak, unstoppable in its might. It pierced through a swarm of monsters, and the energy beam twisted with terrifying power. Witnessing this, the king of the underworld's face darkened. He coldly remarked that it was taking far too long, and then he began to move. The king of hell extended his arm forward, and at the tip of his finger, a blazing red sphere of energy began to form, swirling with ferocious intensity. Its sheer power was evident just by looking at it. He aimed it directly at Long Long, who had just finished unleashing a burst of fire. However, at that very moment, from behind the king of hell, Giavi had already risen to his feet, his eyes as cold as ice. Lifting his sword, he summoned magical energy to gather around its blade. Feeling the imminent danger, the king of hell was startled and quickly turned around. But before he could react, a swift and merciless slash was delivered. The blade sliced diagonally through his body like a gust of wind, even tearing apart the very scenery surrounding him. It was surreal. Blood erupted from the king of hell as he stood in shock, utterly stunned by the devastating blow to his shoulder. Crimson splattered across the battlefield, painting it red. The battle was far from over. Gav launched another sword attack, but this time, the king of hell responded more quickly, driving a powerful knee straight into Gav's chin. Yet Gav did not falter. Without hesitation, he thrust his sword forward with unwavering resolve. The strike pierced directly through the king of hell's body, and the force of the attack carved a deep trench into the ground beneath them. Lloyd stood aghast, his mouth agape, and cried out in panic that he absolutely would not allow that to happen again. Despite the sword driven through him, the king of hell appeared unfazed in the midst of their duel. He immediately countered with a brutal hook to the side of Gav's torso, lifting him clean off the ground and into the air. Meanwhile, Lloyd continued to shout, filled with determination and fiery spirit, declaring that he would never bow or kneel before that man again. High above the battlefield, Lloyd soared through the skies atop his summoned beast, racing toward Javier with a storm of thoughts swirling in his mind. The number of fates I saved, -1. Down below, The Hell King launched a devastating punch at Javier, but Javier, sword in hand, managed to block the blow, barely. The force of the attack sent him stumbling, thrown off balance. In that split second, the Hell King's fist struck again, this time landing directly on Javier's face. Back in the sky, Lloyd kept flying higher, gaze locked on the battlefield below. That meant one of us wouldn't make it in the end. Then he corrected himself, fire burning in his eyes. That's nonsense. Not me, and I won't let Javier die either. Below, Javier dropped to one knee, blood trickling from his face, body battered, but not broken. Lloyd's voice echoed with conviction. He is the protagonist of this world. At that moment, as Lloyd flew overhead, a strange ripple passed through his body like a glitch in reality, his form flickering, distorting for just a second. On the ground, the Hell King raised his fist again, ready to crush the kneeling knight. But Javier clenched his teeth in fury. In a flash of movement, he struck back, his sword slicing through the Hell King's abdomen. A burst of crimson erupted from the wound. Grinding his teeth, Javier pushed forward for another strike. If I lose, Suoko Kim dies. Never. That man, Suho Kim, because he's the protagonist of this world. The Hell King twisted, dodging with eerie precision, his body bending back at a perfect 90-degree angle. Suddenly, Javier's body too began to flicker just like Lloyd's earlier. Another glitch, another crack in reality. Before he could react, the Hell King's foot slammed into his head, sending his sword flying from his hand. The Hell King's wounds were already healing, flesh and clothes restoring as if rewinding time. He watched Javier closely, a hint of admiration in his voice. Javier Azran. I'm impressed. He's growing stronger, just like the 80% of my power that's now recovered. Then, without hesitation, he kicked Javier across the face again. What a shame. If he lives, he might even challenge a god's throne. Blood spilled from Javier's nose and mouth. But still, he gritted his teeth, refusing to fall. The Hell King lifted a single finger and aimed it toward Javier, ready to unleash a deadly blast. But in that moment, Javier lunged forward, mouth wide open, and bit down hard. With full force, he sank his teeth into the Hell King's finger, biting it clean off. He turned his head, spitting the severed finger aside. The Hell King stared shocked from the wound. No blood flowed. Instead, a dark, shadowy mist oozed from where the finger used to be. 3 blackened fingers dropped from Javier's mouth, clattering to the ground. A pause. Then the Hell King spoke, calm and cold. Now my curiosity is satisfied. His expression darkened. Time to rest. He stepped forward and grabbed Javier's head with one massive hand, gripping it tight. But before the crushing blow could fall, a shadow dropped from the sky. Lloyd, shovel in hand, leaping straight from his summon, heading straight for the Hell King. The Hell King's grip tightened around Javier's neck, lifting him effortlessly off the ground like a doll in the hands of a monster. Above, Lloyd hovered in the air, his gaze sharp, his shovel pointed directly at the Hell King. Without warning, he shouted, "Boom!" His shovel began to glow, pulsing with a fiery red aura. The Hell King paused. Then, calmly, he released his grip on Javier's neck. With a flick of his left hand, he raised a single finger again, the same deadly gesture as before. A black streak slashed through the air. In a blink, Lloyd's body is cut in half from his stomach down. The Hell King's voice echoed with sarcasm. Why not sing a song while you're at it, though? I do enjoy your singing. But Lloyd didn't flinch. He bared his teeth in a bold smile. The Hell King narrowed his eyes. Something felt off. All right, Suho Kim still has one more life, gifted by the Dragon King. But while he was lost in thought, a sword gleamed behind him. Javier, still alive, still fighting. He let out a battle cry and charged forward. The blade sliced through the Hell King's neck, clean and deep. Lloyd, meanwhile, had fallen to the ground, his lower body slowly regenerating. The Hell King staggered as his neck opened in a bloody gash, and then his head began to shift off-center, slowly separating. Javier stood panting, sweat pouring down his face. But the nightmare wasn't over. Even with his head twisted unnaturally, still attached barely, the Hell King spoke again. 100%. Javier's eyes widened in horror. Lloyd, still watching from below, was just as stunned. His legs continued to regrow, but there was no time to react. The Hell King raised his right arm, and then he moved it. Javier rose into the air, lifted by an invisible force, completely at the mercy of the Hell King's will. Then another motion. The Hell King thrust his hand forward, and Javier went flying, launched across the battlefield. He crashed down violently, tumbling between hellspawn and monsters before finally slamming into the earth near the kingdom soldiers. From the distance, a cry. Sir Azran, the queen ran toward him, panic in her voice. Back on the battlefield, the Hell King lifted his left hand again. This time a ball of crimson fire began to form in his palm, swirling, hissing, growing, and then he threw it. The fireball stared across the sky, expanding as it flew. Buildings in the frontier territory exploded on contact, reduced to dust, and still it grew. Too big, too fast. It consumed everything in its path. Territory, soldiers, walls, obliterated in seconds. Those still battling the monsters turned to see it coming. Frozen in place, unable to move, just watching their doom approach. The entire front line fell silent. Everyone gazing at the apocalyptic wave of fire and death now rushing toward them. Then a system window flashed into the air, and on it only 2 words. Suho Kim. The ground trembles as he slowly rises behind him. The queen, soldiers, and mages stand frozen, silent. His face is battered, bruised beyond recognition. His head lowered. He looks utterly spent, strength nearly gone. Suddenly, a message flashes across the system. With your current power, you cannot defeat the Hell King, but he doesn't back down. He takes a fighting stance. Wings burst forth from his back. And just as the Crimson Inferno looms closer, another message interrupts. Wait, you've already used direct advice once. I can't authorize more. Yet, he still charges forward. He raises his weapon, ready to stop the blazing attack. And then screw that. Find me or punish me. However you want, he presses on. From the sky, the author himself protests. Hey, excuse me, the contract says, but the battlefield cares little for contracts. More soldiers, those of the White Mermaid and the Kingdom alike, are blown away by the sheer heat of the blast. A wall of fire sweeping everything in its path. Then another message. Do what you're best at. Use your best skill. And then a voice cuts through the chaos. Calm, sharp, unexpected. Hey, Hell King. From behind he kneels, his body battered but not broken. A smirk spreads across his face. Can you move that circle aside so we can talk? If we agree on the terms, the Hell King slowly turns, hands still behind his back. You might live your whole life without working again. The energy sphere of the King of the Underworld continued to rampage violently across the territory, its size swelling with every passing moment and its destructive force growing ever more ferocious. Javier, his body covered in wounds, especially across his face, still strained with every last ounce of strength to hold it back. His eyes remained filled with unwavering faith and determination. The system informed him that there was something he had misunderstood. All around, the townspeople were struggling to withstand the sphere's overwhelming power. A young man of the Ott tribe stood firmly in front, determined to protect his brother-in-law. The knight who had once turned away from crime gritted his teeth and poured all his strength into resisting the crushing pressure. The system went on to reveal that Lloyd Frontera had never been on the list of survivors according to DP, and his fate had always been sealed. He was destined to die. Just behind Javier, Queen Alicia rushed forward to assist. The system added that the one in the negative count was Javier. The queen channeled all her remaining strength, standing shoulder to shoulder with Javier to push back the enormous energy sphere. According to the system's revelation about the ending, after Lloyd's death, a man named Haben would be slain by the King of the Underworld. It was highly likely that Haben was, in fact, Javier. The system continued, saying that Haben had fought the King of the Underworld until his very last breath before perishing. At that moment, Lloyd was striding steadily toward the King of the Underworld. His body was smeared with dirt, yet an enigmatic smirk curved on his lips. He told the King of the Underworld that if the latter agreed to a few simple conditions, he would help him escape that hell forever. The King of the Underworld seemed to find the words agreeable. The system remarked that the choice Lloyd had just made would shake the very fate of the world. Apparently, his words had pleased the King of the Underworld, for the Dark Ruler lifted 2 fingers and made a slight beckoning gesture. The colossal crimson sphere of energy halted in an instant, and then vanished entirely. By now, Javier was utterly exhausted, his face pale and worn. Teotui saw the system report that the number of people Javier had saved was still at -1. His wings disintegrated, his strength completely spent, and his body collapsed. The queen immediately rushed to catch him. It was at that moment that fate began to shift. The system announced that the number of lives saved had increased by 1, returning to 0, meaning Javier himself had been saved. Like a domino effect, the first tile to fall was none other than the protagonist of this world. Javier had survived, and because of that, the butterfly effect had been set into motion. In a deep voice, the King of the Underworld said he believed in Lloyd's abilities, and thought that perhaps Loy could set him free. However, given the current situation, it seemed that Loy would gain nothing in return. He then asked what he should do for Loy. Loy simply shrugged and waved his hand, stating that it was nothing grand. He knew his strength was no match for the king of the underworld. He only wished to help him choose the path with the least pain. The system announced that if the person Loy saved went on to save others, those numbers would also be counted toward the DB. The King of Hell replied that he could not grant the request to save the villagers. He explained that, according to Watt's wish, he was bound to kill even those around Loy. Loy lowered his head with a faint smile, saying that such a matter could not be helped. After all, even if he died, he would eventually be reborn, so it did not matter. The system then reported that the hero Javier had grown stronger and was determined to save more people. At that moment, Javier also regained consciousness. Meanwhile, Loy raised 2 fingers and stated that he had 2 requests. First, that the King of Hell answer 1 question, and second, that when he descended to the underworld, the King of Hell should refrain from mutilating him. The system announced that the number of people Loy had saved was now 1. Hearing this, the King of Hell responded that such a request could be accepted. Loy gave a faint smile, remarking that speaking with him was indeed agreeable, and proceeded to pose his question. The system reported that the number of people saved had risen to 8 and was still climbing. The King of Hell's expression grew stern, his deep voice filled with wariness, as he demanded to know first how Loy intended to free him. Without that knowledge, he said, he could not answer the question. But Loy cut straight to the point, his expression darkening, and coldly insisted that the King of Hell answer first. The system reported that the number of people saved had reached 37 and was still increasing. Now both Loy and the King of Hell glared at each other, neither willing to yield. The battle of wills became stiflingly tense. The system continued its report. The number of people saved had surged into 4 digits and was rising rapidly. Meanwhile, the Queen approached, placing an arm around Javier's shoulder to support him, and the King of Hell, realizing the situation was turning against him, began calculating his next move. Eventually, he furrowed his brows, clenched his teeth, and glared, declaring that he had no reason to be led around any longer. He ended the negotiation abruptly and instantly conjured a blazing red energy sphere in his hand. The system reported that the number of people saved had reached 7 digits and was still climbing quickly. The King of Hell hurled the sphere, which rolled away, swelling larger and sweeping aside everything in its path. The system again announced that the number of people saved had leapt into 8 digits and continued to grow without pause. On the other side, the Queen froze in astonishment when she saw the massive crimson sphere hurtling toward her. Though exhausted, Javier gritted his teeth and rushed forward. Bringing his hands together, he focused on creating something. In that very instant, a brilliant golden energy sword burst into existence. With his will blazing and determination unyielding, he let out a roar and swung the sword in a dazzling arc, slicing the incoming energy sphere clean in half. The King of Hell admitted through clenched teeth that in all his years of existence, he had never witnessed such a sight. His eyes glimmered with disbelief, while inside, fury and resentment swelled uncontrollably. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he bellowed in rage, his eyes glowing a fearsome red, and brought his weapon down in a devastating strike. The blow sent Javier flying, shattering the ground around him and filling the air with a choking haze of dust and debris. The King of Hell then swept his hand again, darkening the sky as swirling black clouds gathered above. He shouted that he was still treating them kindly, before with a flick of his wrist, countless red dots appeared in the heavens, like molten droplets, soon erupting into a barrage of meteors crashing violently toward the earth. As he glanced back, he noticed Loy still standing there, his eyes cold and unyielding. Loy's voice was low and firm as he told him to end it, repeating the command with even sharper intensity, his posture defiant. The system then reported that the person Loy had saved had, in turn, saved 73,409,579 others, and had stopped there. The total had exceeded 50 million DP. The system asked twice if he wished to use the power of the strongest being in the world. At this, Loy's expression turned completely unreadable, his face cold as stone. Topo's demeanor grew dejected, Bo's lips trembled as though he was about to cry, Ippo and Kaming looked downcast, and the dragon had been reduced to nothing but a bare skull, its thoughts unreadable. Podong's mouth was pressed tightly shut. Then suddenly, the children burst into laughter together, raising their hands, legs, and wings as if to send him their strength. Loy pressed his lips together, emotion welling up in his chest. Inwardly, he thanked them, saying that he had been truly happy. Gathering every shred of willpower and holding fast to his resolve, he bid them farewell. Standing tall, he decisively activated the power of the world's strongest being. Immediately afterward, the children began to fade away, Long Long included. Yet they all wore radiant smiles until the end, with only Baibu Bum, who had not been summoned by the system, remaining behind. Tears streaming down its face, it ran toward the friends who were vanishing before its eyes, or so it seemed, until it became clear it was running straight to Boo. In the end, Boo smiled, allowing Bib-Bo to wrap it in a tight embrace. The pets' bodies gradually dissolved into nothingness, and the dragon was now nothing more than its skeletal head. The system announced that for the next 30 seconds, Loy would be the strongest being in the entire world, ending its message with the words that it loved him. With that final declaration, the system itself began to fade, and an immense torrent of energy gathered, enveloping Loy's body. His eyes turned utterly cold, the energy pouring into him without pause. Even the King of Hell stood frozen in surprise for several seconds, momentarily stunned by the sight. Loy then moved, giving a subtle wave of his hand. A violent burst of energy erupted, and with a single sweeping motion, the sky became still. The meteor summoned by the King of Hell crumbled instantly into dust and scattered to the ground. Loy stepped forward with steady, unflinching resolve, his gaze unwavering and devoid of fear. The King of Hell hesitated for a moment, but his voice remained sharp as he remarked that 10 seconds had already passed and asked what Loy could possibly accomplish with the 20 seconds that remained. Before he could finish savoring the taunt, Loy drove a punch directly into his face, his jaw clenched and his expression tight with unbridled fury. Loy remembered that before the battle began, he had once gone to Raphael to ask about the nature of angels and demons. He had wanted to know whether they were similar to humans or merely immortal, indestructible deities. He had been deeply curious about the essence of such beings. Raphael had laughed and explained that they could feel pain when struck and could also experience anxiety. They were all living creatures, the only difference being that when chosen to become angels, they were granted special powers. Hearing this, Loy had wondered about the idea of being chosen, and asked if Raphael himself had once been human before being selected. Raphael had confirmed it, though he had noted that it was rare, as angels and demons were usually predetermined from birth. Much like how this world had a system that randomly assigned roles, Loy had then pondered whether this applied to angels and the king of the underworld as well. Raphael had smiled and told him it did, that they too were living beings bound by the world's rules, only undergoing endless reincarnation and leading lives slightly different from humans. At that, both Loy and Javier had fallen silent in thought. Back in the present battle between Loy and the King of Hell, the countdown had reached 20 seconds. Loy had clenched his fists and thrown a punch straight at the king's face, distorting the surrounding space and drawing blood from the old man's nose. The glasses on the king's face had shattered and fallen away. The shockwave from the blow had thrown the world into chaos, yet Loy had not stopped and had continued to attack. 19 seconds remained. Each passing moment determined their fate. Loy had gritted his teeth and prepared another strike, but before he could throw it, the king had retaliated with a punch of equal force. In the area where civilians were watching, the space had warped, and the shockwave had made it impossible for them to keep their balance. One of Loy's teeth had been knocked out, but he had immediately counterattacked. The two had exchanged blows again and again, each impact sending violent shockwaves through the surroundings. Above them, dense deathly mists and rolling thunder had filled the sky. The powers of the strongest beings of two worlds had clashed, neither willing to yield, their eyes blazing with the fire of determination. At 18 seconds, their fists had met like cannon blasts in rapid succession. The tremors from the fight had stirred Javier back to consciousness. A fleeting memory had crossed his mind. He had once reminded Loy that the young master always took on the most dangerous tasks, and had advised him not to let emotions dictate his actions. Loy had only smiled then, saying that doing so would yield the greatest profit. 17 seconds remained. The queen had watched the battle anxiously, while Javier, still injured, had forced himself to stand. At the center of the clash, Loy's face had swollen badly, and he had been struck so hard by the king that his entire body was thrown back. As the king had rushed forward, he had shouted at Loy, calling him insane and saying that he had chosen a foolish plan and would inevitably fail once time returned to normal. The king had mocked him, asking if he truly believed he could defeat him in such a short span, and had declared that Loy had already lost. Though Loy possessed the power of the strongest man in the world, he had still fallen short of matching the King of Hell. 14 seconds remained, yet he had refused to give up, driving his fist into the king's face even as he endured blows in return. At 13 seconds, both had been knocked to the ground by the force of the other's attacks. Even the king had let out a groan of pain. Loy had then asked whether, after enduring pain countless times, One could become immune to it. His determined gaze had made the king grit his teeth and glare at him in fury. Right after regaining his balance, the old man immediately readied his fist for another punch. Lloyd did the same, his eyes showing no trace of hesitation. There were 11 seconds left. Directly before the gate to the underworld, the two figures continued trading blows. The ground around them was torn apart, and gravity itself seemed distorted, sending chunks of rock hurtling upward. 10 seconds remained. Outside, the queen ran toward them in desperation, shouting in fear. At the same time, Javier, empowered by his newly gained strength, clenched his teeth, formed a sword of golden light, and rushed forward at an even greater speed. 9 seconds left. Javier thought anxiously that the king of the underworld had said Kim Suho had only 20 seconds of heavy energy left, which would make victory impossible. Yet he was certain that Kim Suho would never gamble unless there was a real chance of winning. Meanwhile, Lloyd was seizing the underworld king by the hair, leaping high into the air, and then driving a powerful headbutt straight into his skull. The blow left the king reeling, staggering backward right beneath the underworld gate. In the past, Lloyd had once asked Raphael whether it meant that if the king of the underworld, the supreme archangel, and Workus were to enter the gate of reincarnation, they would be randomly reborn in another world. Raphael had replied that of course it would happen, for it was one of the laws of the world, just like the passage of time or the pull of gravity. At that time, Lloyd had turned to say to Javier that he understood now, and asked if Javier wanted him to catch the underworld king and sweep him into the gate of reincarnation. Javier had responded with doubt, asking if Lloyd really thought it was that easy. Raphael had then laughed and remarked that, unfortunately, such a plan could not be carried out. The three of them were among the strongest beings in the world, so it was nearly impossible. He had added that if Lloyd truly wished to do such a thing, he would first need the power to throw them in, back to the present battle. 7 seconds remained. Javier was doing everything he could to close the distance, thinking to himself that he knew exactly what Kim Suho was planning and was sure Suho was putting all his hopes into that single gamble. The gate of underworld reincarnation loomed ahead. At that moment, Lloyd let out a powerful shout, as if pouring every ounce of his strength into it. He lunged forward, driving himself straight into the king of hell, forcing the man's body toward the gate with eyes full of unyielding resolve. As he charged ahead, he told himself to hold on, thinking that they were almost there. That day, he vowed, he would help the man escape from the dark, hellish world. Seeing this, the king of hell seemed to realize something. Javier, despite straining with all his might to reach them, was still too far away. He could only stretch out a desperate hand and cry out for the young master not to do it. With the last of his strength, Lloyd propelled both himself and the king of hell into a leap toward the gate. The force was so great it created a shockwave that hurled Javier backward. Only 5 seconds remained. The two of them hurtled toward the gate like a blazing comet, tearing through space itself and revealing a starry sky beyond, glimmering like a ribbon of light. The king of hell, struggling to break free from Lloyd's iron grip, demanded to know what the boy thought he was doing. Sweat broke across his brow as he suddenly understood Lloyd's true intent, his gaze darting in alarm toward the gate behind them. He thrashed violently, shouting for him to wait and to stop. Lloyd, however, only continued his charge, laughing and mocking the old man, saying that now he seemed shocked, and asking if he had any idea who Kim Suho truly was. He declared with pride that he was the most handsome and coolest man in the world, something so remarkable that even hell itself would desire it. The battlefield before the gate of reincarnation had descended into a suffocating silence. No clash of steel, no cries of battle remained. Only the ominous streak of a blazing meteor cutting through the heavens, racing toward the infernal gate as though destiny itself had chosen this moment to carve its verdict. Javi and the queen stood powerless, their eyes fixed on the sky, their hearts drowning in despair, knowing that they could do nothing to alter what was about to unfold. In those final moments, the old king of hell writhed desperately in Lloyd's grasp, his body straining against the unyielding arms that bound him. Within his fury, he cursed the cruel reality that Lloyd's strength had not diminished as expected. His thoughts seethed with confusion and disbelief. He told himself that it should have been impossible, that Lloyd should never have been able to restrain him with such force. Then, with a sudden clarity born of fear, he realized the truth. All of Lloyd's power had been poured into forcing him back and shackling his movements. The old king mocked the recklessness of such a choice, thinking that by doing so Lloyd had left himself defenseless, his body unprotected. With hatred boiling in his eyes, he resolved to end it, to strike down the one who dared to defy him. Raising his hands high, the old king delivered a crushing blow to Lloyd's back. The impact tore through flesh and bone, forcing Lloyd's body into a painful arch. A cry of anguish burst from his lips, blood spilling freely from his mouth, staining the ground beneath them. The pain was unbearable, a torment that ripped through every nerve, yet Loy only tightened his grip, clinging to the old king with a resolve that would not break. 3 seconds remained. His body trembled, his arm wrenched apart like a discarded toy, but still he held on. His mind was consumed not by thoughts of survival, but by the weight of responsibility he carried. To endure such suffering was torment enough, but the image of those who trusted him being hurt was far more unbearable. Even as the old king's fists rained mercilessly upon his face, even as the world blurred into a haze of pain, Loy's determination did not falter. He bit down against the agony. His eyes burning with unshakable resolve, the old king's rage soon twisted into fear. His strikes became desperate, his eyes wide with panic. He screamed and demanded to be released, his voice rising in terror. But nothing could move Loy's heart. The young warrior's will had hardened into something immovable, something beyond pain or fear. His final moments were not of weakness, but of defiance, a flame that refused to be extinguished. The final second arrived. At that very instant, the meteor struck the gate with a blinding radiance, and the infernal passage began to collapse. Javier's heart shattered as he cried out for his master, his voice breaking with anguish, yet the sound never reached the world. Within the fading light of the gate, Loy's form began to dissolve alongside that of the old king. In that fleeting instant, it was as if Javier heard his master's voice within his mind. Loy's words carried both acceptance and a faint touch of humor. He declared that it was time for the supporting character to step away from the stage, leaving it to the true protagonist. A faint smile crossed Loy's bloodied face as he entrusted Javier with the future. He asked him to protect this world in his stead, to care for those left behind, and with a final jest, he called Javier the handsome protagonist who would carry the story forward. Then his presence faded, dissolving into nothingness, swallowed by the void beyond the gate. Javier's mouth opened in a soundless scream. His soul was breaking apart with grief, but no cry could escape him. In the next moment, Loy and the old king were gone completely. The battlefield, once so loud with the chaos of war, became an empty grave of silence. No words could describe the sorrow of those who remained. The gate of hell slowly closed, its dreadful glow extinguished as light returned to the world. The black clouds that had suffocated the heavens were scattered, replaced by the gentle touch of sunlight that fell upon the broken warriors. The war had ended. Victory had been secured, but no one rejoiced. Not a single smile could be found among the survivors. The queen, like the others, gazed into the sky as if searching for a trace of the hero who had vanished. Her strength gave way, her knees buckled, and she collapsed upon the earth, her hands trembling. Her heart ached with a grief beyond words, a wound that no language could ever heal. Around her, the survivors stood silent, their triumph hollow, their victory steeped in unbearable sorrow. The battlefield was no longer a place of glory, but of mourning, and in that mournful stillness, the memory of Loy's final smile lingered, an echo of sacrifice, of courage, and of a farewell that would never be forgotten. The sun burned brightly overhead, yet the battlefield lay in an uncanny silence. Not a clash of steel nor a cry of warriors could be heard. Only the heart-rending wail of one companion tore through the stillness, echoing with grief that seemed to pierce the heavens themselves. Inside the gate of reincarnation, Kim Suho's soul drifted steadily away. His eyes were empty, devoid of focus, yet faint fragments of thought continued to ripple through his fading mind. He reflected with sorrow that there were still things left undone, bonds left unspoken, and farewells never given. He regretted that he had not managed to say goodbye to Dong Huang, and that there were many promises he had once made but could not keep. A quiet anxiety tugged at him as he wondered whether those he left behind would blame him, or perhaps feel betrayed by his departure. Then, at the very end of that dim path, a glimmer of light appeared. It widened slowly, drawing him in and washing over his fading thoughts. When the brilliance at last enveloped him entirely, his consciousness slipped into nothingness. He could not tell if time had stretched into an eternity or collapsed into the span of a single breath. Suddenly, Kim Suho's eyes snapped open. His body jolted as though rising from a deep slumber, and before him stretched a vision long unseen, yet achingly familiar. He found himself within the confines of an old, worn room, a place from his distant past. For a moment, he simply stared, dazed and uncertain whether this was a dream or a cruel trick of memory. Gradually, he steadied himself and lowered his gaze. Beside him lay a phone, ordinary, yet strangely grounding. He picked it up with trembling fingers and sat upright. On its screen shone the image of Javier, the familiar protagonist whose presence stirred countless memories. The sight struck him with both nostalgia and unease, as if reminding him of the very world he had once lost. His eyes wandered upward, drawn toward the faint shaft of light filtering through the window into the modest room. Slowly, he pushed away the blanket and placed his bare feet on the ground. Step by step, he left the bed and moved outside. Beyond the threshold stretched a row of simple workers' houses, quiet and lifeless in the lingering warmth of daylight. With bare feet against the cool earth, he stepped onward until the silence gave way to the bustling roar of the street. The clamor of engines, the chatter of people, and the endless rhythm of the city engulfed him. Instinctively, his gaze lifted to an apartment building glowing with familiar lights, as though it had been waiting for him all along. Then, his eyes wandered again, taking in the riot of colorful signs crowding the corner of the street, each one blazing like fragments of another life. He walked without destination, drifting like a ghost among the crowds. The city surged around him, yet he remained apart. Silent, distant, unmoored. People passing by stole glances at him, whispering to one another with puzzled tones. Some wondered aloud whether he was drunk, questioning why a young man would wander barefoot and vacant-eyed through the night. Their curiosity barely touched him. At last his steps faltered and came to a stop. He lifted his head, ignoring the stairs, and his eyes found the sky. There, amidst the darkness, a full moon shone in luminous silence, round and unyielding. Its light poured over him like a quiet benediction. For a long moment, he stood beneath it, letting the truth sink in. Slowly, he seemed to accept it, that he had returned, not to the place of myth or to the battlefield where his soul had been torn away, but to the world he once belonged to, the world he had left behind. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes. His chest heaved silently as a final thought crossed his mind. Without a word, he bid farewell to his companions, to his unfulfilled promises, and accepted a new life. His story in this world had only just begun. After the fierce and exhausting battle between the King of Hell and the entire populace of Frontera finally reached its conclusion, the scene shifted to its aftermath. By now, the Count's once proud domain had been reduced to a wasteland of rubble and ash. The grandeur that had stood for generations was no more than a memory. Before long, the Count and his wife, along with the women and children who had been evacuated earlier for safety, cautiously returned to the land that had once been their home. When their eyes fell upon the devastation before them, silence gripped them. Their breaths seemed to falter, as if words themselves could not survive in such desolation. Among the ruins, the Count recognized the figure approaching. It was Javier. The young man halted before them, standing in the fading light of dusk. For a long while, he could not utter a single word. The sunlight spilled across his lonely silhouette, highlighting the tension in his jaw as his lips pressed tightly together. Eventually, reality forced him to break the silence. He recounted, with heavy reluctance, the tragic outcome of the battle. He did not need to say much, for the expressions of the Count and his wife revealed the full weight of their collapse. Despair and disbelief hollowed their faces, while those who had returned with them, the townspeople of Frontera, sank into grief no less profound. It felt as though the very heart of their community had been torn away, leaving them emptier than ruins could ever express. Meanwhile, beneath the shattered gates of hell itself, a solitary figure remained. The Queen sat there, her knees drawn close to her chest. She had seen with her own eyes the final, irrevocable disappearance of Lloyd. That moment had swallowed her in despair so absolute that it drained her of voice and strength. All that remained to her was a fragile connection to him, the shovel he had once carried, which she now held tightly in her arms. With eyes dulled by sorrow, she sat frozen in a trance, as though time itself had abandoned her. The perspective then shifted to the modern world. Lloyd, or rather Kim Suho, sat numbly on a bus seat, staring out the window. His gaze seemed distant, yet everything outside became a cruel reminder of what he had lost. Each building he passed seemed to summon the memory of days long gone, such as when he and Javier had dug into the soil together to raise homes. When the bus rolled across a bridge, the image of the Queen's smile upon the suspension bridge she had once asked him to construct returned to haunt him. Every detail of the city seemed infused with fragments of another life. Before long, the bus pulled to its stop. Kim Suho rose slowly and stepped down, his body moving without vitality, as though an invisible weight dragged each step. He wandered the empty road like a lost soul. The soft sound of birdsong from the branches above caught his attention. Those fleeting notes stirred something deep within, unlocking memories of joyous days with his beloved companions. Bo Dong the mole, Bang Gun the worm, Hamong the little hippo, Go Min the lazy bird, and Bi Bong Ba the playful otter. For a moment, warmth mixed with sorrow spread within him, but his pace remained heavy, carrying both grief and nostalgia in equal measure. At last, his slow steps brought him before the resting place of his parents' remains. Standing before their memorial portraits, his lips finally parted. In a quiet voice, he began to speak to them. He confided that he had lived through a magnificent adventure, one more extraordinary than he could ever have imagined. He told them how he had earned great wealth and used it to aid countless people. He remembered the battles he had fought, against criminals, against evildoers, against angels and demons alike, and even against the king of hell himself. Each word carried a mixture of pride and longing, as though he wished his parents could have witnessed all of it with their own eyes. For a moment, silence stretched again, and he drew in a long, steady breath before forcing a smile. He admitted that if his parents could have seen it, everything would have appeared beautiful. He said he wished dearly that they could have witnessed it themselves, and he believed with certainty that they would have been proud of him. After these words, he slowly closed his eyes, his expression sinking into sorrow. Yet in that moment of despair, a sudden glow interrupted the stillness. A soft, familiar green light began to shimmer in the air. Suho's eyes opened instantly in shock. Reflected within a transparent mirror-like surface, a familiar system panel appeared before him, glowing with an otherworldly blue. His pupils contracted sharply and he turned abruptly, only to see the system's interface manifesting ever more clearly behind him. His astonishment deepened when he realized the words forming upon its surface. The message declared that they had seen everything. It said they had witnessed all that he wished to tell, every deed their Suho had accomplished in that other world, every glory he had earned. The words assured him that he could rest easy, for his father and mother had seen it all. In the next breath, the system panel dissolved into nothingness. In its place, two figures emerged slowly from the fading light, the forms of his father and mother standing before him once again. Kim Suho's tears could no longer be held back. They poured down without restraint, warm against his cheeks as though carrying all the grief he had suppressed for so long. In desperation, he rushed forward, yearning to embrace his parents once more, but his arms passed through them as though through a veil of emptiness, leaving him to collapse heavily onto the ground. Yet even as his body struck the earth, the tears did not cease. They streamed endlessly, his emotions breaking free and refusing to be hidden any longer. At that moment, his expression revealed everything: fear, sorrow, longing, as if he had become once again the small child who longed only to return to the loving arms of his parents. The place where every feeling could be shown without shame, as he had done in the earliest days of his life. Their figures, fragile as a fading dream, slowly began to dissolve, but still their faces carried a serene and gentle smile filled with happiness. Raising their fists together, they remarked that their family was truly wonderful. Though his heart ached with reluctance, Suho realized that destiny had allowed him to see them again, if only briefly. More importantly, he felt deeply that they had witnessed his struggles and were proud of him for all he had endured. That understanding brought immense comfort, a rare peace that eased the weight in his chest. It was a fleeting happiness, yet powerful enough to soften the sharpness of his pain. When at last he regained his composure, he allowed a trembling smile to form upon his lips. He raised his hand, meeting theirs in one final fist bump, a small but unshakable symbol of their bond. For an instant, warmth filled his heart as if time itself had paused. Then, with their radiant smiles lingering as his last memory, their forms dissolved completely, vanishing like mist under sunlight. Days later, back in Frontera, the land that had once been torn apart by battle was alive again with noise and movement. Reconstruction had begun in earnest. The clamor of hammers striking stone, saws cutting wood, and the shouting of workers echoed across the ruined city. One man called out that the building materials in his sector were nearly exhausted. Greg quickly reassured him that there was no need to worry, reminding him that the palace would send another shipment by the following morning. Turning to a female elf at his side, he asked whether the iron and cement were also running short. She answered with calm confidence that the man in charge had already supplied more than enough to fill the hospitals, resources fit to build 10 whole cities, and told him there was no cause for concern. Elsewhere, Artanis reported to Lord Bayan that all mining operations had been successfully completed. Bayan nodded with satisfaction, noting with approval that thanks to the help of the demon folk, every task was moving forward with remarkable smoothness. In another part of the city, a young girl urged Bibong to rest, her tone filled with worry as she reminded him that everyone was concerned for his health. She warned him that if he kept overworking himself, his body would surely suffer. Yet the little otter only cried out his own name once in stubborn determination and continued to labor without pause. The girl let out a long sigh, half in frustration and half in affection, and told him that if he refused to rest, then she too would refuse to leave his side. The spirit of restoration filled every corner of Frontera. Dust and sweat mixed in the air as people worked tirelessly to rebuild their land. Meanwhile, the Count and Countess remained in their chambers, surrounded by endless stacks of documents. The Countess observed that the requests for food from Astrahan had already been fulfilled. The Count acknowledged her remark with a nod and instructed that the restoration of Mars be temporarily halted, with laborers redirected toward heating facilities instead. Since standardizing the new procedures would take time, he ordered that the most experienced soldiers form a supervisory team, leaving Bayan only with the responsibility of confirming the final results. As she looked at her husband's weary face, the Countess spoke softly, saying that he seemed tired and should not push himself too far. But the Count laughed warmly and asked that if his present work was already considered exhaustion, then what could be said of the two poor souls still suffering their punishment in the underworld? At that very moment, the Hell Engineer and the Angel Gariel were indeed laboring under punishment, their faces haggard and drawn as they struggled through mountains of documents. The Count paused briefly, then added that Javier, too, was not to be forgotten. Upon hearing this, the Countess grew quiet. She gazed out of the window, her voice low as she murmured that 6 months had already passed since the boy had gone, and that each night she still dreamed of Javier's return. The Count reassured her gently, telling her it would surely happen. With thoughts of both Lloyd and Javier weighing upon his heart, he added that he hoped things would soon grow better. It would not remain a dream forever, he insisted, for Javier had made a solemn promise. The boy had vowed to bring that person back. He would not fail. He would return their lord to them. And at that very moment, far away, Javier himself, rugged, dust-covered, and solitary, was pressing forward across a lonely path, step by step, toward a destination known only to him. The scene shifted to the Queen's palace, where Javier stood in the main hall before her. The Queen stated that they needed to find the Dragon King, and Javier agreed. He recalled that in the past, young Master Lloyd and he had once borrowed the Dragon King's power to visit their homeland in another world. He suggested that if they sought the Dragon King's help again, there might be a chance to return there once more. The Queen then explained that Lloyd had stepped into the cycle of reincarnation, and no one knew what he would be reborn as or in which world he would appear. Javier fell silent for a moment before responding that it was only one possibility, and perhaps Lloyd had already returned to his homeland. The Queen asked if he was certain that this possibility was significant, to which Javier admitted it was not. However, he reasoned that Lloyd Frontera had always been the kind of man who would wager everything, even on the smallest chance. Hearing this, the Queen reflected for a moment before declaring that the Kingdom of Magentano would do everything possible to find the Dragon King. She ordered Javier to tell her everything that had happened so far. Javier explained that he had retraced the path toward the Dragon King as he remembered, yet after months of searching, he had been unable to find him. He speculated that there might be a magical barrier formed from a special dimension, and for humans like them, breaking such a barrier was impossible. That meant, he concluded, they would have to uncover how the heroes of the past had reached the Dragon King's lair and received his blessing. The Queen immediately commanded that all records related to past heroes be investigated, and every possible place connected to them be explored. Soon after, with the united effort of the entire kingdom, they discovered a clue. Reports came that a village still preserved the legend of the Dragon Road, though it had long since been destroyed. The Queen insisted that no matter what, the truth of it must be thoroughly investigated. The scene then shifted to the Frontera territory. Winter had come, snow falling in waves. Before the entrance gate, an old banner still hung, reading, "Welcome back, young Master Lloyd." In stark contrast to its cheerful words, the surroundings appeared desolate and sorrowful. The rope holding the banner, weathered by time, snapped under the cold wind, and the cloth slowly fell to the frozen ground. Footsteps approached. It was Lord Bayan, accompanied by others carrying tools. As if accustomed to the routine, he gave the order to replace the old banner. Meanwhile, on a distant mountain where blizzards raged too fiercely for ordinary people to survive, Javier continued to tread quietly on his journey in search of the Dragon King. Back in the Frontera territory, a new banner was soon put up, yet the words remained the same. "Welcome back, young Master Lloyd." The message had always been displayed there, carrying the collective hope of the people. Javier seemed to sense that hope and remained steadfast. Even within his own mind, he had never once thought that young Master Lloyd would never return. After all, it was Lloyd who had taught him that what truly mattered was always to keep looking forward, for that was the only way to achieve one's goals. Just then, a surprised voice echoed nearby, wondering aloud how a human could have found this place. Hearing it, Javier turned his head. When the speaker recognized his face, the voice grew even more astonished, realizing who he was. The one who had spoken was Tarinas, the father of the Dragon King. At present, back in the modern world, Kim Suho stood in front of a mirror dressed neatly in office attire, though his expression remained unchanged. Out of habit, he raised his hand to brush his hair, but the moment he touched his head, he realized that this was no longer the body he once had. After a moment of contemplation, he soon made his way to a tall office building. There, a manager welcomed him and invited him to sit. The man informed him that from that day onward he was officially team leader Kim Suho, since the decision had already been approved in the meeting the day before. He added that Suho had become the youngest team leader in the history of the business division, and even the most conservative figures could not ignore the profits he had generated for the company. Yet Suho did not feel pleased. He only gave a faint response of gratitude. The other man, surprised that he did not smile, remarked that no matter how competent he was at work, his perpetually somber face only revealed his loneliness. He went on to remind Suho of a female client who had once liked him but always felt ignored whenever she tried to speak with him. When the workday ended, Suho left alone. Suddenly his phone rang, catching his attention. Reading the message, his eyes showed a trace of surprise. It was from an old friend asking if he was still alive. Later that evening, the two of them met at a barbecue restaurant. While eating and talking, the friend recalled that Suho had once said if he were a man like him, he would bring him grilled meat. He then teased that the day had finally come and joked that without him, Suho might never have smelled meat at all. Noticing Suho's new position as a manager of a large corporation, the friend mocked that he should not grow too arrogant or else he would hit him. Suho, however, did not take offense. Instead, he smiled faintly and admitted that it had been a long time since he had eaten beef. The friend was surprised, pointing out that with a salary as high as his, there was no reason he could not afford it. Suho explained that he was still waiting for his friend to buy it for him, just as in the old days, because he had always believed his friend would become an extraordinary person in the future. Hearing this, the friend grew momentarily thoughtful but soon reverted to his playful manner, joking that Suho must have thought sweet words could earn him more premium beef and promising that he would give him 10 portions. As their conversation continued, the friend asked how Suho had been and where he was currently living. Suho paused in thought, then smiled lightly and revealed that he had dreamt of something strange. When the friend curiously asked what kind of dream it was, Suho slowly answered that it was a dream in which he was merely a supporting character in a novel. When Kim Suho opened his eyes, he did not know when exactly he had begun to unburden himself. He recounted his journey to his friend as if it had only been a dream, a way to confess the mistakes that weighed on him. While speaking, he remained unaware that his smile and expression had already shifted, no longer carrying the gloomy heaviness of his usual demeanor. His friend was equally fascinated, and the two continued to talk for a long time, so long that they remained there from when the restaurant was crowded until it was nearly closing, yet the flow of their conversation never ceased. Suho went on to describe how the King of Hell had torn away his arm in an attempt to escape, but he had refused to let go, clinging on despite the excruciating pain and ultimately dragging both of them into the gate of reincarnation. At that moment, his friend's expression subtly changed. Noticing this, Suho stopped, scratched his head with embarrassment, and admitted that he probably looked like a middle schooler still clinging to the childish dream of becoming a great man. His friend then asked, in a serious tone, whether what Suho had told him had really only been a dream. Suho froze for a moment before quickly insisting that it had, explaining that, as a science graduate, he could not possibly believe in something so fantastical. Yet his friend disagreed, stating firmly that all of those experiences must have truly happened to him. Hearing this, Suho's eyes widened in surprise. For the first time, it felt as though someone truly understood him. Tears welled at the corners of his eyes, but he quickly brushed them away and repeated with a smile that it had been nothing more than a dream, because otherwise it would have been impossible. His friend only smiled in return and remarked that perhaps this world was the dream, while the one Suho had spoken of was the real one. He reminded Suho that he had never seemed like someone who belonged here, but more like a hero from another world, only one who had lost his power in this place. Suho turned away and muttered that he was no hero, merely a supporting character. His friend countered that not only protagonists could become heroes. That remark left Suho briefly stunned. The friend then brought up Javier, asking whether Suho truly believed everything concerning him had ended. Suho laughed softly and admitted he did not know. The friend smirked, saying that, from what Suho had told him, Javier was not the kind of person to leave matters unresolved. No matter what happened, someone like him would pursue Suho to the very ends of the world. Indeed, just as those words suggested, Javier had by then arrived at a familiar place, the dwelling of the slumbering Dragon King. When the Dragon King saw him, he was surprised, but what astonished him even more was the cold request that immediately followed. Javier demanded to be taken to the city of Seoul. Javier finally stood before the mighty Dragon King, Verkis. Determined and unshaken, he carried only a single request, to be sent to Seoul. The vast hall of the dragon opened before him, filled with overwhelming opulence. Verkis lay stretched lazily across an enormous sofa, his body half curled in a posture of idleness, while all around him rose mountains of gold, heaps of silver, and rubies that caught the dim light and sparkled like scattered stars. The chamber was drenched in the glow of treasure and the quiet hum of ancient magic. Half asleep, Verkis stirred at last. His eyelids lifted slightly, revealing the glint of a dragon's gaze, and he stared at Javier. With a slow, rumbling voice that carried both irritation and curiosity, he asked how Javier had managed to come inside, pointing out that he had cast a particularly strong space distortion spell to keep others away. But Javier remained calm and firm, unmoved by either the wealth around him or the dragon's presence. With a straight face, he explained that he had turned to Lord Tyrannus for guidance, and that Tyrannus had revealed to him that if he traced a certain pattern with enough power, he could break through the distortion. Upon hearing this, Verkis narrowed his eyes in disbelief. He muttered that his father would hardly say such a thing, as if the thought itself was absurd. Yet midway through his words, he stopped when he saw Javier's unshaken composure. With a heavy sigh, the Dragon King pressed one hand against his face and leaned deeper into the sofa. He remarked that since Javier was indeed his father's ally, he must have gone to every length possible to get there, and that he had already received word of the matter. What a shame it was. Javier, however, cut him off before the words could settle. His voice was sharp and filled with determination as he declared that it was not yet over. Verkis turned his head and regarded him more closely. Javier's eyes were unwavering, and with absolute resolve he stated that as long as he remained alive, he would not stop until he found the one he sought. The Dragon King fell silent for a while, staring at the knight who refused to give in. At last he spoke again, his tone calm but weighted with finality. He told Javier that this matter had been decided long ago, set in motion by a universe far beyond their own, and that even he could not say whether the one Javier sought was truly in soul. Javier did not back down. With stubborn hope, he replied that if even the Dragon King could not confirm it, then the chance still existed, and that meant the probability was not zero. Verkis paused briefly, then let out a short laugh, half amused and half resigned. With an effortless snap of his fingers, a wide magic circle appeared on the floor beside Javier. Its complex lines glowed with energy, and slowly a swirling portal formed, its surface shifting like liquid light, leading directly to modern-day Earth. Javier's eyes widened as he looked at it, recognizing that his request had been granted. Meanwhile, Verkis reached into the inner pocket of his coat, his long fingers rummaging as he explained in an indifferent tone that the portal indeed led to Soul. But since Javier's young master's mana carried nothing particularly distinct, he could not provide a proper detector. After a moment, he finally produced a small object and tossed it casually toward Javier, telling him to take it anyway. Javier caught the object and looked down at it, realizing that it resembled some kind of device. Verkis went on to explain that if the button in its center was pressed, Javier could return to the Dragon's Hall instantly, adding almost lazily that he had not been sleeping well because he had spent nights making it. Javier blinked in surprise at such unexpected effort from the famously indolent dragon. But Verkis simply waved him off, covering his face once again with one hand, clearly tired of speaking further. He admitted that he had already expected Javier's arrival and urged him to leave quickly, complaining that such troublesome people disturbed his rest. Still somewhat stunned, Javier lowered his head and bowed deeply, giving his gratitude to the Dragon King. Then, holding the device firmly, he prepared to step into the glowing portal, carrying with him determination and hope for what awaited beyond. The scene shifted away. From the mystical realm of the Dragon King, the view swept outward into the vastness of space and then narrowed again, descending back onto Earth. First came the wide curve of the globe, then the outline of South Korea, and finally the restless city of Seoul. The streets there roared with ceaseless movement. Cars rushed in long streams, horns blared in the traffic, and countless people filled the sidewalks. Among them ran Javier. He pushed his way forward along the pavement, his eyes darting in every direction as he searched the countless faces around him. His mission was fixed and clear: to find Kim Suho. Yet in a city so vast, the task appeared close to impossible. He pressed onward regardless. He ran across busy crossings, slipped between strangers, and scanned every corner, alley, and storefront for a trace. Sweat rolled down his face. His breath grew heavier, but he refused to stop. From the light of morning until the depths of night, he kept running. At last, his body gave way. He stumbled into a narrow alley wedged between two buildings and sank down, his head falling forward as exhaustion claimed him. The long night passed silently. When morning came again, Javier rose, forcing himself to continue the search once more. Still weary, Javier resumed his search. Step by step, through endless streets and the restless flow of crowds, he kept moving forward, scanning faces and corners, yet there was still no trace of Suho anywhere. The hours dragged on until his strength gave out. Eventually, he slumped back into another shadowed alleyway, completely drained, his mind weighed down with regret. He reflected bitterly that he had not even known what Suho truly looked like and wished, more than anything, that he had taken the chance to learn more about him before it was too late. Closing his eyes, Javier allowed himself a brief moment of stillness, his body curled up against the cold stone. Another night slipped by with him hidden in the darkness, clinging helplessly to the burden of his failure. By dawn, his weary hand reached into his pocket and pulled out the small device given to him by the Dragon King, the return portal. Its surface glimmered faintly as he stared at it with trembling fingers, his mind clouded with doubt. He admitted inwardly that from the very start he had come here without a proper plan, uncertain even of how to proceed. As despair pressed in, he clenched his teeth, wondering what kind of main character he could possibly be, asking himself where one could ever find a protagonist this incompetent. His thoughts turned bitterly to Suho, convinced that if it had been Suho, he would have already known the right course of action. Tears welled in Javier's eyes and slid down his cheeks as he lifted his gaze toward the fading night sky. For a moment, the brilliance of the city lights blurred before him, until suddenly his eyes widened. In the far distance, standing proud against the skyline, rose a familiar silhouette. It was the Namsan Seoul Tower, the very place he and Suho had once visited together, a place tied to memories that refused to fade. Those memories came flooding back all at once. In his mind echoed the voice of Lloyd, who had once said that when someone truly missed another person, fate itself might allow them to meet again there. The recollection stirred something within him. Strength, faint but undeniable, returned to his body. Javier forced himself upright and began to run. His legs struck the pavement again and again, carrying him forward with renewed urgency as he dashed toward the tower. He sprinted up the long staircase, each step louder than the last, his breath ragged, his chest rising and falling as though the climb itself might break him. Yet he pressed on. Along the way, another memory surfaced, Lloyd's question about how their household had been drowning in debt. The thought struck him, but Javier did not allow it to slow his pace. He pushed himself harder until the tower at last came into view above him. At the summit, surrounded by crowds of strangers, Javier's eyes darted frantically from one unfamiliar face to another. His heart pounded violently in his chest, and still the memories would not release him. He heard Lloyd's voice once more, commanding from horseback that their next target would be the Laconovi County. Back in the present, Javier tore through the crowd, searching desperately. Another flash of memory struck him. Lloyd's vow that for the Count, the Countess, and everyone else, he would find what was needed no matter the cost. But the recollection shifted, turning sharp and cutting. He remembered Lloyd's furious shout, declaring they had never been friends and calling him an arrogant fool. Even in that anger, Javier had once sensed the guilt lingering behind those words. His vision blurred, sweat trickled down his face, and his breath grew short and heavy. Yet one final memory rose: Lloyd's last stand in battle. Javier saw him smiling at the very end, proclaiming that it was time for the extra to leave the stage and entrusting him with the duty of protecting the world as the true main character. The memory faded and the present returned. Javier's eyes filled again with tears. His body swayed with exhaustion, yet his determination carried him onward. Then, at last, his gaze shifted, and he saw him. Just a few meters away, standing amidst the crowd, was Suho. Time itself seemed to freeze. Javier halted in place, unable to take another step, his chest heaving with every strained breath. Around him, the voices of people carried on, casual and carefree, conversations about cafes, the laughter of children, but none of it reached him. His world had narrowed completely to the single figure ahead. Suho, too, had stopped. Shock froze his features as recognition struck, and his lips trembled as he formed Javier's name. Javier, drenched in sweat and gasping for air, slowly pressed his lips together. Then, after all the silence between them, he let a faint smile appear. It was a smile of relief, a smile of reunion. After so much wandering, so many memories, and so many struggles that had nearly broken him, Javier and Suho had at last found each other again. We returned to the Frontera territory, where the once destroyed buildings had now been fully rebuilt, standing tall and lively once more. At the center of the plaza, a grand statue caught everyone's eyes, a massive shovel, the very tool Lloyd had always used, now turned into his memento. Fresh flowers were tied around it like garlands, showing how dearly the people remembered him. The scene then shifted to Arco, who stood before the gathered crowd to open the festival. With a solemn voice, he announced that the day marked the 5th year of the festival, the day everything in Frontera had collapsed, the day Lloyd had left them. Yet he added that it was also the day they kept their faith alive, believing that one day he would return. Lifting a glass high, Eros called for a toast, and the people cheered loudly in unison. Amid the celebrations, even Bibong, the great beast, was seen joining in. He joyfully tossed flowers into the air, making them fall like gentle rain. Perched on his head were 3 familiar demons enjoying the moment together. Among them was the little girl Leia, who shouted in delight that it was so pretty. Beside her sat the Tannies, smiling warmly at Bibong. She remarked that it was great to see him looking so much brighter, confessing that at first he had seemed so gloomy that they had been really worried. Bibong replied in his usual voice that parting with creatures he liked had been so sad that he had even thought of leaving forever and never meeting anyone again. A memory then flashed of him once sitting alone in the forest until the Tannies had approached and reached out to him. Back in the present, he continued that he had been so happy when the demons had treated him kindly. The Tannies gently responded by thanking him for saying that and encouraged him to enjoy himself too, reminding him that when Lloyd returned he would surely want to greet him with a cheerful face. Meanwhile, the festival carried on with joy. Byron, Diego, and Greg were seen enjoying the feast together. Greg playfully raised his glass toward Diego, teasing him by congratulating him on the promotion and suggesting he must have saved up a lot of money. Diego sighed and admitted that all his wages had gone into paying off debt. Greg burst into laughter and said that it was karma, so Diego should just take it like a champ. The festival continued with joy and music. In another part of the plaza, goblins and elves came together to perform, beating drums, strumming instruments, and playing cheerful tunes like a full festival band. The lively rhythm filled the air, and the audience danced along, celebrating the moment. Among the crowd were Emily, a human, and Kuga, the orc she had married. They now had a baby in their arms, a child with orc-like features. The little family smiled warmly, enjoying the beauty of the festival together. Nearby, the dwarf Coitus suddenly grabbed Solidus by the ear, scolding him and asking if this was the time to enjoy a festival, ordering him to go to class. Solidus yelped in pain, clearly not ready to let the fun go. Meanwhile, the festival also hosted a unique competition in Lloyd's honor, a contest to recreate his face in the most impressive way. One group proudly unveiled their statue and declared it to be that year's entry, calling it Lord Lloyd's Japji. Another group quickly countered with laughter, saying they did not think the first team had captured Teacher Lloyd's personality very well. The first group smugly fired back that their piece expressed his ugliness far better, but the second group retorted that if one did not capture his viciousness, then it was not truly Teacher Lloyd. As the two sides bickered, tension broke when Lloyd's parents suddenly arrived. Seeing them, both groups panicked slightly. Marbella, Lloyd's mother, calmly stepped forward and presented her own portrait of Lloyd, one so much more accurate and heartfelt than any of the entries. Both group leaders immediately dropped to their knees and admitted in unison that they conceded. Outside the front territory, the atmosphere was quieter. Lloyd's younger brother, Julian, sat alone, waiting silently as if expecting someone. Soon Sarazid, his wife, approached and softly addressed him, remarking that this was where he had been. Julian returned her greeting politely, and she looked at him with concern, asking why he was sitting in a place like that. Julian turned his gaze aside and admitted that he had been wondering whether His Majesty the King might come that year. Sarazid shook her head and said she had heard the Queen had been very busy with state affairs lately and that the King insisted on holding that event every year. She added that she was sure the ministers strongly opposed it. Julian conceded that she was probably right. Then Sarazid noticed someone in the distance. Turning her eyes toward the road, she said quietly that she had underestimated His Majesty's resolve. Julian followed her gaze, and his expression changed when someone did indeed approach. From the royal kingdom itself, Queen Chiritos was seen making her way toward the front territory. The scene then cut back to the modern world Seoul, where the familiar skyline met a quietly charged moment at the tower. Javier stood on the viewing platform with a small, steady smile as he looked directly at Suho. Suho, stunned into silence for a beat, saw him too. Javier stepped forward, and when he reached Suho, he stopped and, in a gesture both formal and heartfelt, dropped to one knee. The plaza fell hush. He announced that he had come to escort Suho. Go Jiang, Suho's best friend, watched with wide eyes and could not help thinking that Javier looked exactly like the illustrations from the novel. He wondered if Javier had really crossed dimensions to find Suho. Javier remained kneeling, calm and sincere. Passers-by and festival-goers glanced over, surprised by the quiet gravity of the moment. After a short silence, Suho spoke, asking whether going back was really the right thing to do, a question that carried everything he had felt since waking up in this world. Javier looked up and listened as Suho, his voice trembling with memories of another life, explained that in the other world he had had strength, an almost cheat-like power that had marked him as different. Here, he said, he felt powerless. Going back might mean reclaiming that strength, but it also felt like running away. He admitted, quietly and painfully, that he had fled before because he could not bear that life. Javier responded with gentle firmness, telling Suho that he was mistaken if he thought the people of the frontier wanted his power above all else. They wanted him, the person, the man they knew, not a show of strength. Suho listened, conflicted, and was silent for a long moment as the weight of Javier's words sank in. Then, more to himself than to anyone else, he spoke again about the other world, how he had once overflowed with strength, how it had felt completely different, and how the idea of going back raised doubts about courage and responsibility. As Suho wrestled with his doubts, his best friend Go Jiang suddenly smacked him on the back, breaking his heavy train of thought. Javier immediately stood, anger flashing across his face as if ready to punish Go Jiang, but Suho quickly intervened and stopped him, insisting that Go Jiang was his friend. The tension eased. Javier felt quiet and held himself back. Then Go Jiang spoke in a steady voice filled with emotion. He admitted that he had once wanted to be like Suho, smart, successful, someone who stood out, But when he failed, he had felt useless, like trash. He had even thought of giving up on everything. Yet through living in his own way, he had come to realize something. Maybe it had not just been running away. Maybe he had been searching for a world that fit him, a place where his strengths meant something. With a gentle smile, Jaeyoung turned to Suho and told him it was time to go, calling him gamer, and saying they were heading to the world where he would be the legendary estate architect. Suho froze, deeply moved by his friend's words, before slowly turning toward Javier, who was still standing and waiting. Javier smiled, raised his hand, and Suho's expression softened. Sadness shifted into determination. He reached out as well, and their hands clasped firmly together. The onlookers stared in confusion, uncertain what this gesture meant. Then Javier pulled out the switch the Dragon King Verkus had given him, the device capable of opening the path back. He pressed it, and a brilliant light engulfed the plaza. In that final moment before leaving, Suho looked back at Gojiang and smiled warmly, while Jian responded with a grin and a lifted thumbs up. The light surged, carrying Suho and Javier upward into the sky like a beam piercing through the night. The people below watched in awe as the radiance shot out of Earth, streaking into the stars before vanishing into the cosmos. Jiang kept his eyes fixed on the fading trail and, with a grin, whispered to himself that Dayback was awesome. Yet the journey was not over. The radiant beam continued across distant lands, soaring past mountains, then over the ocean where mermaids gazed in wonder at the glowing light. It streaked across vast savanna fields where centaurs stood with their eyes lifted skyward. Finally, it passed over open grasslands where even the Dragon King Verkus looked up from his quiet picnic with his family. A gentle smile spread across his face, for he knew they were returning. Inside the beam of light, Suho and Javier traveled together through the void. Suho began to recognize the world below, the familiar night lights of Frontera. His heart swelled as he thought that he was glad everyone had been doing well after all. With that, the light streaked downward, bringing him back to the world he had once left behind. The story continued with a solemn and weighty scene. The people of Frontera had gathered together in one sacred place, each person carrying a glowing lamp. At the head of the procession, Count Eros was leading them forward. The deep and formal voice of the priest then echoed through the air. He proclaimed that, as established by the sacred laws of the great Magentano kingdom, anyone who entered the king's bed, regardless of the reason, would be ordered to become betrothed to the king. In accordance with the will of the great ancestors of Magentano, he called upon King Alicia to Mina Magentano. The scene shifted to reveal King Alicia herself, standing in a radiant bridal gown. Her posture was graceful, her expression calm, yet beneath that calmness lingered a quiet sorrow, not for the weight of tradition, but because Lloyd was absent, far away in another world, unable to stand beside her in this most important moment. The priest continued the ritual, turning toward her. He asked if Her Majesty accepted Lloyd Frontera as the kingdom consort. After a brief silence, Alicia answered with firmness that she gladly accepted the command of the great ancestors and the law. The priest then paused, scanning his sacred book before speaking the next vow. He called upon the eldest son of the Front family, asking if Lloyd Frontera would take King Alicia to Mina Magentano as his wife and accept being declared kingdom consort. But Lloyd was not present. In his place, at the spot where the groom should have stood, there was only Lloyd's shovel, adorned with flowers and bound with ropes as a symbolic stand-in. Among the crowd, Lloyd's parents could be seen. They listened in silence, their expressions weighed down by sorrow at the absence of their son on this day. Nearby, Byron and Jay also watched the ceremony unfold without a word. Around them, elves and many others stood with somber faces. Julian, Lloyd's younger brother, was there as well with his wife, both bearing witness to this moment. Even Bibiog, the mighty beast, was present. His normally fierce eyes were filled with tears as he sat in sorrow. And finally, the demon queen Art Tanis and other demons were also among the witnesses, their presence adding yet more gravity to the scene. The priest slowly closed his book and, in a solemn voice, declared that until the answer from the one chosen as consort was returned, the question would remain. He asked if King Alicia could wait. Alicia listened quietly, but without hesitation. She raised her head and looked straight toward the shovel, Lloyd's symbol, swearing with firm resolve that she would wait forever. The priest nodded and continued the ritual, announcing that the betrothal procedures would resume again 1 year from that day. With that, Alicia stepped down from the stage. She walked gracefully, her steps echoing in the silence. As she passed Count Eros, Lloyd's father, she smiled softly and told him that she would hurry back and asked him to enjoy the rest of the festival. Eros bowed his head deeply and, with a voice filled with emotion, pleaded if Her Majesty could stay with them a little longer. Around them, everyone present knelt in respect to their queen, but Alicia only kept walking, her tone formal though her heart felt heavy, a restraint that made even the audience uncomfortable. The Count then apologized humbly, saying that he was sorry. Alicia paused for a moment and turned her gaze to the right. Her eyes once more fell on the shovel that symbolized Lloyd. She lowered her head slightly, sadness clear in her expression, before addressing the Count and everyone gathered, saying that she was satisfied just to see them living strongly at next year's festival as always. But before she could finish, a voice suddenly interrupted, declaring that this festival would be the last one that year. The words froze the entire hall. Alicia went silent, slowly turning to her left. The Count too looked in the same direction, and then they saw them, Javier and Suho Kim, the one everyone had once known as Lloyd. The hall erupted with murmurs as the two appeared. Javier walked proudly, while Suho was dressed in his simple, familiar clothes, the very same ones he had worn when he lived as Lloyd. The audience stared in shock. Among them, Lady Curia Namarin saw Javier and broke down into tears, covering her mouth with both hands, unable to hide her emotions. Javier and Suho continued walking step by step until they stood before Alicia. Suho, however, looked hesitant, his eyes downcast, almost avoiding her gaze. The Frontera family members and the people of the territory all stared toward him, stunned, whispering in disbelief. Alicia, her heart racing, walked toward Suho and stopped right in front of him. The two stood there silently, no words exchanged, only the weight of unspoken feelings filling the air. Suho tried to avert his eyes, embarrassed and unsure. But then Alicia slowly lifted her right hand and placed it gently on Suho's cheek. His face turned red as he looked up, caught between hesitation and longing. With trembling fingers, Alicia brushed through his hair, fixing it gently, making him look just as he did in the old days when he was Lloyd. Her eyes softened while Suho's face flushed with deep embarrassment, though behind it, a faint warmth began to return. Alicia kept her hand on Suho's cheek for just a moment longer, then slowly pulled it back. Her face turned serious again, calm, but filled with emotion. Suho still could not bring himself to meet her eyes. He looked to the side, embarrassed and unsure of what to say. Then Alicia's voice cut through the silence, strong and filled with longing, as she said that the man who had made her fall in love had always come running whenever she wished to see him. Suho instantly looked at her in surprise, and Alicia continued softly, saying that it was just like now. At last, Suho locked eyes with her. Their gazes connected, and Alicia smiled warmly before asking gently, with her usual sign of trust between them, whether it was safe. This one word melted away Suho's hesitation. His expression steadied, and his eyes sharpened with determination. He raised his right hand high and declared loudly that safety came first. The crowd erupted in response. B.A. Hyun and Greg cheered with wild excitement, overjoyed at this undeniable proof that it was indeed Lloyd, the man they had always known. The orcs, the dwarves, the humans, everyone burst out shouting, some even crying at the overwhelming emotion of the moment. Even Bebong could not hold back tears of happiness. Fists rose into the air, voices joined together, and the entire festival roared with cheers of celebration. But then something unexpected occurred. A glowing system window suddenly appeared before Suho, declaring that everyone who knew him was happy he had come into this world. Suho stared in shock as more windows began appearing one after another, stating that his wish had been granted and that the experiment conducted in the higher world on the possible range of interference with lower worlds and errors had successfully concluded. Tears welled up in Suho's eyes as he realized these words came from those who had always been watching and guiding him. A blue light then began to shine from his feet, slowly rising upward and enveloping his entire body in a divine glow. Another system window appeared, announcing that the world had given up its hostility toward the powerful being that he was. The light climbed higher, reaching his chest and neck, transforming him completely. Another message then flashed before his eyes, explaining that this world, once called Iron Blood Night, would be reset into a world with a completely new fate, its name to be Fantasy Healing Life with Civil Engineering Skills. Suho stood stunned as his transformation was completed. He was no longer Suho, but Lloyd once again. One final message appeared before him, asking whether this new adventure would not be fun as well, calling him son. At that moment, Lloyd's summoned beasts, revived along with him, suddenly appeared. Tiny in size, like little mice, they ran happily across his body, climbing his shoulders and chest. Lloyd smiled despite himself, and his beasts seemed to smile too, their joy clear as they jumped and played all over him. Then the ground trembled as another beast revived, the mighty bone dragon Yong Yong, who announced his return to the world with a thunderous roar. The scene shifted once again. Bangle, one of Lloyd's summons, suddenly ate an enchanted bean, her body glowing as she grew larger in size, towering playfully from the side. Bebong came running, tears streaming down his face as he rushed straight toward Bangle. The two met, checking each other's faces, both overwhelmed with emotion as Bebong continued to cry. Meanwhile, Alicia gently placed both hands on Lloyd's shoulders. Lloyd's face turned red, clearly flustered by her closeness, but without hesitation, Alicia pulled him into a tight embrace. Joy spread across the festival. Bangle and Bebong reunited and even shared a kiss, while Alicia and Lloyd held each other tighter, the weight of longing and reunion overflowing. In that moment, Alicia whispered softly to him that earlier his face had looked so handsome that she had not even wanted to do what she had done, adding that she liked potatoes. Lloyd, blushing furiously, stammered back only the single word, potatoes. Alicia chuckled lightly, still holding him close, and told him that more than that, it was his heart. She asked if he knew why it was beating so fast. Nearby, Javier watched the two with a warm smile, but then faint crying reached his ears. He turned and saw Salura walking toward him, tears streaming down her face. Alicia sighed softly into Lloyd's shoulder, remarking that she was a fool for expecting anything. But before she could finish, Lloyd, his face completely red and his voice trembling yet clear, suddenly blurted out that it was because he loved Her Majesty, the King. The words lingered in the air like lightning. At that moment, Javier and Salura collapsed into each other's arms, holding one another tightly as tears streamed down their faces. Nearby, Alicia and Lloyd finally loosened their embrace, though Alicia immediately clasped both of his hands within her own. Lloyd's blush deepened even further. She smiled at him with a playful air, remarking that the most important greeting was still left to be given. The scene shifted as Count Aros and Lady Marbella, Lloyd's parents, stepped forward. Their eyes glistened with tears as they beheld their son truly standing before them. Lloyd looked back at them, guilt weighing heavily upon his face. His voice cracked as he admitted that he had been deceiving them all this time, adding that they probably already knew everything, but Before he could finish, Aros and Marbella seized his hands tightly. Smiling through their tears, they told him together that they were grateful he had come back to them, calling him their brave son. The moment shattered Lloyd's composure. His tears finally flowed as he stared at them with trembling lips. Then, a glowing system window suddenly appeared behind them, revealing the true image of his real parents. Lloyd swallowed hard, his body trembling, yet he did not hesitate. He threw his arms around them, hugging them tightly as he cried out that he was sorry for being late, calling them mother and father. The entire hall fell into silence, the long-awaited reunion between son and parents finally fulfilled. Suddenly, all eyes turned as a figure flipped and rolled dramatically before the crowd, landing gracefully on the ground. It was the same person who had earlier acted as the priest, now speaking loudly and urgently. He asked if Lloyd Frontera, eldest son of the Fronta family, would take King Alicia Tamina Magentano as his wife and accept the position of kingdom consort. Lloyd blushed deeply as his eyes met Alicia's, feeling the immense weight of the moment. Alicia stepped closer to him, her voice soft, yet tinged with teasing, as she reminded him that refusing meant death anyway, since the law was clear. If one had slept in the king's bed, marriage was mandatory. She added with a light smile that she had already assigned so many duties to the consort. Lloyd gazed at her, and just then a system window appeared before him, showing that his current RP held 9,999,999. A wide grin spread across his face. With confident motion, he gently lifted Alicia with his left hand from behind her shoulder, tilting her slightly as though preparing for a playful kiss. Holding her like this, Lloyd boldly declared while looking straight into her eyes that he, Lloyd Frontera, the man who had designed a legendary domain, would take Alicia Tamina Magentano as his wife. He then raised his left hand and pointed toward the sky, shouting triumphantly that he had returned and that the celebratory shots should be fired. Nearby, Yong Yong, the bone dragon, began gathering energy in his mouth, forming a massive blue flame as he prepared to unleash his dragon breath. The crowd watched in awe as the night sky readied itself for an extraordinary display. Meanwhile, the people of Frontera erupted in celebration, launching fireworks, small pyrotechnics, and ceremonial cannon blasts into the sky. Laughter, cheers, and joyful cries filled the air. Even distinguished figures such as Velarde Blanc could be seen weeping and shouting in delight. Orcs, elves, and other attendees began playing musical instruments, their melodies weaving into the festive atmosphere. Eros and Marbella watched their son with uncontainable pride and joy. July, along with his wife, Bibiang and Bangul, joined in the revelry, celebrating the moment together. Still holding Alicia close, Lloyd glanced sideways at her as she smiled warmly at him. She gently cupped his head, and the two of them shared a passionate embrace amid the joyous chaos. Meanwhile, Yong finally unleashed his dragon breath into the night sky, sending out an immense glowing blast that illuminated the darkness like a brilliant firework display. The heavens cracked with light as the blue flames painted across them. Amidst this radiant scene, Alicia and Lloyd shared a passionate kiss, the culmination of their long-awaited reunion. Javier watched them with a smile, while at his side, Salura blushed, clearly moved by the sight of their love. The atmosphere was filled with joy, celebration, and heartfelt emotions as the tale of the greatest estate developer seemed to reach a grand, satisfying conclusion. Yet, just when it appeared the story was over, a final surprise awaited. Far away, drifting through the vast stretches of time and space, the real soul of Lloyd continued his silent journey, pondering what his next existence might be. He wondered what he would be reincarnated as, reflecting that he had once been a large man and questioning if he might now return as something as small as a bug. His thoughts grew more serious as he considered the one who had stolen his body and questioned how that figure had managed to become so strong. He thought that people must have been happy that such a person had come into their world. In his heart, he wished that if he were reborn, those who knew him would simply feel glad that he had entered their lives. His soul traveled on, moving steadily toward the end of the endless journey through time and space. At last, Lloyd reached the very edge of existence, where a radiant light enveloped him. His eyes slowly closed as he prepared to reincarnate into a new life. Suddenly, the cry of a newborn pierced the air. In the brightness, the shadows of a woman and a man appeared, their voices filled with awe and love. The woman exclaimed to her husband that their baby had opened his eyes, marveling at the large, round gaze that reminded her of herself. The man, however, chuckled and insisted the child looked more like him since, as he teased, he was the handsome one. He gently reassured the infant, speaking softly that the world must seem strange to their baby, and urging the child to come closer, explaining that this man was his father and the woman was his mother. He even played a little peekaboo to comfort him. The couple smiled warmly, their hearts overflowing with joy. The husband then declared that their baby would grow up strong, intelligent, and destined to protect many people, before announcing the child's name as Soo-ho Kim. In that unexpected twist, everything fell into place. Lloyd had been reincarnated. Soo-ho Kim was none other than Lloyd himself. Their soul, their essence, their being were one and the same. The story thus came full circle, revealing the true identity of the boy destined to live an extraordinary life. Hello bros, the next content will be a side story, not part of the main story. The author will add details that have not been clarified or have been omitted. I hope you bros will continue to follow. During the peak of construction in the Frontera territory, Lloyd and Javier were walking through a newly built septic tank beneath the surface, inspecting the progress from below. Meanwhile, in a distant territory far from Frontera, Byron was seen arguing with a client. The client had decided to cancel all the Own-All installations. Byron protested, explaining that their workers had already departed for the area, but the client dismissed his concern, saying they would simply pay the penalty, as another company had offered to do the same work for a much cheaper price. Later, Byron observed the rival company's workers carrying out their installation. He studied their technique carefully and realized with growing irritation that the method seemed strikingly familiar. It was almost identical to their own. He concluded that the rival must have stolen their design. While he watched, a pink-haired man among the workers noticed him and accused him of spying on their construction. Byron kept silent, but inwardly resolved that he could not let such an act go unpunished. Sometime later, inside a room, Lloyd sat across from Byron, with Javier standing behind him. After quickly grasping the situation, Lloyd asked if the rival companies were truly selling on-all systems like theirs. Byron, clearly frustrated, confirmed that several guilds were doing so. They had slashed their prices and stolen his business. He insisted that this was outright theft of their technology and called for sanctions. Lloyd, however, only smiled faintly and said they should let it be, reasoning that it was a good thing if the Own-All systems spread widely. Byron was left speechless, while Javier silently questioned whether Lloyd had lost his mind or was being serious. Months later, a building in the rival company's territory suddenly erupted in thick smoke. Workers stumbled out, coughing and shouting in panic, cursing the poor quality of the system. The pink-haired guildmaster, watching the chaos unfold, clenched his jaw in anger and ordered one of his subordinates to infiltrate the Frontera territory and steal the blueprints, believing they were hidden somewhere in the mansion. The subordinate agreed eagerly. However, the plan failed. The subordinate was caught, tied up, and visibly beaten. When Lloyd arrived, he asked Byron who the man was. Byron explained that the intruder had been found searching Lloyd's room for blueprints and had confessed to being part of a guild that had stolen their technology. Lloyd's eyes narrowed slightly as he asked whether the man had discovered anything about their core technology. Trembling in fear, the thief stuttered that he had not seen anything at all. Lloyd studied him for a moment, then smiled calmly and told him he could leave. The thief was stunned by the unexpected release. And even more shocked was Javier, who could hardly comprehend what had just happened. After the thief left, Javier turned to Lloyd, frustrated and confused that he would tolerate such blatant theft. Lloyd only smiled again and reminded him that he had already said it was a good thing if the Own-All system spread everywhere. Javier's disbelief deepened, his thoughts racing. He clutched his stomach in exasperation, wondering why the stress was making it ache even though he was a swordmaster. Time passed. When Lloyd eventually returned from Asfahan, Byron came to him with excitement, reporting that the Andal system had now spread across the entire nation. Although not yet perfect, the leaked technology had led to significant improvements, and large-scale production had made the system much cheaper overall. Lloyd tilted his head slightly as he looked at Byron, wondering why the man was behaving so strangely. Byron, seemingly confused, blinked and asked what Lloyd meant. In response, Lloyd chuckled softly and remarked that Byron should not be worried about there being too much of something, but rather about it still not being enough. He smiled then, pride flickering in his eyes, and added that it was exciting to see their first on-all design spreading throughout the entire country. Javier watched Lloyd, more shocked than ever before. Later, when he returned alone to his room, he sat on his bed, still trying to process everything that had happened. Placing a hand on his stomach, he muttered to himself in irritation that every time he forgot, the strange doll talk returned, leaving him uncomfortable. He wondered aloud why Lloyd seemed to act like a saint only when it came to dolls. Time passed, bringing the day of Julian's wedding. Somewhere else, in a tall building, 4 people, aside from a pink-haired man, sat around a long table discussing recent developments. One of them mentioned that the rival guilds had begun arguing, each claiming to be the original creator. Another commented that since Frontera's on-all design had the best performance, pretending to be the original helped them greatly with publicity. A third person voiced concern, asking what they should do now that everyone was claiming to be the original. The pink-haired man simply smiled coldly and remarked that the situation seemed a little too easy to solve. The scene shifted again. Byron's eyes widened in disbelief when he discovered another company using a logo identical to his own. He immediately hurried to report the matter to Lloyd, explaining that one of the first guilds to steal their design had also copied Lloyd's crest. The same guild had defeated all its competitors and monopolized the market, leaving their own territory without a single new commission. Lloyd's reaction, however, was calm and oddly cheerful. He remarked that it was great news, leaving Javier clutching his stomach in discomfort, unable to comprehend his master's mindset. Lloyd continued speaking with a smile, and then, suddenly, his mouth twisted into a wide, eerie grin that sent chills through the room. Javier could only stare, realizing that Lloyd's expression promised something unstoppable. Not long after, Lloyd and Javier took flight on Jin, Lloyd's summoned mount, heading straight toward the Kingdom Guild Commerce. Once inside, Lloyd approached a clerk and calmly stated that he wished to speak to the Regulation Bureau. He explained that, back when he had come to the capital, he had registered several unique technologies and his family crest. But now, they had all been stolen. His face contorted into a look of false agony as tears streamed down his cheeks, and he pleaded desperately for help. The narrative then shifted once more, this time to the pink-haired man, who found himself cornered as Kingdom Police stormed in to arrest him. An officer declared that he was being taken into custody for violating guild trade laws. Soldiers seized him by the coat and began dragging him across the floor as he shouted in confusion, demanding to know why this was happening. The officers replied that they didn't know the details yet, but had just received a report. As the arrest continued, the authorities confiscated all the stolen money, gold, and jewelry, while the culprits and guild members cried out in despair. The police announced that all profits would be seized as compensation for the rightful owner, and that an additional fine would be imposed for every stolen crest. Meanwhile, Lloyd could not contain his laughter. His voice echoed through the chaos, a wild, triumphant laugh that filled the air as everything fell apart for his enemies. Javier watched the scene unfold, both stunned and conflicted, thinking to himself that Lloyd Front was, without a doubt, a terrible person. Yet, as the turmoil subsided, he felt his own stomach finally settle, the stress slowly easing away. The scene opened on the outskirts of Frontier County, the domain of Viscount Lacona, a man who had once been a respected noble but whose name was now spoken only in tones of pity or contempt. 2 men were walking down a dusty road, chatting casually. One mentioned that he had heard young Master Lloyd had taken on the Royal Palace Garden project that time. The other confirmed it with admiration, remarking on how incredible Lloyd was. As their conversation continued, a man in tattered clothes stumbled into them. Irritated, the second man brushed off the contact without even looking properly at the stranger. But as the fallen man lifted his face, recognition flickered across the man's eyes. It was Viscount Lacona. Even so, neither of them stopped. They kept walking, leaving the disgraced noble lying in the dirt. Viscount Lacona slowly pushed himself up, his once proud eyes now hollow. His voice trembled as he murmured in despair. He began to wander aimlessly through the streets, bumping into passers-by who looked at him only with disgust. When he collided with a woman, she recoiled in panic, screaming that she had been contaminated. Another bystander shouted at her to hurry home and wash. The once feared Viscount was now treated like filth. Then the scene shifted, a memory flashing through Lacona's mind. He recalled Lloyd Front's calm yet cutting words as they echoed in his memory. The Viscount had embezzled an enormous amount of public funds and would have to repay it, since it would make Lloyd sad if there were cracks between them. The sting of those words still lingered. In despair, Lacona thought about how the taxes from his territory had all gone straight to the Count's domain. There was nothing left for him to do now but beg. Back in the present, he stumbled into someone again. This time, a small child holding a piece of bread. The boy snapped irritably, asking why the man was blocking his way and calling him annoying. The noble fell to his knees, his pride shattering completely as he begged the child to spare him a piece of bread. The boy blinked in disbelief, asking if the Viscount was trying to rob him. Trembling, Lacona pleaded again, explaining that his only son was starving and that he was asking for mercy, just a single piece of bread. The child stared for a long moment, his expression shifting from disgust to reluctant pity. Finally, he broke off a tiny crumb, barely the size of an almond, and handed it over, boasting that he had done a good deed and would surely go to heaven for it. Lacona collapsed to the ground, tears welling up as he bowed deeply, thanking the boy again and again with a trembling voice. The child paused, then said bitterly that he hadn't wanted to give even that much. But because the Viscount had taken all their money, his baby brother had grown up without even a proper bowl of soup. He said the Viscount was simply getting back what he had given. Those words struck like a blade. As the child walked away, muttering that his own words had cut deep, Lacona remained kneeling in the dirt, broken and alone. Count Lacona sat staring at the crumb trembling in his hand, realizing with quiet despair that even a single piece of bread had become the greatest mercy a man like him could ever hope to receive. Once a proud noble, he was now reduced to tears by the simple kindness of a child. As night fell over the outskirts of Fronta County, a faint lantern flickered inside a small tent. There, the former Viscount sat beside his son, Diego. With a gentle smile, Lacona offered a small piece of bread to the boy, tenderly telling him to eat what his father had brought. But Diego refused even to look at it. He slapped his father's hand away, letting the bread fall to the dirt, then turned his back and lay down, saying bitterly that there was no point in eating such scraps and that they might as well starve. The words pierced Lacona's heart like a knife. For a long moment he stood silent before whispering softly that he was sorry, and that next time he would try harder. In the corner of the tent, an elven woman ate her roasted meat, scoffing as she remarked that he should at least try to earn money through honest work. She mocked him for being someone who had spent his whole life giving orders and now lacked the courage to take them. Lacona said nothing, lowering his gaze in shame, because he knew deep down that she was right. The next morning, the once proud Viscount stood before the redberry fields, his hands trembling as he approached the farm manager, a man who had once worked under his command. The manager, surprised, asked if Lacona intended to help with the harvest. The fallen noble nodded hesitantly, asking whether there might be a spot for him. The manager chuckled, telling him that the land was his anyway, and that he could do as he wished. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Lacona bowed deeply, thanking him again and again. Under the scorching sun, he worked alongside commoners, his back aching and his palms bleeding from the thorns. When dusk came, the manager called for everyone to gather, announcing that the day's pay would be handed out. Smiles filled the faces of the workers as they received their wages and were praised for their hard work. When the line ended, Lacona remained standing, hope flickering in his weary eyes. He cautiously asked about his pay. The manager looked at him with a faint smirk and replied that he had never said he would pay him. The words froze Lacona in place. The world seemed to shatter around him as the manager coldly declared that it was time to wrap up for the day. Lacona stammered in confusion, but before he could finish, the man slammed his fist on the table, snapping that if necessary, he would use a whip to drive him away. The words hung in the air like a cruel sentence. Lacona's shoulders sagged as he turned and walked away in silence. But before he could leave, the manager called out to him, addressing him by his old title. Lacona stopped and turned back. The man told him that this was what he and the other nobles had done to them, and that now he finally understood what it felt like. Tears welled in Lacona's eyes as the man threw a small pouch toward him. It landed with a dull thud, spilling slightly open to reveal bruised red berries. The manager told him that they had burst during picking, that they were defective, and that he could at least take them. For a long moment, Lacona just stared at the pouch before dropping to his knees, bowing deeply as tears streamed down his face. He thanked the man again and again, saying he would never forget this act of kindness. The manager turned away, shouting for him to go, saying he could no longer stand the sight of him. Later that night, Diego sat on his bed, eating the berries his father had brought home. His face lit up with joy as he told his father how delicious they were and asked if they could have them again tomorrow. Watching him eat so eagerly, Lacona smiled softly and reminded him to slow down before he choked. For the first time in a long while, his weary heart felt a fleeting moment of peace. Several days later, far from town, the workers in the fields were murmuring among themselves about Viscount Lacona. They remarked that he had been showing up to work every day, even though they had assumed he would give up after a day or two. Some commented that perhaps even a noble like him didn't want to starve to death. Under the blazing sun, Lacona was seen bent over, laboring tirelessly. At one point, he straightened slightly and muttered to himself in pain, pressing a hand against his aching back. A female worker nearby called out to him, addressing him as Count. Startled, he turned toward her, and in that instant, a painful memory struck him. He remembered the same woman long ago, trembling before him while he had shouted in arrogance, demanding to know what was so difficult about her work that she needed to slack off. He had taunted her then, saying that perhaps a little whipping would make her stronger. Back in the present, he could hardly meet her gaze. His voice faltered as he tried to speak, but before he could finish, the woman simply offered gentle advice. She told him that working with his back bent like that would only make him sick, and demonstrated how he should straighten his posture and use his legs for support. Then she walked away, leaving Lacona silently stunned, and humbled by the kindness he had once been too proud to show others. That evening, the farm manager approached Lacona with a large bag of berries. He mentioned that he had mixed in some of the good ones and told the Viscount that he should eat well too. Overwhelmed by this simple act of consideration, Lacona's eyes filled with tears, his heart trembling with gratitude for the compassion he had never valued before. That night, Lacona ran to Diego, his voice full of renewed hope as he showed his son the bag. He told Diego that the farm manager had given them a generous share and that they could finally eat to their heart's content. But instead of sharing in his father's joy, Diego's face twisted in fury. He hurled the berries to the ground and began stomping on them, shouting in rage that he was sick of eating the same red berries every single day. As his anger grew, he glared at his father and demanded to know whether he had any pride left. He raged that they were nobles and that it was disgraceful for them to accept food tossed to them by common laborers. Before he could finish his tirade, Lacona struck him across the face. The blow sent one of Diego's teeth flying. With a trembling voice, Lacona told his son never to insult kind people. But Diego, bleeding and furious, screamed back that if those people were truly kind, they would still pay tribute to their noble class. Lacona's hand struck him again from the other side, knocking loose another tooth. Tears shimmered in Lacona's eyes, yet a faint smile crossed his lips as he told his son that they both needed to prove that people could change, himself included. The scene faded with the image of a broken noble who had finally learned the meaning of humility, and a son who had yet to understand it. As the scene opened, the setting revealed a small, worn-out tent, the modest dwelling of Viscount Lacona. Inside, a lone elf sat quietly, chewing on a piece of roasted meat held in her hand. As she ate, her gaze drifted toward several baskets filled with red berries neatly stacked in the corner of the tent. After a moment of thought, she tilted her head and murmured to herself, wondering if she should simply throw those fruits away. Before she could act, Viscount Lacona stepped forward, already dressed and ready for another long day in the berry fields. With a calm yet resolute tone, he told her not to discard them, explaining that the villagers had worked hard to gather the berries. He added that he would save them to make jam later. It was a simple remark, but one that revealed just how much he had changed over time. As he left the tent, Lacona glanced toward his son, Diego, who still lay lazily on the bed. Smiling gently, he told the boy that he was heading out to work and invited him to come help in the fields if he changed his mind. The scene then shifted to the fields, where the morning sunlight spilled across rows of berry bushes. Villagers were already busy at work when Lacona arrived, greeting him warmly and remarking on his unwavering diligence. Lacona smiled, genuinely content, and began his usual warm-up before joining them. Working side by side with the common folk, he bent down and started picking berries with steady hands. Hours passed, the sun rose high, and then began its slow descent. Despite the fatigue that weighed on him, Racona continued his labor, his clothes soaked in sweat. From a distance, Diego watched his father in silence. For the first time, a flicker of admiration appeared in the young man's eyes. He whispered softly to himself, wondering if there might be any work he could do to help. Later that evening, Racona returned to his tent, his body heavy with exhaustion. Yet even then, he took a moment to check the baskets of stored berries. A faint sour smell reached his nose, causing him to frown. He wondered aloud what the odor was, if the berries had spoiled after sitting for several days. Feeling regret for the waste of what had been kindly given to him, he sighed and dipped a finger into the liquid seeping from the fruit. Tasting it cautiously, his eyes widened in surprise as he realized what it was. By pure accident, the berries had begun to ferment. They were turning into wine. The spoiled fruit had transformed into something new and unexpectedly valuable. Sometime later, the scene shifted again. Byron, one of Lloyd's loyal aides, approached the young master with a report. He informed him that it appeared possible to make wine from the red berries cultivated in Viscount Racona's territory. Lloyd raised an eyebrow, his expression clearly skeptical. He wondered aloud why that particular fruit was being used, recalling that it was considered unsuitable for making alcohol, though he admitted he didn't know much about it. Byron nodded and went on to explain that the perfect fermentation conditions had apparently formed inside the Viscount's tent. Combined with the pure waters of the Prona River, the result had been a wine of exceptional quality. Recently, the Viscount had been making wine from discarded berries and generously sharing it with the villagers. Lloyd's eyes widened in disbelief as he questioned whether the old man was truly giving it away. Byron confirmed with a smile that it was true, adding that Viscount Racona had completely changed. He was now a hard-working and well-liked man among the townspeople. Lloyd fell silent for a moment, then smiled to himself, saying that he would inform the Count about it. Perhaps, he thought, the Count could expand the business. Of course, Viscount Racona would oversee operations and receive half of the profits. The scene then shifted to the berry fields, where Viscount Racona remained hard at work among the bushes. When Byron arrived with the news, a flicker of hope and quiet delight softened Racona's face. Later, aboard a ship, Lloyd and Javier stood together. Unable to hide his curiosity, Javier asked whether Viscount Racona had truly changed. Lloyd replied coolly, remarking that humans were creatures of their environment. If one changed the environment, some people would change along with it. The story moved then to the Racona Brewery, now a bustling place filled with noise and motion. Racona stood proudly among the workers, smiling as they greeted him warmly, calling out that the Count had arrived. Beaming back at them, he offered heartfelt thanks, praising their hard work and declaring that, thanks to their efforts, the brewery was thriving and had even begun exporting to the royal capital. The workers cheered, and pride lit Racona's face. But that pride soon hardened into ambition. With an eager glint in his eyes, he began speaking about further increasing profits. Then, abruptly, his tone turned harsh as he announced that, starting that very day, everyone would be working 18 hours a day. A heavy silence fell over the room as shock rippled through the workers. Even Diego, Racona's own son, stood frozen in disbelief. One of the workers cried out in protest, demanding to know what Racona was saying, insisting that their working hours were already written into the contract. Racona only smiled coldly, reached into his coat, and produced the document. Pointing to a minuscule line of text, barely readable without a magnifying glass, he sneered and asked if they couldn't read. He showed them the clause, reciting it aloud with chilling satisfaction. The working hours and wages may be altered at Viscount Racona's discretion. The workers erupted in outrage, shouting that it was madness and that they would quit. Racona laughed almost gleefully, directing them to another clause that specified a penalty for resigning. Inside, he savored the intoxicating feeling of power and control, thinking to himself that this moment, was what success truly felt like after enduring so much hardship. Diego, staggering and overwhelmed with heartbreak, recalled his father's earlier words about the possibility of change. His voice trembled as he pleaded with him, reminding him that he had once said people could change. But Racona's response was immediate and cruel. He struck Diego hard across the face, sending the boy reeling backward. A twitching, malicious grin twisted his features as he spat that he had indeed changed by changing Diego himself. Turning to the assembled workers, Racona's voice rose to a tyrannical bellow. He declared that every one of them would work there for the rest of their lives, never to leave until the brewery itself ceased to exist. The scene shifted to another place where Lloyd, Javier, and Byron stood before a wide expanse of land, the sound of flowing water echoing nearby. Lloyd pointed toward the landscape with his usual calculating grin, remarking that to build Ataroa, they would need to construct a dam, which meant redirecting the flow of the Prona River. Midway through his thought, his gaze narrowed in curiosity as he noticed a building in the distance and asked what it was. Byron replied casually that it was the brewery owned by Viscount Racona. Lloyd didn't hesitate. His tone was flat and absolute as he ordered that it be torn down. Without further discussion, he summoned one of his massive construction monsters. The towering creature struck once, and with devastating force, it kicked the brewery apart. The entire structure collapsed into rubble, dust, and debris that billowed into the sky. Viscount Racona stood frozen, his mouth hanging open so wide it seemed he could swallow a whole watermelon. He stared in horror as everything he had built was reduced to ruins before his eyes. Javier, stunned, turned toward Lloyd, his voice filled with disbelief and moral hesitation. He reminded Lloyd that Racona had been reformed and asked whether destroying his livelihood wasn't too cruel, especially since Lloyd himself had said that people could change. Lloyd blinked in confusion, raising an eyebrow as if the notion itself were absurd. He asked what nonsense Javier was talking about, making it clear he didn't believe Racona had changed in the slightest. Behind them, the last remnants of the brewery collapsed completely. Stones and splintered timber rained down, and one unfortunate chunk struck Racona squarely on the head. The once proud man now stood dazed amid the ruins of his fallen empire. Time passed, and the dust eventually settled. The brewery was gone. In the berry fields, the workers continued their quiet labor when a dirt-covered figure approached, Viscount Racona himself. Bowing awkwardly and clutching his hat, he muttered weakly, asking if they could give him a job. For a brief moment, the farmers simply stared at him in silence. Then, without warning, they charged at him, shouting and chasing him through the fields, beating him relentlessly from sunrise until sunset, from day into night. It was a pitiful sight, though one tinged with dark humor. The narrator's voice cut through the chaos, half sympathetic, half mocking, urging Racona to endure, to hang on until the day he might rise again and rule the world once more. The scene began in silence, deep beneath the shimmering surface of a tranquil lake. Hidden within its depths, an enormous creature lay dormant, a being of ancient power and immense presence. In the stillness, the creature murmured in a low, rumbling voice that he was Stoma, the king of the forest. He admitted that he could not remember when or where he had been born, nor how he had come to rest in that place. Nothing remained in his memory, and he confessed that he only wished to stay alone like that forever. The lake stayed still, and the surrounding forest remained silent, as if honoring his desire for solitude. Yet that peace did not endure for long. Sometime later, the quiet of the forest was broken when Lloyd appeared. A fierce battle erupted between Lloyd and the mighty Stoma, the king of the forest. Waves crashed violently, and trees trembled under the force of their clash. Then, suddenly, Lloyd soared into the air, clutching something small in his hand, a strange pill said to have the power to shrink any magical beast. Without a moment's hesitation, he threw it toward Stoma. The pill landed perfectly inside the monster's open mouth, and in an instant, Stoma's enormous body began to shrink rapidly until he was no larger than a mouse. Now reduced to a pitiful size, the once proud king of the forest stared at his tiny reflection in the lake, consumed by humiliation. He growled in frustration, cursing under his breath and wondering what was wrong with that foolish human. He recalled how he had said he wanted nothing to do with anyone, yet somehow he had been dragged into this situation. As he sulked in silence, something suddenly caught his eye. A beautiful female beast named Bangle, one of Lloyd's summons. The moment he saw her, his heart skipped a beat, and his cheeks flushed crimson. An unfamiliar warmth surged through his chest. It was love at first sight. The mighty king of the forest, now no more than a mouse, had fallen helplessly in love. Time passed, and the shrunken king, now renamed Bibi, lounged idly in a quiet corner, grumbling to himself that he had only stepped in because Bangle had been far too kind to ignore. He insisted that otherwise, he would never have involved himself in such foolishness. Before long, two more of Lloyd's miniature summons appeared. Hamong, a bright and energetic yellow creature, and Podong, a cheerful little being carrying a ball roughly the size of a football. Podong waved enthusiastically and asked whether Bibi was good at playing ball, inviting him to join in. Bibi, clearly in no mood to socialize, turned his head away and muttered coldly that he wanted nothing to do with anyone and that Podong should leave him alone, but Podong ignored his words. With a cheerful grin, he tossed the ball straight toward Bibi. Bibi caught it effortlessly and, without hesitation, hurled it back with full force. The ball struck Podong squarely in the face with a loud thud. Bibi then muttered coldly, asking if that had been enough and whether Podong would finally leave him alone. Podong rubbed his face, his tiny cheeks puffing up in anger as he demanded that Bibong wait for a moment. Bibong sighed in irritation and slowly turned his head back toward them, asking what they wanted this time and complaining about how annoying they were. But before he could even finish his sentence, the ball came flying back at him, striking him squarely in the mouth. Standing proudly, Podong declared that if kindness was returned with evil, then so be it. He would respond in kind and prepare to fight. Bibong wiped his face with a smirk, mocking him by asking if an inexperienced brat like him truly believed he could be a match for him. The tension between the two tiny beasts reached its peak. Barely the size of mice, Bibong and Podong stood face to face, sparks of rivalry burning in their eyes. Then, without warning, they charged at each other, their tiny fists flying through the air. Podong's first punch landed squarely on Bibong's face, but Bibong immediately retaliated with equal force. Neither of them showed any sign of backing down. The ground beneath them trembled, or at least seemed to, just a little, as their miniature brawl continued. Podong soon leapt on top of Bibong, unleashing a relentless flurry of punches. Bibong growled furiously, struggling to push him off, while poor Hamong stood frozen in shock, helplessly watching the chaos unfold. Bibong shouted at Podong to get off him, calling him a pest, while Podong yelled back defiantly, continuing his assault. Meanwhile, not far away, Lloyd and Byron were calmly discussing construction plans, completely unaware of the commotion happening behind them. Lloyd suggested that perhaps he could divide the residential block more efficiently, but before Byron could finish his response, both men turned their heads and caught sight of Bibong and Podong rolling on the ground, punching, kicking, and tumbling over each other like two hyperactive hamsters. The two men could only stare in silence. Lloyd blinked. Byron sighed. Neither said a word. Hours passed. After fighting tirelessly from morning until dusk, the two exhausted magical beasts finally collapsed side by side, breathing heavily as they gazed up at the evening sky. A brief silence lingered between them until Bibong, with a faint chuckle, admitted that it wasn't bad, that he hadn't moved that much in thousands of years. Podong, his tiny face bruised but proud, smirked in return and remarked that Bibong was the first opponent who hadn't backed down after being struck by his signature move, the Plum Blossom Barrage. He suggested that they should spar again sometime. Still lying flat on the ground, the two glanced at each other and slowly raised their fists. With a soft thump, they bumped fists in mutual acknowledgement. Bibong sighed, muttering that, in the end, they had become friends. Both smiled faintly, their earlier hostility replaced by a quiet, newfound respect. The scene shifted into darkness, enveloping Bibong entirely. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a strange, desolate place. The air around him felt oppressively heavy, and the ground beneath his feet was chillingly cold. Confused and frightened, he wondered where he was and why he was alone once again. From behind him, a distant voice suddenly echoed. Turning around, he saw something faintly glowing in the distance, a floating island suspended in midair. Upon it were Podong, Bongal, and Hamong, all crying with sorrowful expressions. Their tiny faces were wet with tears as they waved their arms toward him, calling out with desperate, trembling voices. Bibong's eyes widened in panic. Without thinking, he began to run toward them, calling out frantically in confusion, demanding to know where they were going and begging them to wait. But the island drifted farther and farther away, growing smaller with every passing second. He pleaded for them not to leave him, shouting for them to come back, his voice cracking with despair. He ran as fast as his legs would carry him, shouting and crying, his heart breaking as he begged not to be left alone. Yet no matter how far he ran, they continued to drift away into the distance. Suddenly, he jolted awake, breathing heavily and drenched in sweat. Realizing it had all been a dream, he looked around and felt relief wash over him. Podong, Hamong, and Bangal were there, peacefully sleeping beside one another. Lloyd was nearby as well, shivering from the cold night air. Bibong let out a quiet chuckle and shook his head, softly muttering to himself that humans could be so foolish. A faint smile crossed his face as he walked closer and lay down beside his companions, closing his eyes to join them in peaceful sleep. The once proud king of the forest, now surrounded by those he cared for most. The scene then shifted again, this time to a serene mountain valley where Lloyd and Javier stood side by side, surveying the landscape. Their calm was abruptly broken when the sky began to tremble and a vast shadow loomed overhead. Massive wings, large enough to blot out the sun, descended from above, shaking the earth as a colossal dragon landed before them. Its icy aura froze the very air around them. For a moment, both Lloyd and Javier stood frozen in awe, their eyes wide at the sight of such a majestic, terrifying creature. The dragon's deep, resonant voice rumbled across the valley, demanding to know if Lloyd was the one who had devoured the heart of winter, the one who had misused that power and frozen the stream of time. It ordered him to return it, each word reverberating through the ground like thunder. Lloyd instinctively stepped back, but from within his coat, a small movement stirred. A tiny head peeked out. It was Bibong, the mouse-sized forest king. Blinking in astonishment at the enormous dragon before him, he whispered to himself in recognition that it was the ice dragon. Suddenly, an image flickered in his mind. A small, blue, baby dragon. The vision was fleeting and disappeared as quickly as it appeared, leaving him puzzled and muttering in confusion about what he had just seen. The tension gradually eased as the dragon's towering form began to shimmer. In an instant, it transformed into a human figure, Varys, the mighty dragon in his human form. Speaking casually, Varys explained that he had merely been testing dimensional travel and had sent various things randomly into other realms. Pausing to think, he scratched his chin, recalling that he had also sent Ykira somewhere. After a brief moment, he snapped his fingers as the memory returned, saying that he remembered now. It was to the realm of souls. Lloyd tilted his head slightly, repeating the word soul, as if testing its weight. Varys chuckled softly at his reaction, then glanced at Lloyd's coat, where a pair of tiny glowing eyes peeked out from within the folds. With a teasing smile, he asked the small creature if something was wrong, perhaps with his face. Bebong narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Varys. There was something strange about this dragon, something eerily familiar that he couldn't quite place. The scene shifted then, sweeping into the vast and mysterious expanse of the demon realm. It was a land steeped in quiet power, where shadows and ancient magic intertwined. Lloyd and Art Tanis sat upon the back of a dragon, soaring high above the rugged terrain. The wind rushed past them, carrying faint traces of mana through the air. Artis turned toward Lloyd with a calm, knowing smile. He remarked that Lloyd seemed to have quite a number of questions hidden up his sleeve, then asked him to turn to the side for a moment. Lloyd blinked in confusion, repeating the request as if unsure he had heard correctly. When he finally turned, he froze in shock. Before him rose a massive mountain, and carved into its face was a colossal demonic figure so lifelike it seemed to pulse with its own breath. Lloyd could only gasp in awe and fear, wondering what the terrifying sight before him could possibly represent. Inside Lloyd's coat, Bebang peeked out again. His small eyes widened as they fixed on the ancient carving, and in that instant, a sudden blur of memory struck him like a blow. A face, familiar yet distant, flashed through his mind. Tears welled up in his eyes before he could stop them. Pong, sitting beside him, noticed immediately and asked with concern if Bebang was all right. Bebang quickly wiped away his tears, forcing his voice to sound casual as he insisted that it was nothing. Yet deep within, his thoughts churned restlessly. Faces long buried in the depths of his fading memory began to resurface, flickering like fragments of a forgotten past. Something, he wasn't sure what, was beginning to return to him. Bebong looked toward their companions and, for a fleeting moment, thought he saw another face overlapping his own, a face from another time. An ache bloomed in his chest, growing unbearable, as though something precious long lost was struggling to resurface. Tears welled in his eyes once more, and this time he made no effort to hold them back. Turning toward Padong, he pulled him into a tight embrace, confessing through trembling breaths that he no longer wanted to be separated from anyone ever again. Padong's small hands gently patted his back as they sat together in silence, the warmth of friendship slowly replacing the pain of forgotten memories. Once, Bebong had wished to live alone forever, but now, surrounded by companions, memories, and a strange new warmth, he finally understood how truly precious those bonds were. In the quiet stretches of frontier territory, where the still air pressed down over the jungle, Bibby struggled to hold up a tree, his body shaking under its weight. His cheeks burned with fever, sweat streamed down his face, and his breath was unsteady and shallow. Bangle stood beside him, watching every movement with growing fear. A trembling voice reached out to Bibby, warning him that he was still burning up and pleading for him to rest before he collapsed. But Bibby refused to stop, muttering that the restoration phenomenon of fate kept occurring and that he could not take a break simply because of a slight fever. He added that a pain like this meant nothing compared to the pain of returning to who he had been before meeting everyone there. The sincerity in his words affected Bangal so deeply that his eyes began to fill with tears. Bibby tried to continue speaking, explaining that this was the reason he could not rest. But before he could finish the thought, his strength gave out. His hands slipped, the tree crashed to the ground, and his body collapsed forward, unconscious. Bangal's panicked shout echoed through the forest, and then the scene cut. Night fell over Lloyd's house. Inside, the room was quiet, dim, and still. Bibby lay on a bed, back to his normal size, his body burning with a high fever. Cooling cloths rested near him, replaced repeatedly by hands that had not slept all night. When his eyes finally opened, he turned his head and saw Lloyd sitting beside him, exhaustion written across his face. Lloyd greeted him softly, asking if he was awake. Bibby jolted up in his small bed, panic rising, and asked about the construction. Lloyd calmly explained that everything was finished, though another issue had arisen. As Bibby looked around the room, he noticed the cooling cloths and the items used to treat his fever. Realization struck him, and in disbelief, he wondered if Lloyd had taken care of him throughout the night, questioning why Lloyd would spend time on someone like him when he already had so much to manage. Lloyd, with weary eyes, quietly said that there was no such thing as just, that everyone around him mattered, and that if he lost even one of them, nothing else would have meaning. The words struck Bibby deeper than anything else. His eyes filled with tears as he muttered under his breath, calling Lloyd a fool for exhausting himself in this way. Many days passed, and the war between the Hell King and Fronta reached its peak. The battlefield stretched across ruined plains and burning skies. Countless arrows rose from the Fronta side, thousands launched in a single coordinated strike. They filled the air like a storm, falling in waves onto the countless hell monsters below. Screeches echoed as bodies collapsed one after another. At the very front of the united forces, Queen Alicia Magentano stood, her sword aimed toward the enemy lines. Her voice had thundered above the chaos, carrying the weight of an entire world. The Front Army and the Grand Race Alliance had advanced at her command, and with that single order, the battlefield had erupted. Humans, elves, Mark, Beastkin, Censure, and demons, every race allied under Lloyd's banner, had charged forward with unstoppable force. Soldiers had roared, magic had surged, and the ground had trembled under the weight of thousands moving as one. Amid the chaos, Lloyd had also run toward the hell monsters, pushing forward with determined speed. Above him, Gome had descended through the smoke-filled sky. The moment the flying summon had reached him, Lloyd had leaped upward and landed on its back, and in an instant, he had been soaring across the battlefield, cutting through the sky as hell monsters had leapt up, trying desperately to pull him down. Below, the ground had erupted. Bibong had charged through the hell monsters like a living cannonball. His fist had crashed into a demon's skull, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. Without slowing, he had grabbed the creature with both arms and torn it apart with a burst of raw strength. Yet the monsters had kept coming. A sudden glow had built inside the throat of one of the hell beasts, signaling that an attack was forming. A soldier had noticed it and screamed that it was about to fire. A beam of light had erupted, blinding, focused, and lethal. Before anyone could react, Bibong had thrown himself into the blast, taking the full impact as the beam had exploded across his back, sending him crashing into the shallow water below. Pain had burned through him, and though his eyes had been closed and his body trembling, he had barely held himself together. Yet his thoughts had been louder than the battlefield. He had told himself that if he lost even one, then none of this would have meaning, and that without anyone, he would never be separated again. He had tried to move, but his muscles had refused. Hell monsters had begun to surround him, gathering for the kill. Then, a shadow had descended from the sky. Bengal had dropped like a meteor, using her entire body as a weapon. The impact alone had vaporized the monsters around her, their bodies disintegrating into nothing. More demons had rushed toward her, and one had managed to grab her, hurling her across the field. Before she had hit the ground, Bibong had forced his battered body to move. He had lunged forward, caught the monster from behind, and with a burst of strength had lifted it into the air and driven it backward into the ground with a brutal suplex-like throw, snapping its spine on impact. The battlefield had quaked again. High above, Lloyd had prepared to activate the one power he had never wanted to use. His voice had trembled with resolve and pain as the world around him had reacted. He had called for the strongest power in the world to activate, knowing that this power demanded everything. The moment it had activated, all of Lloyd's summons, every creature shaped by the system, and every beast he had fought beside his family had begun to fade from existence. Their bodies had lost form, their shapes flickering, and one by one, they had disappeared. It had not been a surprise or sudden, but it had broken hearts all the same. Bibong had seen Bangal's body turning transparent, her outline trembling as light had eaten away at her form. His heart had stopped, and tears had burst from his eyes before he had even realized he was crying. He had run toward her, his voice cracking, tears streaming down his face. Bengal had watched him with a soft, warm smile, even as her body had slowly dissolved. He had reached her, crying harder, desperately trying to hold on to someone who had been slipping away with each passing second. Lloyd had witnessed it all, and he had broken too. Tears had run down his face as every companion he had ever loved, every summon he had treated like his own family, vanished from the world. Bengal's smile had not faded even as her body had finally disappeared. Bibang had not collapsed. He had remained sobbing uncontrollably, clutching the air where she had been. Lloyd had wiped his tears, and what had remained in his eyes was pure, burning rage. He had turned toward the Hell King with a resolve that had shaken the battlefield. Moments later, after a final clash too bright and violent to describe, Lloyd and the Hell King vanished together into the gate of reincarnation. Just like that, He was gone. The war fell silent. The armies of Frontera lowered their weapons, staring at the empty space where their leader had disappeared. Whispers faded, and voices cracked. In the middle of it all, Bibi stood on the ruined battlefield, crying with everything he had left, for the friends he had lost, for the family torn away, and for a world that felt painfully empty without them. The battlefield that had roared with war now trembled only with grief. Time passed, the war ended, and Frontera began rebuilding the homes that had been destroyed. The scene shifted to a calm lakeside, where Tanny sat dipping her hand into the water. She tasted it lightly and made a face, noting how salty it was. A small child beside her nodded quickly. Meanwhile, that night, all the adults panicked as they tried to figure out what had caused the event. Artanis looked toward the distant mountain ridge, as if reading the landscape, and slowly rose to her feet, narrowing her eyes, saying that she thought she knew the reason. At the far end of the lake, a massive shadow curled near the water. Bibang's shoulders shook continuously, and from the sheer amount of tears he had shed, it appeared as though he had created the entire lake himself. His cries echoed softly across the valley, filled with sorrow, longing, and memories he could not fully understand. Artanis approached him carefully, smiling gently, and reminded him that he had once mentioned feeling as though he already knew demons. Bibang lifted his head and nodded in acknowledgement. She continued by reflecting on a legend among them about a giant beast that had once helped with farming, noting that the part describing it as ferocious did not match Bibang, but being covered in fur and as large as a mountain did. Bibang listened quietly, his tears slowing, and she suggested that perhaps, after a very long time, they had finally reunited. A faint memory suddenly flickered through Bibang's mind, not from the battlefield, not from this era, but as if pulled from another story, another mana, set in the same universe but 100 years in the past. It seemed like a glimpse of a bountiful harvest demon lord, almost as if a past life were reaching out to him, trying to remind him of who he had once been or someone he had once known. Artanis continued softly, speaking of Lloyd Nim, who was away for the moment, and expressed hope that when they all met again, they could smile and say that they had been doing well. Tears returned to Bibang's eyes, though softer this time. He lowered his head, trying to steady his breath, then suddenly stood to his full enormous height and let out a powerful roar that shook the entire lake. The blast of wind and water rushed outward, soaking everyone nearby. Bibang's thoughts rumbled through the moment, affirming to himself that his name was Kingstow. Time then skipped forward. The sky suddenly seemed to crack open as a familiar voice shouted that safety was the most important priority. Lloyd returned, and with him, all the summons that had vanished began to reappear. One after another, light spread across the land as Ging, Padang, Hamong, Bengal, and the others returned from the void. The moment Bengal materialized, Bibang charged forward at full speed, tears streaming from his eyes. Bengal ran toward him as well, and when they met, she jumped into his embrace and kissed him without hesitation. Bibang's thoughts trembled at the edges of his heart, insisting that he was not Kingstow, but the mythical beast Bibang. Nearby, Lloyd reunited with Queen Alicia Magentano, who rushed to him and pulled him into a fierce hug. Finally, Bibang's last thought settled deep within him, firm and clear. It was a simple story taking place in an ordinary rural village near the border of the May Ano Kingdom, a small adventure belonging to a young girl who lived there. At the Count's estate, a voice was heard announcing that someone had returned, and the Countess was said to have welcomed Emily warmly, asking whether she had properly greeted her parents. Suddenly, the Countess reportedly exclaimed in surprise when she noticed Emily's face. She seemed to point out that something was wrong, as Emily had a small bandage on her cheek. Feeling embarrassed, Emily explained the situation. The scene then shifted back to 1 week earlier, to the home of her boyfriend's family, where he had brought her to introduce her to his parents. Emily, sweating nervously as she looked up at the large house, remarked that his home seemed noticeably bigger than the others. He casually explained that his family had been first-class warriors for generations and that the place probably felt similar to a noble's residence in a human village. Emily, startled by the implication, wondered silently whether he was actually of noble descent. Worried, she asked him whether his parents would accept her. He assured her with an easy smile that they were very warm people. However, the story suggested a very different kind of warmth. His father's intense expression made it seem as though he was ready to swallow someone whole. Despite this, the young man proudly declared to his parents that he wanted to marry Emily. Emily, meanwhile, trembled violently, her face turning pale as sweat streamed down, and she introduced herself in a shaking voice. She thought despairingly that his parents must truly be warm-hearted, given how much she was sweating. His mother, flexing her muscles first, questioned Emily's name. The girl kept trembling as she confirmed it. Suddenly, an enormous hunk of meat was slammed onto the table, startling her so much that she almost collapsed. His mother, speaking in a harsh tone, ordered her to take it and leave, demanding to know why she dared to covet her son. Emily felt as if her soul had left her body, her eyes turning blank. Her boyfriend shouted in frustration, demanding to know why his mother was speaking that way. But the woman continued scrutinizing Emily, saying that the girl should know her place, especially with a pale, cute, and pleasant-looking face like that. Hearing this left Emily completely frozen. The narrator suggested that even the audience needed a brief pause to understand the mindset of an ogre mother. Believing she was being praised, Emily blushed and thanked the woman shyly. His mother immediately exploded, demanding to know why Emily was acting so insolently, even pointing at her face while scolding her. She declared loudly that she did not need such an adorable daughter-in-law and ordered her to leave. Emily was left full of confusion, unable to tell whether she had just been complimented or insulted. Her boyfriend, infuriated, yelled back that if his mother continued speaking like that, he would leave the house altogether. He was instantly punched in the mouth for daring to talk back. With an intimidating scowl, his mother warned him that unless he became a dried-up corpse, he should not even think about leaving the house. Seeing her boyfriend's family so lively, Emily felt anxious and called out to him. Kuga covered his face and remained silent. His mother pointed at Emily and remarked that she would say it again. That adorable face of hers did not suit their family at all. In their O clan, it was most important to look intimidating, which meant that members of their family were basically supposed to be unattractive. She asked Emily if she didn't know that their family was famous for having the fiercest and ugliest faces. Emily grew more and more frozen as she listened. Then she glanced at her boyfriend's sparkling face, then at his mother's bright face, and finally at his father's radiant face, leaving her lost in a whirlwind of confused thoughts. She wondered how she could explain herself to convince them that she was not like that, realizing that words alone might not be enough. At that moment, someone unfriendly approached and called out to Kuga. He dismissed the person's words harshly. The newcomer was a muscular O-clan girl with a perfectly defined 8-pack. She teased, asking if the tiny girl her boyfriend had brought to propose marriage was really Emily. She added, rather mockingly, that she could not believe his taste leaned towards small, cute, huggable girls with sweet smiles. Emily blushed and lowered her head, politely thanking her. The O-clan girl then expressed further irritation, complaining about Kuga's choice. Kuga's mother turned to her firmly and told her that this was a private family matter and that she should stay out of it. The girl immediately punched him in the face, drawing blood. She claimed that he had promised to marry her when he was 4 years old. Seeing Kuga get hit, Emily worriedly exclaimed that he was the most powerful person in the house. Kuga's father spoke in a low, commanding voice, ordering everyone to stop. He reminded them that while the feelings of the couple were important in a marriage, a wedding without the family's blessing would weigh heavily on the heart. He then looked at Emily and asked if she wanted to try convincing Seer and the others. Emily bit her lip, bowed her head, and after a moment of hesitation, declared with determination that she would do it because she loved Kuga. She had to step onto the field, and the referee announced the start. From that moment, the hunt to select a wife for Kuga officially began. Emily's face turned pale, sweat streaming down her face. The referee explained that whoever captured more, or rendered their opponent incapable of fighting, would win. The gates opened, and countless pigs, eyes full of hatred, charged toward them. Kuga worried for Emily and tried to move forward, but his mother held him back firmly, telling him to stay still because it was Emily's choice. Below, the opposing O-clan girl swiftly defeated many wild boars, while Emily sat on the ground in fear, clutching her head and screaming. Her whole body trembled, utterly powerless, tears welling in her eyes. She cautiously peeked up and saw that the wild boars were standing there, looking at her innocently. The pigs judged her to be small and weak, thus not a threat. They turned toward the O-clan girl, who was fighting fiercely, recognizing her as the true threat. The entire herd charged at her. She did not notice in time and was knocked down before she could defend herself. The dozen or so pigs saw her fall and attacked all at once. Kuga's mother watched anxiously, shouting in worry, barely noticing her son struggling in her arms. It seemed she could not bear to watch any longer. Emily stood up and, tensing every muscle in her body, gripped her staff with her right hand, using it to unleash a force so powerful that it tore through her sleeve. She swung the staff toward the gathering of forest creatures, striking down all that stood in its path, and when it landed, the impact shook the arena. She then assumed a defensive stance, her muscular arms trembling with strength, and announced to herself that she, the girl from Zonti, was now her opponent's challenge. The forest creatures, undeterred, charged toward her again, but Emily was no longer the small, timid girl they had first encountered. Her rival appeared pale, inwardly realizing that if they left her as she was, she would surely win, and wondered why that was the case. The OR witnesses saw a human girl standing up to terrifying band creatures, not for victory, but out of her genuine concern for others, refusing to back down. At that moment, both girls collaborated and decisively defeated the forest beasts. After some time, under the clear sky, it was announced that the match ended with 6-4 in favor of Sidao Numbra. Emily walked away quietly, feeling saddened. Just then, someone called her back. The person, a small and adorable human, seemed irresistible, and Emily wondered how she had managed to win their favor. The girl's face bore a few tears at the corners of her eyes as she revealed that she possessed a strength and ferocity greater than any warrior. She also asked Emily to take good care of Kuga. Hearing such words from her opponent made Emily's eyes sting. Kuga's father, filled with excitement, shouted in support of the brave warrior, despite her tiny and cute appearance. Kuga's mother bowed in acknowledgement, giving her child to Emily, while the rest of the clan cheered. The scene then shifted to the high-rise estate, where a joyful wedding was taking place. Smiles of happiness adorned Kuga and Emily's faces. Lloyd and Javier clapped continuously, sharing their blessings. Javier remarked on the bride's horn moving in and out, while Lloyd noted that the couple's laughter was so overwhelming that it was hard to tell if they could even see where they were walking, and that the groom already had a bandage on his face. Lloyd seemed contemplative, a shadow over his mood, clearly thinking about the early appearance of the Blood Knight who had once questioned VA. He wondered what had become of the servants who had once served the Fonte family and who had now fallen into ruin. Javier spoke heavily, recalling that the young girl had been sold into slavery, fated to become a servant. Lloyd, with a serious tone, urged Javier to act swiftly. Javier agreed, and the two young men set off to rescue the estate. Thus, an ordinary story unfolded in a typical border village of the Manhwa kingdom, where it was possible to escape the fate of slavery. At the end of the day, the exhausted workers remarked that the work had been done and that they were finished for the day. Kim Soo-ho took off his work helmet and reflected on the reason he had insisted on earning his tuition through hard manual labor, concluding that it made sense because the hourly pay was good and allowed him enough time to study. He told himself that he needed to raise his grades, noting that getting into university had been something he had somehow managed through money, careful planning, and intensive tutoring, but that from this point onward it would be a real duel. He resolved that from now on he would have to solve everything directly through his own judgment and will, encouraging himself by thinking that he could do it just as Kim Soo-ho had done before, and that he needed to endure to the very end, just like at the beginning, repeating this determination to himself until his strength gave out. Completely exhausted, Kim Soo-ho collapsed onto his desk. Outside, the workers lit a fire to keep warm. One of them noticed Soo-ho and called out to him, commenting that although Soo-ho had a scary expression, he had a surprisingly diligent attitude, joking that he had come back again and praising his insane persistence. A moment later, however, the man's expression changed as he noticed Soo-ho's face. Seeing Soo-ho staggering forward with a hollow, gaunt look, he panicked and shouted in alarm, asking what was wrong with him. Using the last bit of his remaining rationality, Soo-ho thought to himself that this was bad. The people around him cried out in concern, asking whether he could hear them and urgently telling someone to call an ambulance. Amidst the chaos, Soo-ho concluded inwardly that he needed a part-time job with less physical strain. The scene then shifted to a food shop, where the owner excitedly announced that they had a new part-timer starting that day, adding that the shop would be opening soon and that everyone could greet each other later. He instructed Jumi to teach the newcomer well, and she agreed. When Jumi looked at Kim Soo-ho, her eyes widened at his rough and unapproachable appearance, and she privately thought that he looked kind of scary. Carefully, she explained to him that he only needed to pay attention to the timer and that he would be fine, beginning to describe what to do once an order came in. When she noticed Soo-ho meticulously writing everything down, she expressed her surprise at his thoroughness. Soo-ho replied indifferently that he had grown up as a spoiled, rich young master who had never even touched dishwater and admitted that his brain was not very good, so if he did not write everything down, he would forget things. Jumi stared at him intently, wondering whether he was being humble or arrogant, and that thought lingered with her until evening. As she was about to leave, she suddenly called out to him, stopping him. Smiling brightly, she thanked Gi-young for his hard work that day and admitted that she had worried she might not have explained things well. Soo-ho replied that she had taught him very well and that there had been no issues at all. An awkward silence followed. Jumi smiled uneasily and confessed that what she was about to say might sound rude. She admitted that when she had first seen him, he had looked rather scary, but after watching how hard he worked and seeing that he seemed like a good person, she had begun to wonder whether she might have offended him somehow, which was why his expression always looked that way. Soo-ho answered calmly that this was simply his attempt to relax his face. Jumi immediately wondered in panic whether she had actually offended him and questioned what she should do. Before she could respond, Soo-ho had already left, telling her that he would see her the next day. Jumi stood there blankly, watching his retreating figure, and thought bitterly that it was hard to get close to him. At that moment, a male colleague approached her and asked if she was all right. Confused, Jumi asked what he meant. The man questioned her aggressively, asking whether that jerk had tried to do something to her. Jumi hurriedly waved her hands and denied it repeatedly, insisting that nothing like that had happened and that she had only been saying goodbye. The man claimed that one man could tell another man's character just by looking, adding that Suho had the face of a sneaky rat. He told her to let him know if Suho ever bothered her and made sure she understood. Embarrassed, Jumi replied hesitantly that she did. Meanwhile, Suho rode his bicycle quickly down the road, his thoughts drifting to Jumi. He scolded himself internally, complaining that the encounter had almost given him butterflies, and that this was not the time for such things. He called himself an idiot and reminded himself that he still had plenty of energy and needed to focus on studying. When he arrived home, his desk lamp was still on, and he studied seriously. At one point, he felt irritated and wondered why he could remember everything he had memorized the day before. Later, the senior approached Jumi again and asked whether she was free after work that day. Jumi hesitated and said that she did not have any plans. Despite this, he continued, saying that he knew a good bar and asked if she wanted to go, offering to treat her. Jumi firmly declined, explaining that she could not drink well. The senior insisted that they also had non-alcoholic options and urged her to come along, suggesting a street pub instead. Trembling, Jumi refused again, saying that she had to go home and study. The senior continued to coax her, saying that one day would not hurt and encouraging her to unwind a little, even suggesting that they could go for a drive. At that moment, Suho called out Jumi's name. Holding 2 trash bags and wearing an unapproachable expression, he remarked that he had been raised without having to do anything like this and that the bags were really heavy, then asked whether she would mind helping him carry them. Jumi immediately ran over, eagerly agreeing to help and urging him to go. The senior clicked his tongue and muttered a curse under his breath. Jumi and Suho went to take out the trash together. Jumi thanked him quietly, but Suho responded indifferently, asking whether she really liked carrying trash bags that much and commenting that she was a strange one. Flustered, Jumi denied that that was the case. Once they finished, Suho left immediately. Feeling frustrated, Jumi complained aloud that he was always so emotionless and that it was because he was like that she kept getting embarrassed. Suho replied without any expression that it was because he found it unpleasant. Shocked, Jumi asked whether he meant her. Suho calmly clarified that he had meant himself. Jumi protested weakly that that was not what she had meant. Suho then added that, in any case, he did not deserve such things. Jumi was confused, unable to understand what was going on. At that moment, Suho was sitting and studying. He let out a long sigh, then leaned back and muttered to himself that nothing was working out, that he truly was an idiot, and that even until the very end, he had wanted to keep things the same as they had been in the beginning. He bitterly mocked himself, thinking that he was someone who could not even take the first step. The next day, the boss delivered some bad news, announcing that Gyeong had quit. Jumi asked in disbelief whether he had really left just like that. The boss replied indifferently that kids these days lacked perseverance, though he added that he was not referring to Jumi. A faint sadness passed through Jumi's eyes. As she walked, she reflected that Gyeong had been diligent, although his expression had been a bit frightening. She thought that he was kind and considerate, even if the way he spoke could be slightly irritating. She found herself wishing she had known what kind of person he truly was. At that thought, her face flushed red, and she sighed to herself, scolding herself for being foolish as the bus had already left. Later, a man spoke to Gyeong, saying that he had tried calling him because he had always been responsible. He thanked him for coming to help with the job and admitted that he had expected him to refuse because of his studies. Suho replied that he had quit studying, explaining that without tutoring, he had realized he would not even know what to do. The man immediately tried to console him, remarking that studying required talent after all, and lamenting that it was such a shame considering Suho had attended a prestigious university. Suho then added that there was still one thing he had not given up on. When the man asked in confusion what that was, Suho answered with a chilling expression that it was survival until the very end. The man told Gyeong that he did not need to do anything difficult, instructing him to simply handle the demolition debris and gather everything that came out. When they reached the welding area, Suho paused in thought, wondering whether that place meant that she was still working there part-time. The man asked, puzzled, what he was doing, and Suho hurriedly responded that he was coming right away. By the time night fell, they had finished their work. The man laughed in satisfaction, praising him for a good day's work and telling him to finish organizing the remaining items before going home. Exhausted, Suho told the boss to take care as well and remarked that it had been a great day. The man burst into laughter, commenting that whenever Suho spoke, he wore a subtly condescending expression, which he found strangely satisfying. Suho's gaze remained fixed in one direction. At the same time, Jumi was walking down the street. Suho hesitated, wondering whether he should at least say goodbye, before dismissing the thought, telling himself that she would not even remember him anyway. Suddenly, he noticed something troubling. The senior from before was still following her, and was even behaving in an overly familiar manner. Jumi firmly rejected him, but the senior's face twisted with anger. Frightened, Jumi ran away. Suho stood in silence, his face dark as he stared at the pile of goods in front of him. Meanwhile, the senior coldly snapped, demanding to know what her problem was. He cornered Jumi against the wall, angrily questioning why she kept trampling on someone else's pride. He blamed her for the uncomfortable situation they would have to face starting the next day and bitterly asked whether she wanted him to die, remarking that if he were to drop dead right there, her life would surely become easier. At that moment, Suho suddenly appeared and intervened, warning that he should not speak so lightly about dying. Jumi froze in shock, quietly wondering if it was really Gyeong. The senior clicked his tongue in irritation, complaining that the same jerk had shown up again and telling Suho to get lost. Suho calmly responded that brushing him off would not be so easy. He stated confidently that he was good at fighting and offered to prove it if the senior wished, telling him to try hitting him just once. The senior scoffed and mockingly asked whether Suho thought he was stupid, accusing him of deliberately trying to get beaten up and then making him pay the hospital bills. Behind them, Jumi trembled as she pleaded with Gyeong not to do this. A chilling killing intent radiated from Suho as he coldly declared that the senior would end up hitting him anyway, adding that poor nobodies like him were destined to be squeezed dry by the rich. Enraged by those words, the senior lunged forward, cursing at Suho as he viciously kicked him again and again, screaming for him to die and venting his long-held hatred toward Suho's smug appearance and branded clothes. Jumi panicked and rushed forward, desperately shouting for him to stop. The senior shoved her aside and yelled for her to let go of him. At that moment, police officers arrived on the scene, announcing that they had received an assault report. The senior froze on the spot, trapped with no way out. One of the officers declared that he had been caught red-handed and asked whether he would come along voluntarily. Suho slowly struggled to his feet and remarked that he had warned him earlier that he was good at fighting. Later, the boss barked orders to start drilling from the ceiling and to break through that section, then casually asked Gyeong how the certification exam he had taken had gone. Suho replied coldly that he had failed. The boss expressed surprise, pointing out that Suho had been accepted into a prestigious university. Suho responded evenly that people like him sometimes slipped through the cracks, describing himself as a low-IQ academic fraud. In another scene, Jumi bowed her head shyly and expressed her thanks for the meal. Suho replied without emotion that it was technically money she had earned, adding that he had received quite a settlement from the incident. Despite saying that, the truth was that he had failed yet again. Jumi silently ate her portion, then asked why he always wore that expression. Suho turned his face away and said that he had already told her that people found him unlikable. Jumi immediately objected, insisting that Gyeong was actually quite charming. Suho replied that if she ever saw him laugh, she would surely take those words back. Suho worked himself relentlessly at the construction site. Jumi, however, remained convinced that she wanted to see his smile, a thought that left Suho at a loss for words. Jumi suddenly spat out water, then bent over the table clutching her stomach as she burst into uncontrollable laughter, saying that it was far too funny. Suho reacted indifferently, remarking that he had never seen anyone laugh like that before. That night, Suho lay awake, haunted by the words of his boss, who had asked whether he had failed the graduation exam and then questioned what that meant for the competition. The boss had reminded him not to give up and to keep trying, emphasizing that Suho could not work part-time under him forever. As for Jumi, the two of them later sat together on a bench under the yellow glow of a streetlight. Jumi confessed that she wanted to date him. Suho bluntly refused, apologizing and stating that he could not because he was broke. Jumi, disappointed, asked whether she had just been rejected. Suho confirmed that she had. Confused, she demanded clarification, asking whether he had been playing with her and why he had always come out whenever she called if he had no intention of dating her. Suho answered honestly that it was because he liked her. Jumi nearly cursed in disbelief, after which the two of them fell into silence. Jumi then took the initiative and kissed him on the cheek. Suho tormented himself inwardly, telling himself that he had fallen for someone else. Meanwhile, the boss gave instructions, warning that before hammering the ceiling, the machine room had to be notified as the sprinkler system was linked to the fire alarm and must not be touched. Suho helplessly wondered what he should do, admitting to himself that he had no confidence. Jumi had once asked him what kind of man he was. At the time, Suho had replied that the man was unbelievable, with incredible stamina and willpower, and that he had even wondered whether the man was human. He had then reflected bitterly that he himself had nothing at all, not a single thing, and questioned whether someone like him even had the right to love anyone. Suho began working like a madman. Suddenly, a worker rushed in to report that there was a big problem. The boss had injured himself at another site. Although it was not serious, he could not come in that day. Another worker anxiously asked what they should do, pointing out that the job still had to be finished that day. Someone else cut in, asking for the blueprint and suggesting that they do whatever they could. One man ordered them to start by removing the steel door and to bring the grinder. Suho stopped them, warning that they could not do that because flying sparks would trigger the alarm. He explained that they first needed to notify the control room and cover the detector with plastic. Only then did the man realize his mistake. Suho continued giving instructions, telling them not to drill there because it was a load-bearing wall and that the blueprint was wrong. A worker panicked, exclaiming that it had been a close call. Suho walked around inspecting the area, ordering all the concrete to be cleared out so they could create a clear passage, to which the others agreed. One worker asked Gyeong how they should remove the frame. Suho instructed them to unbolt the top first so the weight would not shift. Sweat poured down Suho's body as he wondered how he knew all of this, feeling as though he were a webtoon protagonist who could see status windows. The boss later spoke excitedly, saying he had heard about Gyeong and recalling how Suho had once said he was bad at studying, so he wrote everything down. Now, the boss said, Suho was a professional. Laughing, he told him to get a business license and promised to help him get started. Suho reacted in confusion, unable to understand at first. The boss then pointed out that the one who knew the most was the one who got to be the boss. Suho widened his eyes in surprise, then broke into a faint smile. He said that his business was doing quite well, explaining that from beginning to end, just as at the start, he had never stopped working hard to survive, and that he had lived in the same way as Jumi. Jumi and Suho sat on a bench, holding each other. Jumi asked whether he no longer went up to Namsan with his friend. Suho replied that he did not, explaining that the man had been taken away by a bodyguard knight. Jumi reacted in surprise, asking if it was that same person, the real-life romance fantasy incident that had exploded on social media, where someone had shot up into the sky like a meteor. Suho clarified that it was not a romance, but admitted that it was indeed him. Jumi remarked in fascination, then once again confessed that she wanted to marry him. Suho agreed calmly and said they should do it. Jumi, startled by his immediate response, asked if he was not hesitant. Suho asked what there was to hesitate about. Jumi hesitated herself and said that she meant marriage came with all kinds of worries. Suho explained that once they were married, they would have their own estate, and that disasters such as locust swarms, plagues, or invasions might come, along with countless hardships. He said that each time, they would simply smile, say that they had overcome it again, and protect their estate together. Someone called out to Kim Suho, asking if he was doing well. The workers told him that they had finished the big job and invited him to have dinner with them. Suho declined, saying that he was running late, that he was going home, and wished them good night. As he walked, Suho reflected on how Iron Blood Knight had suddenly launched a spin-off before Season 2 even began, driving readers into a frenzy as they non-stop cursed the author. He thought about the title, Healing Life in Another World with Civil Engineering Skills, and noted that although the protagonist's name was different, no matter how he looked at it, it was clearly that person's story. He mused that while the novel was extremely unpopular, he could still understand the general way that person was living. Suho quietly opened the door and stepped inside. Jumi and their child were sleeping. Hearing the sound, Jumi woke up and asked if Gyeong had come home. Suho, as he continued reading the novel, often wondered whether that place was where the man had become the greatest estate developer, and inwardly affirmed that this was indeed the place. Meanwhile, Father Lloyd, his face haggard, walked across a bridge and stared down at the calm surface of the lake. He thought to himself that just like that, all the money he had worked so hard to save had been taken away. He felt as though his heart were burning and being crushed, and wondered how much longer he could endure such pain. His eyes darkened as he thought that if he were to go down there, it might be easier. Gripping the railing tightly, his gaunt face filled with despair, he scolded himself, telling himself no, questioning what he was thinking. He insisted that he had to live, that he could do nothing unless he stayed alive. He resolved to go to the hospital, believing that this was definitely an illness, and reminding himself that there was still so much he had left to do for Suho. The moment that thought ended, Father Lloyd fell straight into the water. His eyes widened in shock as he let out a startled sound. When he regained consciousness, he was horrified to realize that he was in a very strange place. Waves crashed against the shore, and panic surged through him as he wondered where this was, questioning whether it was hell. Suddenly, a tender voice called out to him, addressing him as, "Honey." He turned around and saw a woman running toward him. His eyes trembled with moisture as he stared at her in disbelief, recognizing her instantly. Lloyd's mother rushed forward and gave him a forceful yet oddly affectionate kick. She was furious and demanded that he stop right there, angrily questioning why he had jumped down in the first place. She pointed out that it was not even summer and argued that if he wanted to go diving so badly, he should have gone to a pool instead. She could not understand why he would jump from such a place at all. Lloyd's father snapped back, insisting that he had not done it on purpose. He demanded to know why he would deliberately do something like that when he still had both her and Suho, emphasizing that there was no reason for him to act so recklessly. Only then did Lloyd's mother stop hitting him. Exhausted, she complained that it was unbelievable and reminded him that she had told him to visit the hospital. Lloyd's father struggled to his knees and apologized weakly. In a half-dazed state, he asked whether she had come to save him, even wondering if she had traveled all the way to the afterlife just to rescue him. She immediately denied it, stammering that she had not come for that reason and explaining that she had simply regained consciousness and found herself already falling. Lloyd's father hesitated before muttering that, if that was the case, he could not understand why he was the only one who had ended up getting beaten. The sound of waves softly crashing around them made the atmosphere strangely calm. The two of them sat precariously above the sea. Troubled, Lloyd's mother asked what they were supposed to do about Suho. Lloyd's father replied that Suho was about to become a university student and admitted bitterly that they truly did not deserve to be called parents. He added that this place must be hell itself, designed so they could regret everything forever. Suddenly, a voice echoed from somewhere, calmly denying that this place was hell. Startled, the couple looked up in confusion. The voice continued, explaining that it had arrived late due to other duties and casually suggested that they could think of it as an angel. The two stared in shock. Lloyd's father exclaimed in awe that it was real and remarked that it looked terrifying. Lloyd's mother laughed with satisfaction and said that she had told him so, proudly adding that she had seen it on YouTube. The strange being went on to say that people usually reacted with shock or fainting, and that this was the first time it had seen a response like theirs. It laughed and admitted feeling relieved, adding that choosing the two of them for this experiment had indeed been the right decision. Lloyd's mother reacted in confusion, repeating the word experiment in disbelief, while Lloyd's father asked what it meant by being chosen. The creature replied that it understood they must have many questions and promised to explain things bit by bit. It began by stating that this place functioned like a waiting room, neither hell nor heaven. It explained that although they had originally been destined for hell, it wanted them to do something else for a while. It added that if they accepted its offer, their results might even allow them to go to heaven. The being admitted awkwardly that it had thought they would be happy about that possibility. However, Lloyd's mother spoke sadly, confessing that they were parents who had died first and left their young child behind. She questioned where they could possibly go that would ever feel like heaven under those circumstances. The creature simply smiled with narrowed eyes. It then transformed into a screen and asked them to look over there for a moment. On the display appeared an image of Suho sleeping. Overcome with emotion, the two cried out that it was Suho, their Suho. The strange being explained that a great deal of time had passed since their deaths, yet despite everything, their son had been living diligently through a difficult situation. It then revealed that it planned to transfer Suho's soul to another world from that point on. Lloyd's mother reacted in shock, repeating the phrase, another world, in disbelief. The being affirmed this and asked whether they had heard of concepts like parallel universes or simulated universes. Lloyd's mother replied that she had heard about such things on YouTube, though she remarked uneasily that the explanation felt far too casual. The creature elaborated that a universe was a concept combining parallel universes and a multiverse. It explained that beneath the universe they had lived in were multiple lower universes, and beneath those existed even more. It described a lower universe as something similar to a world inside a game, or a world inside a novel, assuming they were familiar with games. Lloyd's father then asked whether that meant that when an author wrote a novel or comic, it became a universe. The creature corrected him, saying it was the other way around. It explained that the universe already existed and was merely expressed through the author. It added mockingly that the more entertaining a work was, the more it meant the author had simply acted as the mouthpiece of some other universe, yet still behaved smugly as if they had created everything themselves. Hearing this, Lloyd's parents could not help but comment that the being was speaking in an extremely rude manner. The being continued by explaining that all souls reincarnated while crossing countless universes. It revealed that in Suho's previous life, he had been the son of a rural noble and that, if left alone, he had been fated to die after falling into alcoholism. The being went on to say that when they had run a simulation, they had discovered that if Suho's soul were transferred back to the world of his former life, that drunkard would make a powerful wish. According to the being, that powerful wish would turn into energy, and they had already developed the technology to make use of it. It added that they themselves were curious as well, wondering how far that energy could be taken and to what extent they could interfere with and alter a lower universe. It described the experiment as one in which they would observe Suho's path after he opened his eyes in that world, while using the energy born from his actions and emotions to support him. The experiment, it explained, was called an experiment on the range of possible interference and errors in a lower world. Finally, it proposed that Lloyd's parents become supporters of this experiment, stating that they were the ones who would participate with more sincerity than anyone else. Lloyd's father clenched his teeth and admitted that he did not fully understand the explanation because it was complicated, but he asked whether they would be able to help Suho regardless. Lloyd's mother then asked seriously how they were supposed to help him. The strange being replied that they would understand the details once they signed the contract, and it asked what they thought about the offer. Lloyd's father responded that there had been many things they had been unable to do for Suho, and that if they were given another chance to make up for that, then no matter what it took, they were willing to do it. Filled with determination, he declared that they would accept. Lloyd's mother echoed his resolve, earnestly pleading to be allowed to help Suho. Satisfied, the being announced that this was excellent, that they would change locations, draw up the contract immediately, and begin the experiment at once. As it spoke, the being emitted a dazzling golden light. Suho's soul was drawn out of his body, and Lloyd's parents were transported into a strange machine. A swirling, eye-straining flow of space unfolded before them. When it settled, a state-of-the-art laptop appeared in front of the couple. On its screen was the image of Suho, their son. Lloyd's parents gazed at him with gentle eyes. At that moment, Suho opened his eyes in panic while Lloyd's father swiftly typed on the keyboard on their side. A notification appeared, stating that Suho had been selected as a random wish-granting target of the Absolute One. Suho stared at the screen before him in shock, while his parents watched him emotionally through the display. Lloyd's father quietly wiped away the tears at the corner of his eye. Then a voice spoke from behind Suho, asking whether it was time to get going. The story then shifted to explain that the events took place right after the Winter Heart Rampage incident in Magenta, the royal capital. There, the queen complained that the man before her was unbearably smug and asked whether he intended to leave again after claiming to have finished everything he needed to do. The man sincerely asked her to forgive his disloyalty, explaining that there was an important matter he needed to hurry to attend to, and that it could not be delayed. The queen questioned whether that matter was more important than staying by her side and resting for a while. The man replied respectfully that it was. The queen smiled in satisfaction, thinking to herself that it hurt before telling him to go on and assuring him that she would wait. It was already late at night. The queen walked slowly down the corridor, her mind drifting into idle thoughts. She wondered whether his face had definitely turned red, reasoning that he must have understood at least part of what had happened and therefore blushed. Even after lying down in bed, she continued tossing and turning, reconsidering the situation and questioning whether his face had simply been red from exhaustion instead. She began to doubt whether he even saw her as a woman at all. She recalled hearing that men tended to like women they wanted to protect, and she acknowledged to herself that she was not really that type. Suddenly, she sensed something was off and reminded herself that she was the queen, questioning why she was worrying about something like this in the first place. She reflected that rulers usually acted decisively and concluded that she was someone capable of doing so. She told herself that she did not need to consider the other person's feelings and that she, too, could simply act on her will. In her imagination, she pictured herself bluntly demanding marriage from him, believing that was all she needed to do. She closed her eyes and briefly enjoyed the fantasy, but then abruptly snapped back to reality, realizing it was not that simple. She reminded herself that the so-called potato was the strongest potato in the world, and if marrying her were worse than death to him, the outcome could be disastrous. She imagined the worst-case scenario in which the potato screamed repeatedly that he would never marry her. Shifting her body, she tried to calm herself, reasoning that he would not go that far. She thought that anyone would normally be happy if someone asked to marry them and added that the potato was not even popular with women to begin with. Even so, her pale blue eyes remained wide open. In another imagined scenario, the queen erupted in rage and vented her anger on nearby objects, fuming that he was not even popular and should obediently marry her. She panted heavily as she stared at a doll she had beaten out of shape, admitting to herself that she was still angry and uncertain about what she should do. Suddenly, an idea struck her. The queen went to her study and began writing furiously. Crumpled sheets of paper quickly spread across the room. She flinched slightly, then looked at the paper in her hand with a satisfied expression. The next morning, a subordinate came to report that although they had succeeded in obtaining the statues from the Far Eastern lands, transporting them would require crossing the sea twice, and therefore it would take some time. The queen responded with satisfaction, praising the good work. The man then stated that he would take his leave, but the queen interrupted him and said that there was something she wanted to ask. She held up a portrait of the potato-like young man and asked whom it resembled. The man replied honestly that it was such a beautiful portrait that one could feel the painter's affection, and he asked who had painted it. The queen, irritated, told him that it was none of his business and demanded again to know whom it resembled. The man bent forward respectfully and replied that although he was honored, he had never seen such a handsome man. The queen firmly denied this and insisted that he knew the person as well, instructing him to look carefully and think again. The old man panicked and begged for forgiveness, saying that he truly had no idea who it was. With no other choice, the queen stated plainly that the portrait was of the meritorious subject Lloyd Frontera and asked whether it did not resemble him quite a bit. The old man's eyes widened in shock, but in the very next moment his expression turned furious. He demanded to know which painter in the palace had produced such a work, declaring that it did not resemble Lloyd Frontera in the slightest. He ranted that it was outrageous to portray a meritorious subject with such terrible skill. He continued at length, describing Lloyd Frontera as sly, with a twisted mouth that looked as though it had been torn wide open, creepy eyes, deep smile lines, and facial features placed so ambiguously that one could not even define them properly. He concluded that there was not a single part of Lloyd Frontera that resembled the man depicted in the painting. The queen fell into contemplation and asked whether it really did not look like him. The old man confidently affirmed that this was indeed the case, explaining that Lloyd Frontera possessed the kind of face that seemed as if God had bestowed him with every possible talent, spent all of it on competence, and failed to invest even a single grain in his appearance. The queen lowered her head, her brows knitting together as her expression grew cold and unapproachable. The old man continued, adding that Lloyd's eyes were shaped like those of a vulgar snake. In a frigid tone, the queen ordered him to forget it and leave. However, the old man, still speaking enthusiastically, insisted that he was not finished yet and went on to say that although Lloyd's teeth were technically fine, there were somehow far too many of them, resembling those of a demon. Losing her patience, the queen cut him off and stated firmly that she had said enough. The air in the room grew even heavier and more suffocating. Despite that, the queen privately reflected that he was not actually that bad. She thought that if he did not deliberately make strange expressions, he was not ugly to such an extreme degree. She continued gazing out at the scenery beyond the window, deep in thought. The butler sorrowfully reminded her that thinking about such matters during a meal would not be good for her digestion, only to receive a cold glance in response. Later, while bathing, the queen asked her maid what kind of man she would like to marry. The maid answered calmly that she wished for someone capable and dependable, someone who would come running to her whenever she was having a difficult time. Satisfied, the queen agreed, then asked what she thought about the meritorious subject, Lloyd Frontera. Upon hearing this, the maid was utterly shocked and covered her mouth with both hands before panicking, dropping to her knees and begging for forgiveness. She pleaded desperately, claiming she did not know what crime she had committed to deserve such a suggestion, and implored the queen to spare her, saying she would rather remain alone forever than accept that fate. The queen stared at her, rendered speechless. Back in her study, the queen sank into thought once more, believing that somewhere, in another world, there must be someone who thought the same way she did. This time, she decisively pasted Lloyd's portrait onto a training dummy. Drawing her sword, she fixed her target with a sharp, piercing gaze. She thought that no matter how she looked at it, the image was exactly like his face when he was expressionless, and she concluded that he was definitely not ugly. During a meal, the queen summoned the chief attendant and said she had something to ask. The butler respectfully responded that he was listening. She then asked what he thought of the meritorious subject, Lloyd Frontera. The butler replied that Lloyd was an unparalleled, highly capable retainer whose brilliance was... Before he could finish, the queen interrupted him, clarifying that she did not mean his abilities, but rather his face. A look of indescribable horror spread across the butler's face. That night, the queen lay awake, staring at the moonlight outside her window. She thought sorrowfully that he was a pitiful man, believing that to everyone else, he was considered the ugliest man in the world. Yet she knew the truth. She knew that he possessed a warmer heart than anyone else, and a stronger sense of responsibility than anyone. She honestly believed that it was only because he constantly scrunched up his face that people remembered only that expression and labeled him ugly. Still, she knew that he was not that bad. Within the palace, rumors spread that the Eastern statues Her Majesty had ordered had finally arrived. People wondered whether she had been pleased, noting that she had praised them as truly beautiful and ordered them to be placed along the passage leading to her office. However, many had long been puzzled, questioning why Her Majesty considered only ugly, potato-like things to be beautiful. At that moment, the queen remained alone in her study, quietly gazing at Lloyd's portrait. Her expression softened more than ever as she thought to herself that he was truly cute.
That's where we'll leave it for now. If you want to catch the next part, make sure to like the video and subscribe so you don't miss it.
Hello everyone, did you enjoy the explanation? If you did, then please like, share and subscribe the channel. Don't just watch anime and manhwa, learn from them, take motivation from their story, become the main character of your own life and treat everyone with kindness. For the time being, sayonara, bye bye.